Call now.
It is Decision Day in America. And the race for the White House is running through Arizona, one of the country's most crucial and consequential battleground states.
Arizona, I ask, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
We're going to win Arizona. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we're going to make America great again.
Both candidates closing out an unexpected and unprecedented presidential campaign, one that pushed an incumbent president off the top of the ticket.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
And 2 assassination attempts on the life of a former president. It's been an election season unlike any other, one that all comes down to you, the voter. Right now, live at 3, a live look at a polling site in the West Valley. Millions of Americans coast to coast are exercising their right to vote in the 2024 general election. Thanks for joining us on this election day. I'm Jamie Soretta. Our battleground state of Arizona is one of 7 states that could decide the outcome of this presidential election. Arizona was peppered with campaign stops leading up to today as Republican former President Donald Trump and Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris asked Arizonans to vote for them. And the nation is watching what happens in Arizona's U.S. Senate race between Republican Kari Lake and Democrat Ruben Gallego, both vying for the seat that Kyrsten Sinema leaves behind. The future of Arizona. The future of abortion in Arizona is on the ballot as well. Prop 139 would establish a state constitutional right to an abortion. A no vote would keep the state's current 15-week limit on abortions. And these are just some of the many races and measures Arizona voters are deciding on today. Arizona's Family has live TV coverage. Derek is live in the Maricopa County Election Center where votes are being counted. And let's start with Michaela, live from a Goodyear City Hall. Michaela, how is it going out there?
Yeah, hey guys. I mean, this has been a long awaited day, but right now we are here at Goodyear City Hall and we have really seen lines here since noon. Take a look at this. I mean, this line extends all the way back. This is probably the longest line we have seen here in the East Valley. Right now, there are about 63 people and it's about a 23-minute wait time for voters. So really all day we've seen lines across the valley. We were actually just in Scottsdale earlier this morning and saw some pretty lengthy lines on North Hayden Road and now here, of course, in the East Valley, and it's only expected to get busier. Officials do say the busiest times will be from 4 to 7 p.m. tonight as people kind of get off work here. So far there have been 147,000 voters who have checked in at the nearly 246 polling locations in Maricopa County. So we spoke with a lot of families and actually first-time voters that are eager to participate in such a big election.
Just proud of her for having the interest in what's important for us as voters and what our country is kind of going through right now. It's just a very pivotal moment in our history, I feel. And so I just feel it's important for her to be a part of it with me. Is really awesome.
It's always important to be heard, whether no matter like how small you think your voice is. I think every voice matters no matter what. Yeah.
And here in Maricopa County, there are nearly 2.5 million people registered to vote. With a lengthy ballot that is 2 pages long, officials are encouraging voters to do their research beforehand and make sure they have everything ready to make these lines move a little bit quicker. So polling locations will close here at 7 p.m. and then the first round of results will come in at 8. If you are in line by 7 p.m., stay in line because you will be able to go in and vote. We'll send it back to you guys.
Michaela Castillo, thank you. All of the ballots cast are being processed at the Maricopa County Election Center. This is a live look inside the ballot processing room where poll workers are counting those ballots now. Let's check in live with Derek from the Election Center. Derek.
Jamie, there are hundreds of workers in the building behind me. They've been working all around the clock, processing ballots, getting them ready for tabulating, trying to get these votes as quickly as possible into the final results that we are all so eagerly waiting on. Now, throughout the night tonight, we'll be reporting here from the Maricopa County Election Center, but we'll be outside, and that's for security reasons, and that's also to make sure that we're not interfering, meaning we, the media, aren't interfering with the process of democracy happening behind us. I want to give you a behind-the-scenes tour, though, of what I'm seeing here. They have set up a huge media tent, and there are media members, reporters from all around the world, from all around the country, and of course here locally here, keeping an eye on our elections here in Maricopa County. We represent about 60% of the vote here in the state of Arizona. It's a critical county, and of course Arizona is a critical state. If you pan over this way, you can see the line of cameras. We'll be doing live shots out here for you all evening long. I want to give you some numbers. As of just about 30 minutes ago, the county elections officials tell me 154,000 voters, day of voters, have checked in to vote. That is about half of what they are expecting to show up here at the polls today. Meantime, on the inside of the building, we're looking at a bunch of tables, and what you're seeing there is what they call processing. There are 3 steps in the process of getting your vote into the final count. The first step is acceptance and signature verification. That's where they scan the outside of the envelope and they verify that signature. Then they take it to this step here that you're looking at. This is what's called processing. They have 2-member teams slicing open the envelopes, taking out the pages, making sure those pages are ready to go for tabulating, making sure there's nothing on them or anything like that, making sure that the serial numbers on the pages match the outside of the envelope, and then they send them in to tabulating, where they get fed through those machines and ultimately into the final count. We've heard a lot about the impact of the 2-page ballot this year. Well, they've added a lot of these 2-member teams that you see. These are bipartisan teams. In 2020, they had about 70 of these teams working at any given moment. Now they have more than 150 working to get the vote ready to go for you tonight. We're expecting the first results at about 8 o'clock tonight. That will represent about 1.2 million ballots cast so far. That's largely folks who have returned their ballots by Friday of last week. And that'll represent about 55% of the total vote. So we'll have some sense of what's going on at 8 o'clock tonight, but certainly not a complete sense by any stretch of the imagination. We'll be on this all evening long, but it's exciting here at the Maricopa County Election Center. Jamie, I'll send it back to you.
Derek Stahl, thank you. For everything that you need to know this election day, we have you covered. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. It'll take you to our Arizona's Family Voter Guide. And we are on your side with information about the issues, polling places, and what you need to know about your ballot. It is also on azfamily.com. Well, let's get straight to our top 3 at 3. Vanessa is live in our newsroom. Vanessa.
Jamie, a lot going on news-wise as well here. Right now, Phoenix police investigating 2 separate shootings involving police within the past 24 hours. The latest happened this morning near 7th Street and Clarendon Avenue, south of Indian School Road. Authorities say a woman called 911 about a man who was attempting to jump into her backyard. When police got there, they found that suspect. They say he didn't respond to commands and showed a gun. That's when police shot and killed him. No officers were hurt during this. Our Holly Bach is gathering more information from detectives who are on that scene. She'll have a live report for you coming up in our 4 o'clock hour. And we have new viewer video into our newsroom on that second shooting involving Phoenix police. This happened late last night. Authorities say they shot and killed an armed suspect. Officers were called to a home near 19th Avenue and Broadway for reports of a break-in. We're told the suspect took off in a car. When they got to the scene, they chased him down. Officers say he eventually crashed into a wall and got out of the car with 2 guns. Police opened fire after he reportedly waved those guns at officers. No police were hurt in that shooting. Today, Superintendent Tom Horn was asked to leave a polling place while trying to get signatures. A viewer sending this video of what took place, and you can see an official asking Horn to leave there. Well, Horn says he was getting signatures for his petition for his re-election in 2026. He says he thought that he was outside the 75-foot limit and did not realize that he had crossed the line. When he was asked to leave, he said he did so immediately. The Secretary of State's office tells us if a complaint is made, they will follow up and investigate. For updates on those stories and more, make sure you download our free AZ Family News app. Scene?
All right, thanks, Vanessa. Hi, everyone. Happy Election Day. It's finally here, and just as predicted, it's a gorgeous day outside. 72 degrees outside right now. That's in downtown Phoenix over at Sky Harbor. About 69 in Scottsdale up at the Air Park. Same thing at Deer Valley. Lots of low 70s in the West Valley, down in the Southeast Valley. Very pleasant in Gilbert. Chandler, 69 in Apache Junction. There's a live look at Globe, their beautiful old courthouse, now their downtown arts center. Not too many people there in downtown. Speaking of courthouses, there's the Yavapai County Courthouse. Up in Prescott, 59 degrees, busy place there. Flagstaff, the peaks are looking fantastic. A nice light dusting of snow. They could get a little more come tomorrow night. Springerville over in eastern Arizona, they had snow on the ground yesterday. That is now melted under a mostly sunny sky, but you see those clouds coming in, and temperatures are moderate because those clouds are coming in from the north. Look at Puerto Penasco, 79 degrees. Who wants to be on the beach right now? Yeah, that would be me. I think our entire staff would like to be on the beach. 75 in Yuma. We do have winds picking up. And like I said last night, they were going to come in the afternoon hours. So they're here now. Wind gusts at 30 miles an hour in Flagstaff, along with those clouds coming in. I still think you're fine standing outside in line. Make sure you're in line by 7 p.m. You are guaranteed to vote by 7 p.m. Speaking of voting, okay? Remember I talked about Wisconsin and Michigan? Well, it is raining cats and dogs across Michigan and Wisconsin right now. Up to a ½ inch of rain. How is that going to kind of play out to turn out? That could be an interesting election story associated with the weather. Highs in the 70s through about 6 p.m. There's polls closing at 7 p.m. 67. So if you're waiting in line, say an hour, hour and a half, temperatures are going to be mild in the mid 60s. So maybe have a light jacket if you're going to vote after work. And then those overnight lows under clear skies will drop down close to 51 degrees. So I've got your weekend first alert 7-day forecast and much more live here at 3.
Thank you. What could be a game changer for asthma sufferers is discovered right here in the Valley. We talked to one of the Mayo doctors behind a new study. And coming up at 3:30, the process to count your vote could take up to 2 weeks. What county election officials say is elongating the process. Welcome back. Around 262 million people worldwide are affected by asthma. The condition creates inflammation in the airways, making it difficult to breathe in and out. Inhalers are most common for treatment because they can bring relief within minutes. But a new study published in the JAMA Network finds a big change in the way asthma is managed. And we are joined by one of the co-authors of that study, Dr. Matthew Rank, allergist and immunologist with Mayo Clinic. So thank you so much for being here.
Glad to be here, thank you.
Tell me about what you discovered in this study.
Well, we took a look at all of the research studies that have been done using steroid anti-inflammatory inhalers to rescue people's asthma symptoms, like right away, not over the long term. And we found that adding those to the inhalers we currently use seem to be more effective than our current approach.
Okay, so the current approach, what is that? The one that, you know, I'll see my friend carry around. What is in there?
Usually that's an albuterol medicine,
Okay.
and it goes in the lungs and it opens up the airways temporarily and provides relief.
So the steroid had been utilized for asthma patients, but you're changing the way they use it. Is
That's
that right? Tell me about that.
In the past, people have used it on a scheduled basis to try to prevent their asthma, and we still use it that way. But now we're adding that steroid inhaler to that albuterol inhaler type and using them together to relieve the symptoms more acutely, like right away.
Well, especially when you're gasping for breath, you want acute to be done. So tell me how you conducted this study.
Yeah, so we took all the research studies that's been done before in this area, and we brought them together. We synthesized the information, and we tried to estimate what the effects were from all the studies together to get this information.
How long was the study?
Yep, so the study it took us probably about 6 to 9 months to do all the work, to put it all together, and then bring the information together, have it reviewed by a bunch of other experts until it was finally published last week in JAMA.
So how will this change the lives of asthma, people with asthma?
Yeah, I think it'll make their symptoms better controlled. By doing this approach when their symptoms are acting up, they'll have less trouble with day-to-day symptoms like cough, wheeze, chest tightness. They'll be able to participate in sports better, be able to be at school more, work better, sleep better, and hopefully affect all those really important things that matter to people.
Okay, so if someone is sitting at home watching this saying, oh, well, I need a new program, do you call your doctor? Who is this best for?
Yeah, it's best for people who are struggling with their asthma. A lot of people may be able to still use their albuterol inhaler here or there, and it's working great for them. They probably don't need to rush to call their doctor. If they're struggling and they're not able to sleep as well as they'd like, or participate in sports like they'd like, or exercise, that's what it may be worth a call to see if this new approach will be a way to get them under better control.
So tell me again, you're utilizing that steroid inhaler in a different way.
Yeah, that's right. So in the past, steroid inhaler scheduled. This is steroid inhaler sort of as needed along with the rescue treatment to provide better control of the symptoms.
Yeah. Well, thank you for this study.
Sure.
And on a day where a lot of people might be grasping for their breath, and I have a Mayo doctor in front of me, dare I ask anything for the rest of us as we're just trying to get a deep breath on this big election day?
Well, if you have asthma and you're going in line and it's going to be in the 60s,
Yes.
bring your inhaler along because it might trigger your asthma.
Fair enough.
Use your inhaler as you're instructed to by your doctor. And if it's not asthma and you're just worried about the election, try to slow down, take a couple deep breaths, and it's going to be okay.
So Mom was right with that, take a deep breath.
Yeah.
She always is.
Mom is
darn
right.
it. Thank you so much. Thanks for this great study and your work at Mayo.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
so
your
much for
time.
having me on the show.
Let's take a live look at your roads right now. This is a look at the Loop 202 and Higley Road. Not a lot happening. Smooth sailing out there right now.
Yeah,
Nice
that's really strange, right?
Yeah. Everyone's at the
there was
voting
not
polls.
a lot of traffic out there. Do you know that one of our great GMAS veterans is here right behind my green screen? Marty Hames, get out here.
Come on out.
Marty, come over here.
I remember watching
She's
Marty
with
on
Mayo.
TV.
Come on, get
Here at
over
Channel
here.
3.
You are such an inspiration to me when I first got to this market. I am telling you, your personality blew through the TV screen.
You're so sweet.
So how good is it to see this girl succeed too?
You know, you guys will always be my family.
There you go.
Jamie and everybody.
All part of the family, right?
It just feels like no time has passed.
Any advice for us on election day?
Oh boy.
Because we're a little nervous, a
Yeah,
little crazy.
I know.
Anything can happen.
And you know I'm at Mayo Clinic
Yes,
now.
absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
I have to give a plug for Mayo.
There you go.
You know, we just heard Dr. Rank, the best thing, like Jamie said, we just need to take a deep breath.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Unplug from
My
this.
mom
what I
knew
love
it all
about you.
along.
But keep watching Channel 3 until.
Oh, I like this. I like that plug. Marty Haynes, good to see you. So nice to see you. Great to see you. 72 degrees outside. Like Marty just said, we just got to breathe and we will make it through the night on this election night. It is really nice. So again, polls close at 7 p.m. and you can vote once you are in line. Polls will close, but once you are in line at 7, you can still vote. So let's take a look at our wind forecast, shall we? I think, Max, you might have got the wrong computer up. So I'm on KPHO 2. There we go. There's those high clouds. I thought I was seeing things. There's those high clouds coming through the state. And you know what? We have got a wind advisory in effect starting tonight for northwestern Arizona. That's Boulder City, Bullhead City, up in through the Mojave Valley. And then it stretches down in through the southwest corner on Wednesday for Parker, the southern Colorado River communities down in through Yuma County. And here's why. Look at our wind forecast overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. That's through 2 a.m. Wind gusts 50 plus miles an hour in Bullhead City, 40 plus in Lake Havasu. Same thing down in Yuma. We're going to go 20 plus by early mid-morning tomorrow morning, and that will last through tomorrow night. So it's going to be a very windy day. Here's why. We've got a low dropping down from the Four Corners area. High pressure is trying to balance everything out. It's not a rainmaker for us. It's a wind maker. And then on the back side of it, it's going to be very cool. That's going to be a big time snow maker for New Mexico and thunderstorms up in through the panhandle areas of Texas and Oklahoma. And see, there's the rain. We're out of it. It's going to stay up into the northeastern corner. So it's windy tomorrow under partly cloudy skies. We will be a little bit cooler on Thursday, 74 on Friday, 76 on Saturday. And then, of course, Sunday, the huge NASCAR race, Jamie, out there in Avondale. And then can you believe it? Yeah, I had to check the calendar again. Monday is Veterans Day, home of the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade. Steps off at 11 a.m. downtown Phoenix, 82 degrees.
Ooh, that's going to be gorgeous parade weather.
Yes.
Scene, thank you. Coming up, border security is a major issue for Arizonans, and the two people running for president have very different ideas on how to handle immigration. We break down their two viewpoints.
Bad things can
There are many issues for Americans to consider when deciding who they will vote for in this presidential election. Polling from YouGov shows more than a half of people polled say immigration policy will be on their minds as they cast their vote. Arizona's family Washington correspondent Stetson Miller looks into the different approaches to tackle the issue.
Vice President Harris and former President Trump have very different ideas about how to tackle border security and illegal immigration. How they approach those issues could be deciding factors for many voters.
I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border.
We will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history.
The border has been front and center in Washington this year after the country saw record levels of illegal border crossings under the Biden administration. And despite crossings dropping dramatically in recent months, it's continuing to be a major election year talking point for both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
They're pouring in, and many of them are the worst people in those countries.
Trump's border plans outlined on his campaign website include to end so-called catch-and-release policies and restore remain in Mexico, while the Harris-Walz campaign promises to bring back the Senate's bipartisan border security deal that they say Trump killed. And they also say her record shows that the border has long been a priority for her.
As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border.
Mark Morgan, the former acting commissioner of Customs and Border Protection under the Trump administration, says whoever the next president is, he believes they shouldn't be framing this as a red or blue issue.
We have to start with trying to tap down the ideologic and political driven perceptions of the border, right? And the lies and the false narratives.
Immigrant advocate groups like Global Refugee agree reforming border security policy is key, but so is immigration policy.
There is an opportunity for political leaders to put, election season politics aside and to realize that American voters, they want solutions. They want us to figure out how do we have an orderly system where we know who's coming across our southern border, while we also realize that we are an immigrant nation.
In Washington, I'm Stetson Miller.
Coming up, what to expect tomorrow and the coming days or weeks ahead. We talk about how long it could be before some races are called.
Hey guys, we are here just outside Goodyear City Hall where we have seen growing lines. We've seen lines all across the valley today. We'll have more on what you should know before heading to the polls coming up next.
Right now at 3:30, Election Day is in full swing across Arizona. Our Arizona's Family drone is over a Valley polling site where we have been seeing a steady flow of voters. Look at that line. And today, voters say yes or no on several races and measures on the Arizona ballot. They also get to decide on the highly contentious race for presidency. The polls close in just a couple hours now. Michaela and Vanessa are standing by to bring you team coverage on everything that you need to know. But first, both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump wrapped up their campaigns last night with their final pitch to the voters. Harris is spending Election Day in D.C. She's been calling into several radio stations, urging late deciders to get to the polls. Harris will watch the results come in tonight at her alma mater, Howard University. Prior to her watch party, she'll be hosting a family dinner, which she says is a tradition for her family. And a live look at West Palm Beach in Florida. This is where former President Donald Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance will spend election night. Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump voted in Florida earlier today. Across the country, voters who did not cast their ballots early are now heading to the polls. This is video of the voting lines in the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Nevada. Election officials expecting record turnout in several of these states. And here's a look at when polls are closing in the battleground states. Polls close in Georgia at 5 our time, North Carolina 5:30, Pennsylvania at 6. In Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, polls will close at 7, and in Nevada at 8 p.m. Michaela is live at a polling site in Goodyear. Michaela, we saw those long lines when we checked in at the top of the hour. How is it looking now?
Yeah, Jamie. So 30 minutes ago, the line was probably half of this. Now take a look. We are seeing some very long lines here. This is probably the longest line we have seen here in the West Valley, just outside Goodyear City Hall, as we said. But tons of people right now. The wait is about 30 minutes long. So there are 246 different polling locations across the valley. And we were just in Scottsdale earlier today, and we're also seeing some very long lines. And officials did anticipate this, as there is a pretty lengthy ballot this year that is nearly 2 pages long. So they are encouraging people to do their research beforehand. Make sure you know who you're voting for, and make sure you have all that information before. So maybe these lines move a little bit quicker. But let's check in with one of our voters today. I saw you were wearing a University of Arizona sweatshirt.
Yeah.
I am a fellow Wildcat.
Nice.
Why are you here standing in line today?
I like to come out with my community and vote in person and be in the mix and see who all's here and feel the vibe, give the vibe.
Yeah. Were you expecting this long of a line when you came here?
No, we voted here 2 years ago, and it was almost like it was an unknown location. I think they had just opened the Goodyear Civic Plaza, so there was nobody here. But of course, it was a midterm election, so.
Okay. Were you, so it's a pretty lengthy ballot. Did you kind of do your research beforehand?
Ready.
Oh, you're ready.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
And I just go in and I copy down what I researched. I went over it with my kids, made sure they're being represented too. So, yeah.
Okay.
I like to be prepared.
Yeah, definitely, which is important because, as we said, some lengthy lines. Yes. Why do you think it's important to be here today, despite these lines, kind of despite everything?
Again, I think a sense of community is really critical when it comes to expressing our freedom to vote. And I think gathering as a community sends a whole different message to the world than mail-in or digital or things along those lines. I just always come in person.
Sure. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, as you guys come and head to the polls, polling locations will close at 7 p.m. and then first round of results will come in at 8 p.m. If you are in the line by 7 p.m., stay in line because you will be able to go in and vote. We'll send it back to you guys.
Michaela Castillo, thank you. Let's give you another live look of the Maricopa County Election Center. This is a look inside the ballot processing room. The center will likely be extremely busy for the next 2 weeks. Election officials have said it can take up to 2 weeks to count all the ballots. Vanessa is live in the newsroom with what we can expect in the coming days and weeks. Vanessa?
Yeah, it's very important to break this down, Jamie, because there are a lot of people who may not be familiar with how our voting process here, specifically in Maricopa County, and they're thinking, what? It can take almost 2 weeks to count all these ballots? Here's a breakdown of why. Hopefully this helps. Maricopa County election officials, they estimate around 300,000 to 375,000 people who will go out today and vote in person. That's a lot of people. That's on top of the early voting numbers. More than 1.5 million people have already returned their early ballots. That's why election officials, they say the full count, that is why they say this is going to take time. A lot of people, a lot of numbers right now. And right now, bipartisan teams, they are working overtime to process all of those ballots. The county's first results, they drop at about 8 o'clock tonight. This first drop will include about 70 to 75% of those early ballots that have already been received. And we're told additional results will be reported throughout the evening. Those will be the in-person votes that are tabulated at the vote centers. Maricopa County election officials, they say this 10 to 14 day timeline, this window, it is consistent with previous election cycles, but this year's two-page ballot, that is also making it a longer process.
Comes back here, sure. 2 pages. We've noticed that ballot processing. That's where they have to, once the signature is verified and they have to take it out of the envelope, that takes more time to make sure those pages are matching and they are not damaged or anything like that. And then they can be sent off to the tabulation center. But that takes more time just to process those 2 pages as opposed to 1 page.
Yeah, it's not as simple as just taking that envelope, tearing it open, and throwing the ballot through the tabulator. There's a lot that goes into this, which, you know, a couple minutes adds up when you have 300, 400,000 people and then into the millions. So polls, they close in just a few hours at 7 o'clock tonight. Remember, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you are still allowed to vote. We know those lines are long. I'm sure they're going to continue to be long, but that is very important. That 7 o'clock, if you are in line by then, you are good to know. Also, you see this QR code? We've been showing you this throughout the election season. That QR code is going to take you to all the info that you need to know. So if you still have some questions about the propositions or anything that falls under the election umbrella, this is where you want to go. We have all the information that you need to know there. You can also check out our website, azfamily.com, and our free AZ Family News app. We have got everyone covered tonight and through the week, Jamie.
Vanessa, thank you. Watching the markets through the elections, why the stock markets are so volatile during a presidential race, and what you can do to protect your money, maybe make some too.
It has been a really nice election day so far. We have a few high clouds coming in and the winds are picking up, especially in northern Arizona. So that means we got some chilly mornings ahead. Details on your first alert 7-day forecast.
History shows us presidential elections likely move financial markets. While it could be days before we have the official results, U.S. stocks could feel the impact in the coming days or weeks because the market, they say, hates uncertainty. So what does that mean for you and for your money as well? We are here with Drew Kleiber from Wild Wealth Management Group. Drew, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So why does the stock market hate uncertainty?
Well, uncertainty, the reason why the market hates uncertainty is because no one likes to know what's not going on. And right now we don't know who's going to be the president. We don't know what the policies are going to be. And so therefore people kind of sit on the sidelines and kind of wait to see what's going to happen.
So how has the stock market been reacting? Any movement today that's been unusual?
Well, yesterday we were down. Today we had a very good day because people are kind of anticipating what we may think, who may be the winner. But we don't know for sure, and it may take a few days. So I would expect if we don't know by tonight and it kind of drags on, the market will show signs of volatility over the next week or so.
What does history tell us about the stock market and presidential elections?
History tells us that we don't really care whether it's a Democratic or a Republican in the White House. History tells us that over time the markets do just fine, and politics aren't necessarily the driver of market performance.
Are they watching, are the stocks also watching the House and Senate races too?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, a unified government bodes pretty well for the stock markets. A unified Congress with a president of a different party has the lowest of the rates, and then a mixed Congress, which then shows us some checks and balances, tends to bode well for the stock market.
Okay, so of course I'm going to try to squeeze some financial intel out of you. Let's talk about how to protect our money and then how to maybe make some financial gains during this time. So how to protect what we have.
Sure. Well, right now, everybody's worst enemy is their emotions. And because we have the uncertainty here, people make drastic decisions based on their emotions, not based on a plan. So I advise everybody, if you have a plan, that takes most of the emotion out of it. And long-term investing is going to be by far your best option. And you're never going to be able to time it, especially when an election like this where we don't know and it's going to be very close. I would say that stick with the plan, keep the long-term objectives in your mind, and just ride this out.
Okay. What about someone who might be a day trader? I mean, I feel like this is becoming more and more popular, even just a couple $100 on Robinhood.
Yeah, I don't do any of the day trading. I only do the planning and then the long-term investing. I don't. It's tough, right? Because none of us know. None of us have our crystal ball. We don't know what's going to happen. Policies in the government can change everything literally overnight, and day trading is a very risky thing, so I don't participate in that one.
Yeah, so you long haul. He's the financial planner after all. We're going for the long haul. Did you make any moves with your money that you'd want to share with us during this time?
Well, most of my clients are fully invested. I always keep a little bit of a percentage in cash. The fully invested is our long-term plan, and I have 3 buckets: short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Short-term for everyday needs, medium-term for 3 to 5, 7 years, and long-term that you forget about it. And if you have that set aside as your plan, the markets are going to do what they're going to do, the politicians are going to do what they're going to do, and Congress is going to do what they do. And
you do what you do, stick to your plan.
Over time, if you stick to the plan, everything's going to work out just fine.
Drew, thank you so much. Great advice.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
It is time for Seen on Social. Before Drew leaves, tell him I need the teenager bucket. Tell him to work on a teenager money bucket because they're constantly emptying it. You're looking at socks from outer space. This is the astronaut crew in the International Space Station, and it's Election Day, and yes, they were able to vote. They cast their early ballots from the International Space Station using a secured communication link. That's Butch Wilmore, Suni Williams, Don Pettit. Sporting those patriotic socks there, the astronauts cast their early ballots again from the station, from what's called NASA's Near Space Network. It's made up of satellites in orbit that connects to antennas on Earth. And that is pretty cool that they get to participate in the election process. All right, let's take a look outside. 72 degrees on your election evening. It is going to be a little bit breezy, especially in northern Arizona, and we are picking up some clouds, but the temperature should be mild, especially if you have to wait outside. Remember, Polls close at 7. If you are in line 7 p.m. anywhere across the state, you are allowed to vote. So stick in line, stay there right there after 7. You just got to be there by 7 and be in the line. 70s and breezy across the valley tonight. If you're stuck outside waiting in line, it should be very nice, but it is going to be very windy tomorrow in northern and northwestern Arizona. All right, it is election day. Let's take you up to some of the swing states like Wisconsin, Green Bay, Rhinelander. Look at the severe weather, up to a ½ inch plus worth of rain, and it keeps on going. Now it's streaming down in through Milwaukee. They're notorious for very slow counting because they're not allowed to count the ballots until election day, even the early ballots. So they just started counting when polls opened today. Chicago, they've got some rain. Now Michigan, from the UP all the way down through Saginaw, it is streaming up some rain. So that could be a real interesting item. Also, western North Carolina, just west of Charlotte, kind of in the rural western area. There's some rain showers there. Whether or not that deters turnout, that's the big question. And Atlanta right now, as well as the rest of Georgia, pretty much clear skies. Just want to give you the current temperatures, and then we'll jump to our 7-day. It's really nice in Pennsylvania, 78 degrees. It's 66 in New York. It's 80 in Houston. It's warm in New Orleans and Miami at 82 degrees. We're at 72, but it is going to get a little bit colder. We've got a low pressure center that's going to drop down. It's going to bring up the winds and clouds. We should stay in the low 70s. Again, this is well below average. We should be about 82 for this time of year. That system is not a rainmaker for us, definitely a wind maker. Then it's going to cool down to 70 on Thursday, 74 on Friday, 76 on Saturday, 80 on Sunday for that big NASCAR championship race. The green flag drops at 1 p.m. And then the Veterans Day Parade, the big annual parade downtown Phoenix, that steps off 11 a.m. on Monday with sunny skies with a high of 82 degrees.
What a beautiful week. Scene, thank you. Registration for the 21st annual Pat's Run is now open. The 4.2-mile run is happening April 12th in Tempe, and those who register in November can take advantage of a special price of $42.40. To register or learn more about the Pat Tillman Foundation, visit azfamily.com/patsrun. People waiting in line at the polls today were surprised by the Arizona Humane Society. Hello, cutie. How these polling pups are putting people at ease on this election day.
All right, Yetta here in studio with a look at what's coming up at 4 o'clock in just a few minutes. There's still a couple of hours left to go, left to vote at the polls. You have time. The FBI is out with a new warning about fake videos created to undermine the election. Our On Your Side team is breaking down what you need to know, even if you've already voted. We're also getting an update after an officer-involved shooting in Phoenix. No officers were hurt, but they're telling us a suspect is down. We're going to find out what that's all about. Our reporter's live on the scene talking with police right now. And in something good, several companies are coming together to help a family living in northern Arizona who struggles getting enough water. How those companies are stepping up tonight.
My happy hour series continues. We're taking it to Kala in Scottsdale. This is a really good one. Be sure to check it out. Their happy hour is Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. And they got so many great options. Everything on the menu is $10 or less. So the lamb kafkas, these are delicious. It's ground lamb. It has tzatziki dipping sauce, has harissa, cilantro. That's $9. How about their little mini margarita pizza? That's $9. They have a scallop crudo, which is delicious. That comes in at $9 as well. How about these big mozzarella sticks? You get 3 of them, really crispy, and a delicious marinara dipping sauce. You can get your fingerling potatoes for $7. Hummus, big portion of hummus with pita for $7, and then this is delicious. It's a ricotta with honey, has focaccia dipping sauce, local honey. That comes in at $7. How about their feta, tzatziki, and vegetables? You dip these delicious vegetables in the sauce, and then they have a mixed olive plate as well. They got a lot of great drink specials. You can get a variety of spritzers. They have 4 of them. Those are $9 on happy hour. Draft beers are $5, and a variety of different delicious wines for $7, all at Kala for their happy hour.
Great deals. Ian, thank you. You still have around 3 hours to cast your vote, and some companies are offering free perks and discounts for Election Day. Both Uber and Lyft are giving riders 50% off trips to their polling place. For those ordering food, Uber Eats is offering 25% off certain orders from tonight into Wednesday morning. Krispy Kreme is giving away a free original glazed donut today to honor dough-macracy, but they say. No purchase of proof of vote is necessary for that. And Johnny Rockets is also handing out a free shake if guests prove they voted. Well, here's an election everyone can get behind. Which cookie do you prefer, Oreo or Chips Ahoy? That is the question on the ballot for 3rd graders at one California elementary school. It is an effort to teach students about democracy and the voting process. The students will cast their vote for Chips Ahoy or Oreos. They're even voting in a real-life polling booth to get the full experience. And waiting in line at the polls can take a while, and it can be a little boring. That's why the Arizona Humane Society went out to spread some puppy therapy with the voters. People in line at the Faith Lutheran Church near Camelback and 7th Street were surprised with some puppies today. The polling pups were there to help alleviate stress for voters before casting their ballots.
Election day can come with a lot of anxiety, a lot of long lines. So we thought, what better way to be able to say thank you for doing your civic duty and coming out to vote than with puppy cuddles.
It makes me feel pretty great because it just puts a smile on your face and then you forget about all the drama that comes with voting.
Those dogs are adorable. So it is not just good for the voters. Look at that dog. The pups themselves get an exercise in socializing by visiting with voters before they are adopted. We want to take a live look at our roads right now. Of course, we are watching for any accidents to tell you about. This is a look right here at the Loop 101 and Cactus Road. You can see a lot of folks out on the freeway right now. Everyone kind of headed home, maybe to the polls. We'll let you know if there's anything to report. And do not forget, you can help put food on the table this holiday season with our annual holiday food drive. Now through January 5th, support your local food banks when you shop at your local Fry's. You can donate at the register or buy non-perishable, high-protein food items while you're shopping. Then drop them in the collection box at the front of the store. Here's what we are working on for tomorrow on the News at 3. Grocery stores across the country are stocking up on turkeys, stuffing, mashed potatoes, and all your favorite Thanksgiving dishes. All new tomorrow at 3. Consumer Reports is breaking down what you can expect to pay this year. They also have strategies to save as well. That is all the time that we have here on the News at 3. But stay with us all night long. Arizona's family has you covered for this presidential election. Yetta Gibson is sitting at the anchor desk, ready for the 4 o'clock news.
Let's get it done, Jamie.
Let's get
people excited. Right?
Stay with us.
Yes,
Right after the
she's
break.
excited. We got this.
Right now on the News at 4, it is election night in Arizona and across the nation. Right now on the News at 4, it is election night in Arizona and across the nation.
And here's a live look from our Easy Family drone where people are still and here's a live look from our Easy Family drone where people are still looking to cast their ballots. They are standing until 7 o'clock tonight. To do so, the polls will be open until 7 o'clock tonight.
Here's a live look at the Maricopa County where workers are busy counting the ballots. County officials do not expect the winner to be announced to the ballots. County officials, of course, do not expect the winner to be announced.
And of course, we've got team coverage for you of election night right now on. And of course, we've got team coverage for you of election night right now on his eye on the races to watch out for. Casey Torres is going to go over Prop 314. That's a big one. It could have a big Torres is going to go over Prop 314. That's a big one. It could have a big impact on our southern border.
But first, we are going to start with Michaela Castillo with some of our polling locations and how they look
Hey
right
guys, right now we are outside the Goodyear City Hall, and we've been here since noon. Hey guys, right now we are outside the Goodyear City Hall, and we've been here since noon. And take a look since we've been here. People are just going essentially down the block, wrapping around. People are just going essentially down the block, wrapping around. This is Valley. The longest line. It's about a 30-minute long wait time. West Valley. We were really out. It's about all day across the valley. We were in Scottsdale earlier today. We were really also all day across the valley. We were in Scottsdale earlier today. And also saw some busier. Officials do say the busiest times will be from 4 to 7 p.m. Officials do say the busiest times will be from 4 to 7 p.m. There were 147,000 voters who have checked in at nearly 147,000 voters who have checked in at nearly the 246 voters we talked with today said they feel it's important to go get their vote in, and they feel confident in this year's voting security to go get their vote in, and they feel confident in this year's voting security
people in there running this thing, and so I
really do.
I
feel
like we have some good people in there running this thing,
go well,
so
I
we'll get the
have
results
all the
that,
trust that
everything's going to go well, and we will get the results that our country's wanting, that we vote
and
for.
Here in Maricopa County, there are nearly 2.5 million people registered to vote. County, there are nearly 2.5 million people registered to vote. Officials are encouraging voters to do the research beforehand. Officials are everything ready to make these lines go as quickly as possible. And make sure they have everything ready to make these lines go as quickly as possible. And then the first round of results locations will close tonight at 7 p.m. If you are here in line, there's going to be long lines, so be prepared. But if you are here in line, there is going to be long lines, so be prepared in line. But if you are in line by 7 p.m., make sure you stay in line because
have you heard any grumbling about how long the lines are? Are people pretty chill about it? Because have you heard any grumbling about how long the lines are? Are people pretty chill about it because they were expecting it?
Never mind.
She was responding. We just cut her off.
All right. Around the nation.
She spoke with some people earlier in this week.
All right. Around the nation.
She spoke with some people earlier in this week. And they were in decent spirits. They were okay. Happy Arizona. We are keeping our eyes on the races.
Political editor Dennis Welch joins us in the studio to give us a rundown of the races. Political editor Dennis Welch joins us in the studio to give us a rundown of the races. You got to just keep talking.
I'm stuck.
You are stuck.
That is true. That is true. The races
you are stuck.
Keep an eye on. That is true. That is true. So the races for a long time. Keep an eye on. I don't know. I've been doing this for a long time. People really want to focus on that. Yeah, there's some pretty key races here. Really want to focus on that. Yeah, there's some pretty key races here. We all know that the presidential race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is running through Arizona as well. Now remember, this is a very close as well. Now remember, this is a presidential race the state has ever seen, and remember that 4 years ago, this presidential race was decided by less than 11,000 presidential votes. Now for the closing arguments, less than 11,000 very different issues coming through the state, and you can see a lot of issues coming through the state, and you can see a lot of this playing out. Now Trump has recently been targeting immigration, has been hammering his opponent. Now Trump has recently been targeting immigration as vice president and vowing to fix the border, her handling of the issue as vice president, as well as fix the border with more security, as well as Harris has really been focused on giving tax breaks to the middle class, and Harris has really been focused on giving tax breaks to the middle class and criticizing during his term, giving out tax cuts that are wealthier individuals here in America. Harris is also trained wealthier individuals here in America. Harris is also trained in TV ads, been focusing a lot on rallies, and in TV ads, been focusing a lot on Donald. Now another race I want to get to and start talking about is that U.S. Another race Ruben Gallego and start talking about is that how many times we had to say Ruben Gallego this year that this heading into this election cycle, this was one of the most highly heading into this election cycle. This was one of the most highly anticipated matchups. Now this race here very well could determine the balance of power. Now in this race here very well could determine the balance of power in that chamber right there in the Senate, because the winners of these races in that chamber right there is party and the winners of these races chamber right now. And now Lake is, as we know, that chamber right now. And now Lake is, as we know, is a former TV anchor, and she's turned politician, and she narrowly lost. She is desperately trying to avoid just back-to-back statewide losses in Arizona, but it's been back-to-back statewide losses in Arizona. But it's been a pretty tough year for Lake when you look at the outside. Have really favored Ruben Gallego, and when you start looking at the money race, and when you start looking at the money race, Gallego has been leading very much there. Now let's move on to some of the congressional races. As David Schweiker right there, longtime congressman, very much as David Schweiker right there, longtime congressman. Every 2 years, Democrats hold on to his seat. It seems like every 2 years, Democrats think he's vulnerable this year. Wrong. And on the other side, you've got Amish Schweiker. He won a very and on the other side, you've got Amish Shaw. The Democratic nomination in that district, and he is Democratic nomination by Schweiker district, and he is being attacked very harshly by Schweiker and his allies as being too extreme area. Now, this is a very tough race, and it's factored heavily into the national plans of Democrats across the country here, because the national plans of Democrats across the country here in Washington right now, and Democrats very much want to take control of it in Washington right now, and Democrats very much want to take control of it, which party controls that. So this is one way or the other could determine which party controls that. So this is one of two key House races in Arizona that is being watched across the country, and that is Kirsten Engel and Juan Ciscomani. And that is a former state lawmaker, and Juan Ciscomani used to work for Doug Ducey in his administration. Juan Ciscomani used to work in this race. Now, the interesting thing about how the District 6 races, it's a interesting thing about how the District 6 races, every couple of years that this swing is always competitive. It's not every couple of years changes back and forth. The seat is always competitive. There's been a lot of changes back and forth representing that district over the last few years, and again, being watched very closely by over the last few years, and again, being watched very closely by everyone. The lower chamber of the country who's interested in which parties representatives, because those two lower chamber races here in Arizona, House of Representatives, because those two congressional races here in Arizona could
a lot to watch,
guys. A lot
nationally and definitely here in Arizona. A lot to watch. A lot of people got their nationally and definitely
here in Arizona. Yeah, there's a whole lot going on here in Arizona.
A lot of people got their eyes on all of this.
Are you working through the night?
Yeah, we'll be working through the night again. We said earlier, we're going to be expecting the night again. We said earlier, we're going to be expecting some of the first on our 5 o'clock show, but it's going to be a process. We're going to be, on our 5 o'clock show, but it's going to be a process. We're going to be, be patient. We may not, as you said earlier, see with the voters, a lot of races called by we may not, as you said earlier, see, we may a lot of races called by the end until tonight. So hold on, and we may not get a lot of time to count the votes out there. And a lot of these races, be patient. It's going to take time to count the votes out there. And a lot of these races, super close, as always.
And fingers crossed, no problems. Voters in Arizona are going to be deciding on more than just the next president. Voters in Arizona are going to be deciding on more than just the next president or legislative leaders.
There are a number of ballot initiatives as well to vote on. Prop 139 is vote would amend the state constitution to add the fundamental right to amend the state constitution to add the fundamental right to abortion. The state's a no vote would not change the state constitution. This proposition was brought as a 15-week limit on abortion.
And Prop 133 could change how elections are run overall in Arizona. Prop 133 could change how elections are run overall in Arizona. If passed, that all partisan offices have partisan primary races. It would also ban ranked have partisan primary races. It was placed on the ballot after passing along party lines in the legislature. It was placed on the ballot after passing along party lines in the legislature.
And Maricopa County, a yes vote for half-cent sales tax, which was first passed by voters in 1985. Half-cent sales tax, which was first passed by voters in 1985. According to county leaders, it would generate nearly $15 billion in revenue. According to county leaders, it would generate nearly $15 billion in revenue that would go toward road improvements.
Another ballot measure Arizonans will get to decide is Prop 314. Another ballot measure Arizonans will get to decide is Prop 314.
It could go on to change immigration and border law enforcement measure. It could go on to change how immigration law is enforced. Voters are making at the ballot box cases.
This is a contentious border security bill. Prop 314 would make it a state crime for people crossing the border illegally outside ports of entry. It's already a federal crime. However, outside and local police will be able to enforce it. It's already a federal crime. However, the measure also gives state judges the power to order deportation. The measure also gives state judges the power to order deportation. It would also make the sale of fentanyl a class 2 felony. Republicans Republican Senator John Kavanaugh is a strong supporter of this proposition, saying it would stop more human traffickers. People on the terrorist watch list would stop more human traffickers. However, opponents such as Democratic Representative Annalise Ortiz, say the measure will lead to constitutional violations. Say the measure will lead to constitutional violations.
By President Trump. 14 will go a long way. Vote by President Trump to securing the border. Will go a long way. A safer place to securing the border.
If this passes, we will see lawsuits against the state of Arizona, and taxpayers will have to foot against the state of Arizona, and taxpayers will have to foot who very likely will have their civil rights violated under Proposition 314.
Critics are dubbing Prop 314 as SB 1072. Critics are dubbing Prop 314 as controversial anti-immigration law passed in 2010. It was a controversial anti-immigration law passed in 2010, allowing police to ask for proof of citizenship. If Senator Kavanaugh says he is proud to have been a co-sponsor of that bill, Kavanaugh says he is proud to have been a co-sponsor of that bill, but says Prop 314 requires a higher level of probable cause to Senate Bill 4, which is currently under review by the U.S. Supreme Court over its constitutionality. Even if Arizona voters pass the measure, it will only go into effect. Even if Arizona voters pass the measure, it will only go into effect if the Texas Arizona family lawful.
Casey, thank you. As we continue our election coverage, you can find the very latest. Casey, thank you. As we continue our election coverage, you can find the very latest hours. We have information about the closest one to you, and everything that you need to know information about the closest one to you.
All right, now to a developing story and a warning to our viewers. This next story. All right, now to a developing story and a warning to our viewers. This next story can be pretty hard to watch.
Phoenix police are investigating a deadly officer-involved shooting at the scene. You can hear shots. Here's the video from a witness at the scene.
¿Tienes pistola? ¿Tienes pistola? Y lo mataron.
This happened last night in the neighborhood in South Phoenix. We were told around. This happened last night in the neighborhood in South Phoenix. Police were called out for a possible home invasion near 19th Avenue and Broadway. Police were called out for a possible home invasion that matched a description of the suspect vehicle. Officers found a truck that matched a witness's description of the suspect vehicle, and later the suspect raised a gun toward officers. That's when he was shot, and the suspect raised a gun toward officers. Police determined the suspect was connected to that home invasion. Police determined the suspect was connected to that home invasion. The intelligence community is warning voters about fake content that the intelligence community is warning voters about our election. We are on your side showing you the Arizona connection. Our election. We are on your side showing you the Arizona connection and how to stop the spread of disinformation.
Let's get a check now of Let's get a check now of stories on our AZ Family website and news app. Health officials in Maricopa and Pima counties are warning customers to avoid a group of sidewalk food stands that have gotten more than 20 people sick across Arizona. Let's get a check now of stories on our AZ Family website and news app. Do not have licenses in Maricopa to sell Pima counties are warning customers to avoid a group of sidewalk Maricopa County officials have gotten at least more than 23 people getting sick from bad food. Let's say the actual number is probably a lot from California and do not have licenses cease and desist order, but they believe the vendors in either of the state's largest counties. Maricopa County officials have reports of at least, again, 23 people getting sick from bad food, but say the actual number is probably a lot higher. Maricopa County officials issued a cease and desist order, but they believe the vendors are selling the food in that community.
A man from Peoria is being charged with the toddler was rushed to the hospital where he later died. During their investigation, police determined he was arrested the child multiple times, leading to serious on October 24th.
And voting is coming to an end in Arizona in a few hours. The polls are open for another couple of hours until 7 o'clock. Maricopa County election officials estimated it could see around 300,000 to maybe 375,000 voters. And voting is coming to an end in Arizona. The elections office expects longer lines as the night continues. Polls again. Maricopa County election officials estimated it could see around 300,000 to maybe 375,000 voters cast their ballots today. The elections office expects longer lines as the night continues. Polls again. On your side, Susan Campbell shows us what voters need to know even at 7 p.m. will be allowed to stay in line.
The intelligence community says Russia is behind a lot
as people
of
head
this,
to
and
the polls, the FBI
is not going to stop when the polls close. The videos and other content look like
on
they're
your side,
official.
Susan Campbell shows us what you need to know, even if you've already cast your ballot.
According to the FBI, intelligence community says Russia is behind claiming election fraud here in Arizona not going to stop when the ballots close. And changing the videos and other content look like they're official. Actors linked to Russia in particular are manufacturing videos and creating fake articles to the FBI that undermine the legitimacy of the election, instilling election fraud here in Arizona with fake overseas ballots, and suggest Americans are using violence against each other due to political preferences. Actors linked to Russia in particular are manufacturing videos and creating fake articles to undermine the legitimacy of the election, instill fear in voters regarding the election process, and suggest Americans are using violence against each other due to political preferences. These efforts risk inciting violence. Romer is a cybersecurity expert and the state's former director of Homeland Security. He says the disinformation is dangerous and just getting started.
This is a modern, it is a crisis point because of the internet and the digital age and all the social media case. Word travels so fast.
Tim Romer is a cybersecurity expert and the state's former director of Homeland Security. He says the disinformation is dangerous and just getting started.
The most important thing is looking for credibility. It is a crisis point because of the internet and the digital age and all the social media. Word travels so fast. Just because somebody says something on YouTube false gets spread so quickly before somebody can really
federal agencies say they expect Russia to release additional fake media content in the weeks and months ahead. So it is worth repeating, seek out only trusted and legitimate sources. And don't share things that you aren't able to confirm on your own. Federal agencies say they expect Russia to release.
All right, Susan, thank you. Hey, staying with that election theme, right now, currently, not only here in the Valley, but statewide, it's a beautiful election day, 73 degrees, but you can't say that same thing through portions of the upper Midwest, especially some of those swing states like Wisconsin. All right, Susan, thank you. Hey, staying with that election theme, right now, currently, not only here in the Valley, but statewide, it's a beautiful election day, take you down to western rural North Carolina, where some scattered showers are happening. Upper Midwest remains especially clear. Some of the swing states. Here's your temperatures. Pennsylvania has heavy rain right now with the time change. Polls getting ready to close. Same thing in Michigan. Here in take you down to western rural North Carolina, where some scattered showers are happening. Georgia remains clear. Here's your temperatures. Pennsylvania temperatures outside right now for us on this Tuesday. Voting it's perfect in the low 70s. Weather light breeze here in November. That's fantastic. However, the winds much cooler behind that cold front coming out of the southwest conditions at around 15 miles an hour in the northern Rockies. Temperatures outside right now for us on this Tuesday. Here's your current temperatures, 70s, fairly mild with that cloud cover up in northern Arizona. Kind of warm over in western Arizona, coming out of the southwest, 76 degrees. There's those clouds. We are going to have a weather pattern change with a low coming down. Here's your current temperatures area. That's fairly mild with that cloud cover up in northern Arizona. Kind of warm over southwestern Arizona, wind advisory, especially down in New Mexico, southwestern Arizona. There's those clouds early tomorrow. We are going to have a weather pattern change with a low coming down. Look at some of these wind gusts. This is overnight, really going to pick up the winds. We're tonight 50 in northwestern Arizona under a wind advisory. Same thing for southwestern Arizona. That starts early tomorrow morning in the late afternoon, tomorrow night. That includes Parker. I mean, look at some of these wind gusts. This is overnight, wind gusts early tomorrow morning. Miles an hour. We're going 50 wind-prone areas for Bullhead City. Night. Is this system a rainmaker? No. We'll go 20 it's going to stay up in the late afternoon, so it's just going to be a windmaker. It's still going to be pretty windy. And then on the back side of it, our wind gusts start to cool down. 30+ miles an hour in many of the cool down wind-prone areas coming in tomorrow night. Is this system a rainmaker? No. It's going to stay up in the southeastern along the rim. Yeah, there's just going to be a windmaker for us. Eastern Arizona and on the back side of elevations, we will start to cool down. What about for folks like in Pine Top coming in very windy along the river? And a nice warming trend by Friday and into the weekend. Sunny skies along the rim. Yeah, there's cheers of snow, but it's in eastern Arizona and it's the upper elevations. And then cooler on Thursday morning for folks like on Friday, upper 70s. By Saturday, along the river, Sunday for tomorrow, the NASCAR race, tomorrow night, and then sunny skies Monday ahead. So is Veterans Day already. Temperatures in the low tomorrow, windy.
That is perfect. Scene, thank you. Well, for most of us, getting a glass of water is as simple as just walking to the kitchen. But that hasn't always been the case for one woman here in Arizona until now. The life-changing donation, that's something that is perfect. Scene, thank you. Well, for most of us, getting a glass of water is as simple as just walking to the kitchen. But that hasn't always been the case for one woman here in Arizona until now. The life-changing donation, that's something good. It's next. Well, it's something most of us might not have to even worry about getting water, but for a family in Rimrock, Arizona, in Yavapai County, it's been quite the struggle.
And that is until a few companies came together to do something
Well, it's
good.
something most of us might not have to even worry about, getting water, but for a family in Rimrock, Arizona, in Yavapai County, it's been quite the struggle.
And that is until a few companies came together to the past 6 years. Good. They have had to haul water is smelling big since their well went dry in 2018. Install a new water well system on her property. She and her family have had dependable water access for the past 6 years. And thanks to a joint effort, they have had to haul water daily. The Water Well Trust since their well went dry in 2018. A charity founded by two-time Super Bowl champion Chris Long. But now they have dependable water access. Brandy says this new well is truly life-changing for them. So thank you to all these people who did Hometown H2O. A charity founded by two-time Super Bowl champion Chris Long. Brandy says this new well is life-changing for them. So in our next half hour, State Superintendent Tom Horn was asked to leave a polling location today, accused of electioneering. We are getting reaction from Horn about
electioneering.
Come in our next half hour, State Superintendent Tom Horn was asked to leave a polling location today,
is very much underway. We'll take a look at the timeline as to get all the results coming up after this. I'm Derek Stahl, live from the County Election Center, where the work to count the vote is very much underway. We'll take a look at the timeline for us to get all the results coming up after this.
Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello.
Well, it is 4:30. It's election. It is 4:30. It's election day. Maricopa County says the afternoon voting rush is on at the polls. So is the effort to count all of those early votes.
More than 1.5 million early ballots have been received as of yesterday. Derek Stahl joins us live from the Maricopa County Election Center, where the ballot counting process is well underway. Derek, how is it going?
Jamie, more than 100 people are inside the building processing ballots. cutting them out of the envelopes, taking the 2 pages out, getting them ready to be fed through the tabulator machine so we can get some results starting around 8 p.m. tonight. For more on the upcoming results, let's bring in Deputy Elections Director Jennifer Lewer. Jennifer, thank you so much for being here. Right now you're in the middle of the afternoon rush. We've seen about 196,000 people check in today alone. How would you assess how it's going out there at the polls here in Maricopa County?
I think we're cautiously optimistic that today is going to be a good day. We've had, as you said, almost 200,000 people come out, cast a ballot in person. They get their ballot printed. It's 2 pages, and then they have to put those through the tabulator. So we're pretty happy with how things have looked so far, but we know that our big crush is going to be between now and when polls close, and that those lines are going to start to get long, and we really need people to be patient and to check locations.maricopa.vote before they head out so they can see where the shortest wait time is.
Right, because we are seeing a few locations with wait times approaching an hour. Some have wait times of 30 minutes or more, but again, locations.maricopa.vote can get you to a place that has relatively little wait. So we talk about 200,000 check-ins today. How many do you expect will vote today in person by the end of the day today?
We're going to be looking at probably the 300 to 375,000 voters who will cast a ballot today. So that means we could still see another 100,000 voters come through our vote centers in the next 2.5 hours.
Okay, and so the folks who vote in person today, their results will start appearing tonight, but not in that initial 8 p.m. drop. That initial 8 p.m. drop will be folks who cast early ballots last week. What will we see in those initial 8 p.m. results?
So we've actually had 27 days of early voting, and that began on October 9th. And so the 8 o'clock drop tonight will have those ballots that were cast through Tuesday, October 29th. So it's about 20 days, and those are folks who voted early in person, who dropped off their ballot, or who mailed in their ballot or in that 8 o'clock hit.
Now, normally or often, you're able to include the votes as of Friday before Election Day in the initial drop. Are you encountering a little bit of additional lag because of the 2-page ballot this time around?
Definitely. The response to early voting has been fantastic. Taking those 2 pages out of that envelope is taking a little bit longer as expected. But from a percentage standpoint, we're actually right in line with what we've seen in previous 8 o'clock drops in previous elections. So I can tell you we're doing 24 hours a day, processing those ballots, getting those 2 pages out so that we can get them over to tabulation and get the information out to the community.
Deputy Elections Director Jennifer Lewer, thank you so much for being here, Jennifer. We appreciate you. So the work that's underway right now to process ballots behind me, all of that will be included in future drops, not tonight, potentially tomorrow and in the days after that. They're expecting to have all the votes counted in about 10 to 13 days. Reporting live here from the County Election Center, I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
Derek, thank you. Meanwhile, Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes released a video saying threats were made to several states, including Arizona, in response to the election.
As to bomb threats in Arizona, the threats pertained to 4 specific locations in Navajo County only. These are unsubstantiated threats.
Fontes says he has spoken with the feds and determined these threats came from foreign enemies, namely Russia, but that they are not legitimate.
Again, around the valley, we are getting those reports of those really long polling lines right now.
One of the longest lines we are hearing reports on is in Mesa. Michaela Marshall joins us from Mesa Community College with what voters there are seeing. Michaela?
Yeah, that's right. We have seen long lines here at Mesa Community College all day long, and we expect that it will only continue to grow once more and more people get off work. And because of the central location of this college near Dobson and Southern Avenues, this is historically one of the busiest places to vote in Mesa on Election Day. And people are casting their ballots through these doors behind me here. But if we spin the camera around, you can see this is a really long line of people. It goes all the way outside. There's even people starting to wait outside those doors there. And at last check, the Maricopa County Elections dashboard said more than 160 people are in this line, so it's about an hour wait. This is much heavier traffic than we're seeing at other polling locations throughout the Phoenix metro area. A poll worker is going up to voters to let them know about other places they can go nearby where there's no wait at all. Some are choosing to stay anyway, but I met one first-time voter who was
a student here that was surprised by this crowd.
Really crazy in here. There's so many people, I wasn't expecting it. And they said there's a bunch of other locations around here that'll be like 5 minutes. So, just gonna go to one of those.
And you can vote anywhere in Maricopa County. So if you live in Mesa and we're planning to head out here to Mesa Community College sometime before the polls close at 7, it might be a good idea to check that elections dashboard to see if there's any other options near you that might have a shorter wait time. And as a reminder, if you are in line at 7 o'clock when the polls close, so long as you stay in line, you can still vote. Reporting live, Michaela Marshall for Arizona's Family.
Michaela, thank you. We are keeping our eye on a number of other races in Arizona. The big one for U.S. Senate, Republican Carrie Lake is going up against Democrat Ruben Gallego, and both are going for the seat vacated by Independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema, who chose not to seek re-election. Lake is trying to shake off her 2022 loss in the governor's race, and if Gallego is elected, he would be the first Latino U.S. Senator from Arizona elected to office.
Across the country, the balance of power in Congress could change. Democrats hold the power in the Senate by just 2 seats, while Republicans hold the majority in the House. Democrats need to flip 4 seats to take back control of the House, and political experts say there are 26 races they see as toss-ups.
The bulk of it is made up of Republicans who are defending seats that Biden won in 2020. A lot of those seats are in New York, in California, and then we have Democrats who are also defending seats that Trump won or Biden narrowly won that are also quite vulnerable.
The winning side needs to control 218 of the 435 seats in the House to control the chamber. Some of those key House races are happening right here in Arizona. Republican David Schweiker is running to keep his seat in District 1, which covers parts of the Northwest Valley. He is going up against Democratic challenger Dr. Amish Shah, an emergency room doctor who served in the legislature for the past 5 years. Schweiker held onto a seat in the 2022 race by just a few thousand votes.
And in Arizona's 6th congressional district, Republican Juan Ciscomani is hoping to retain control of his seat. He's going up against Democrat Kirsten Engel. This district covers parts of Tucson and Sierra Vista and Benson.
In Maricopa County's attorney race, incumbent Republican Rachel Mitchell is hoping to keep her seat. She is going to be facing Democrat Tamika Wooten in tonight's race. And another high-profile race we're keeping our eye on is the race for Maricopa County Recorder, where Republican Justin Heap is going up against Democrat Tim Stringham. Heap is an attorney and state lawmaker, while Stringham is a veteran and Naval Reserve attorney. Incumbent Stephen Richer lost his re-election bid in the primary to Justin Heap. Across the country, law enforcement agencies are beefing up their presence to thwart any election-related violence. They are staying prepared for any threats that come domestically, internationally, and virtually. And in Washington, D.C., businesses are boarding up. Extra fencing has been set up outside the White House and the Vice President's home. Meantime, the FBI's Election Security Command Center is running around the clock on the lookout for any and all potential security threats.
Those threats include criminal threats, such as threats to election workers, foreign malign influence, cyber threats, and acts of domestic violence.
Across the nation, the National Guard is on standby in at least 19 states. The FBI says they have already seen some cyber attacks focused on this election, but says that is pretty common.
Meantime, State Superintendent Tom Horn was asked to leave a polling location earlier today after he was accused of what's called electioneering. The encounter was caught on camera. Take a look. Okay, so this video was sent to us by a viewer. We reached out to the superintendent, Tom Horn, who told us he was collecting signatures for his re-election petition that happens in 2026. Arizona law prohibits political campaigning within 75 feet of a polling location. Horn said once he realized he was in the prohibited polling area, he immediately left that location. The Secretary of State's office tells us if a complaint is made, they will follow up and investigate.
Well, just in, we are getting some early results already from 2 states.
Polls, parts of Kentucky and Indiana are closed. and a few precincts are reporting right now. Morgan Lowe joins us here in studio with a look at those results. What are we seeing?
Yeah, we have some numbers. Take a look at the touchscreen behind me. So everything you see in gray here, that is where people are still voting. So the polls are still open. We're seeing a little bit of color here. Pink means leans Republican. Let's take a look at Indiana. So 11 electoral votes up for grabs. 9.1% of the votes have been tallied so far. And you can see at this point, Donald Trump is winning at 57% of the vote over Kamala Harris, 41.2% of the vote. Now, Indiana is a pretty safe Republican state, so this is not a huge surprise. You can see, though, right here, this is one of the urban centers in the middle of Indiana, and that is an area where Kamala Harris is doing a little better. But let's come out of here. Oops, sorry. Let me hit this. And then we're going to take a look at Kentucky, the other state. 8 electoral votes. Donald Trump up 65% to 33%. Again, not a huge surprise here because this is a pretty safe red state. Just want to show you one other little spot up here. Vermont, no, New Hampshire. New Hampshire. They've got 6 votes counted so far. Those people voted at midnight last night, and they're split 50-50, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Coming up in about 20 minutes, though, we're going to see the polls close at 4 other states, including a big one, Georgia, one of the battlegrounds and one where the Trump and the Harris campaigns have been duking it out. It's going to be really interesting to see those early results come in.
Watching it all. Morgan, thank you. We have just learned the Navajo Nation is planning on petitioning for the courts for a voting extension due to the issues at polling locations in Apache County today. You can find the very latest about this on our AZDMA News app. The polls are open a couple more hours now. We have information with the closest one to you and everything you need to know before you cast your ballot. One community is smashing pumpkins for a good cause, which is kind of fun. We'll show you the green impact it is having on our environment.
Brand new details about a deadly police shooting. Police say a woman called 911 saying someone was trying to jump into her backyard.
This happened
Brand
just
new
before
details
noon
about
near
a deadly
7th Street
police
in
shooting. About a
Clarendon
deadly
Avenue,
police
that is
shooting.
just
Police
south
say a
of
woman
Indian
called
School Road in
911 saying
Central
someone was
Phoenix.
trying to
Holly Bach
jump
is live in
into
the
her
area now.
backyard.
And this happened just before noon near 7th Street in
police.
Clarendon Avenue, that is just south of Indian
Jamie,
School Road
Phoenix
in
police
Central
say that
Phoenix.
that woman
Holly
was
Bach
feeding
is
the
live in the area
livestock in
now
her backyard.
and
When
just
she saw a
learned
man
more
trying to
from
jump over
police.
her
Holly.
fence, she called 911, and when
Jamie,
officers
Phoenix
got
police say
here,
that
they
that
say
woman
they
was
saw that
feeding the
man
livestock
he
in her
reached for the
backyard when she saw a
handgun
man
in his
trying to jump
waistband,
over her
and that's when
fence.
two Phoenix
She called
police
911, and when
opened
officers
fire.
got
I want to show
here,
you
they
behind
say
me
they
that
saw
the
that
area
man
in
reached
front
for
of where
the
this
handgun
happened
in
in
his
front of that
waistband,
home, and that's
these
when
two
two
Phoenix
blocked
police
off the
officers
crime scene
opened
tape
fire.
fire. I want to show you behind me that the area
still
in
out
front
here this
of where this
evening.
happened.
Now the
in front
focus
that
of this
home,
investigation
the
is on
street
the alleyway behind
crime
this
scene
911
tape
caller's
is still there.
home.
Some of those police units
say that when they got here
to the
this
area,
evening,
they saw the man
now the focus
in the
of this
alley and
investigation
gave him
is on the
commands to
alleyway
stop.
behind
They say he
this
ignored them,
911
reached for
caller's
his
home.
handgun, and that's when
Police
officers
say that when
shot
they
him.
got to the
No
area, they
officers
saw the
were
man
hurt, but
in
the
the
man
alley
did
and
die
gave
on
him
the
commands
scene.
to stop.
This marks the
They
second
say he
officer
ignored them,
involved
shooting
shooting
in
for
roughly
his
12
handgun, and
hours
that's when
in
officers
Phoenix.
shot
Sergeant
him.
Mayra
No
Reason
officers
weighed
were
in
hurt,
on that
but the man
alarming
did
number.
die on the scene. This marks the
It's
second
always tragic
officer
when these
involved
incidents
shooting
happen
in
for
roughly 12
everybody
hours
involved.
in
We were out
Phoenix.
here because
Sergeant
a community
Mayra
member called
Reason
us. They
weighed
were
in on that alarming
in need,
number.
and unfortunately, this is always tragic when these incidents happen for everybody involved. We were out here because a community member called us.
Now, Sergeant
They were
Reason says this is the
in need,
16th
and
officer involved
unfortunately,
shooting this
this
year.
is
She says while this is
one of the
lower
results of that.
than the 23 at this time last year, even one. Now, Sergeant
is
Reason
too
says
many.
this is the
Now, Phoenix
16th
police say they
officer
do not
involved
think the
shooting this year.
homeowner
She says
knew
while
who
this
this
is
man was.
lower
They're still trying
than
to
the
learn
23
why
at this
he was
time
attempting
last
to
year,
jump
even
into
one
her yard
is too
Once we
many.
learn some
Now,
more
Phoenix
information,
police
we
say
will
they do
make
not
sure
think
to
the
update you.
homeowner knew
Live
who
tonight in
this
Phoenix,
man
I'm
was.
Holly
They're
Bach
still
for
trying to learn
Arizona.
why he was
Holly,
attempting
thank
to
you.
jump into her
Halloween
yard.
is over,
Once we learn
and if
some
you're
more
trying to
information,
figure
we
out
will make
something
sure to update you.
with your
Live tonight in Phoenix, I'm Holly Bach for
pumpkins.
Arizona's Family.
You're not the only one. Holly, thank one you. Minnesota town, Halloween they are is collecting over, and if you're the trying old to figure out something so they can smash them, the town says collecting the pumpkins is You're better not than the letting only them go one. to In the one landfill Minnesota where town, they are collecting the old ones and piling them up so they can smash them. The town says collecting the pumpkins is better than letting them go to the landfill where they could produce large amounts of methane gas.
Such a unique process that will have a not only benefits our environment by diverting things benefits from landfills, for kind of any project that can be used for engineering projects such around the county. Unique process that
so just
not
smash
only
them like that
benefits
kid.
our environment by diverting things from landfills,
Every year,
but it's
about
gonna
1 to
start
2
supporting,
billion pumpkins are produced in the U.S., and most of them will so just end up smash them in like that kid. landfills.
That feels really good.
Every year, about 1 to 2 billion
You lost me at methane gas. You lost me there. Yeah, who needs any more of that? How are we feeling on election night? We still got polls open until 7. You lost me at methane gas. You lost me there. Yeah, who needs any more of that? How are we feeling on election night? We still got polls open until 7. I invite you to take a light jacket. So if you're at home, if you're going to go maybe waiting for somebody to come home from work, take a light jacket. I want to show you the temperatures outside. I invite you to take a light jacket. So if you're at home, if you're going to go maybe waiting for somebody to come home from work, take a light jacket because I want to show you the temperatures outside. Not only here in the valley, but across the state. 73 degrees outside across the valley right now, but your polls are going to close at 7 p.m. Remember, stay in line. Sunny skies. If you're there at 7 now, but by 6 p.m. down into the 60s, you are in line at 7 o'clock. Take a light jacket if you're going to be standing sunny skies. Maybe an hour, hour and a half or so, but by 6 p.m. down into the 60s, mid-60s by 7 p.m. So again, take a light jacket if you're going to be standing outside for maybe an hour, hour and a half or so. So again, if you live in Scottsdale, Deer Valley, Fountain Hills, Apache Junction, here's a look. If you're getting outside, we're already starting to see some upper 60s. So again, if you live in Scottsdale, Deer Valley, Fountain Hills, Apache Junction, if you got to wait outside. If you're getting off work a little bit later tonight, but you're still going to make the 7 p.m. deadline, here's the temperatures around the state. Upper 40s for the high country, but the winds are picking up with a weather pattern change. Here's the temperatures around the state. And if we kind of pull back, yeah, the high country, but the winds are picking up tonight with a weather pattern change. Through tomorrow clouds are moving in. Northwestern and if we kind of pull back, we've got some wind advisories that will go into effect tonight. That goes into effect early tomorrow morning through tomorrow night. That's for Northwestern. We've got a low dropping down near the southwestern corner. This is a wind maker for most of the state. Early tomorrow morning through upper elevation. That's because we've got a low dropping down near the White Mountains area. Could get another wind maker for light dusting the snow. It's going to be a big snow maker for New Mexico and of Apache, Navajo counties, Texas, and White Mountains could get another dusting, light dusting of snow. It's going to be a big snow maker for New Mexico, and then a severe weather maker for Texas and Oklahoma. There's the rain forecast. We are well out of that picture. To the east of us, snow possible for the upper elevation strong north winds, only down to 37. There's the rain forecast. We are well out of that picture. So yeah, again, snow possible for the upper elevation areas. It's going to be a windy day starting overnight tonight through tomorrow. 69 at Tucson. We can see some wind gusts along the river. Will be on up to 50 to almost 60 miles an hour. It's going to be a windy day starting overnight tonight through Thursday, and then a warming trend starting on Friday through Saturday. Up to 50 80 on Sunday for that NASCAR race. Cool and breezy 73, 70 check the calendar. It's already time for Veterans starting on Friday through Saturday. 80 on Sunday for that
we got some breaking news to tell you about. Here is a live look at Mesa near Falcon Field. We don't know a lot of details about what's going on here. We got some breaking news to tell you about. Here is a live look at Mesa near Falcon Field. We don't know a lot of details about what's going on here, but as you can see, it looks to be some fire and a lot of smoke. Is that a few cars down there too, Jamie? What is that area?
Right there.
Oh, that's an
airport. Fire, and it's right near Falcon Field. So that is the road kind of adjacent.
What is that area?
Right there.
Oh, that's the airport.
So we are making phone calls right now to find out if this is a vehicle. It's the road kind of adjacent in that airport between a field and the airport. So we are making phone calls right now to find out if this was a vehicle. They have that area blocked off to any traffic and kind of have it staged right now, and crews are standing by. They have arrived on the scene. They have that area. So if you are in Mesa, off to any traffic and look at this. We're making calls right now, what it is. Those flames are still burning and some light smoke in the area. So if you are in Mesa, you might be taking a look at this. We're making calls to find out what it is.
We'll be right back. Right, we're going to take you back out to that scene, Mesa near Falcon Field. This is at the Field Airport, very close to it. Not sure what exactly was on fire here, but you can see the smoke coming from whatever that is on fire. The fire has subdued quite a bit. Take you back out to that same Mesa near Falcon Field. This is at Falcon Field Airport. Very close to it. Not sure what exactly was on fire here, but you can see the smoke coming from whatever that is on fire. The fire has subdued quite a bit since our last hit here.
On 3 TV and CBS 5.
Before we go, we do want to give you one last look at the voting lines in Maricopa County. Next hour we will, promise.
We have a live look right now.
We are continuing to follow breaking news at 5 o'clock. A plane crash moments ago at Falcon Field in Mesa. Live pictures coming in from our AZ Family News chopper over the scene. We have a crew heading there on the ground right now to find out more information. No word yet on any injuries or casualties yet, but initial reports seem to indicate it may have been a helicopter. As our news chopper got overseen, at least it appears from that overhead view to have been some sort of plane. Again, this is near Greenfield Road and McKellips. You can see one of the orchards there. And I think, Nicole, it's right at the end of Falcon Field, right near one of the Air Force museums, one of those historic museums they have right at the end of the airport there.
You know, in just the last 15 minutes, it was a fireball out there, and we could see some debris of what looked like a vehicle that may have been impacted on the ground. We saw some wheels and smashed in wreckage, so it's difficult to make out if it was a sedan or an SUV because there was that much damage to that vehicle. We're able to put some eyes on some wheels on the ground, but it does look as though a plane has crashed into at least one car near Falcon Field. And this is breaking news if you're just joining us at 5 o'clock, but we do have a crew en route and we are making calls to see the extent of any injuries out there, but avoid the area for sure in Mesa.
Just checking my messages from Mesa Fire, Mesa Police. They're asking us to stand by as they continue to arrive on scene, assess the damage, try to figure out what happened, if this happened perhaps on takeoff or maybe this plane was landing there in Mesa tonight. All that information incoming. Stand by because we'll continue to bring you live breaking updates through the hour here tonight. We're now at 5. We're in the final stretch. 2 hours to the polls close in Arizona.
As if there wasn't enough going on already today. In just 3 hours, we will get our first results of that that will bring you live on air and online. And of course, we are always taking a live look now. I believe that we've got it here for you from the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. This is where the magic happens. This is where all the workers are behind the scenes working 24-hour shifts, 100 of them, counting all those ballots, curing all those signatures, making sure everything is on the up and up, and they're going to do that until every last vote is counted. It seems Russia is again trying to disrupt elections in Arizona. The Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, confirming today bomb threats were called into 4 sites in Navajo County. He says the threats are a hoax coming from Russia. No polling sites are in jeopardy.
One issue there. Meanwhile, the Navajo Nation is petitioning to extend voting hours tonight, citing some technical problems at voting sites earlier today in Apache County. So as we continue following those developments, let's check in with our crews who are stationed all over the state tonight, beginning with a live look from our news drone over Goodyear City Hall, where waits have been just about half an hour through the day today. Pretty good line out there this evening. It's been twice that long over at Mesa Community College and other polling sites, but we'll start in the West Valley in Goodyear, which is where Michaela begins our coverage tonight. Michaela, how are things looking?
Yeah, hey guys, we have been here since noon, and I mean, this long is nearly 3 times as long as what we were seeing before. Tons of people are waiting to vote. This is wrapped around the corner. It's about over 100 people in line and about a 30-minute wait so far. So quite lengthy, but really all day we've seen lines across the valley. We were in Scottsdale earlier and we saw some pretty lengthy lines on that North Hayden Road polling location. And then of course here in the West Valley. So it's only expected to get busier. Officials say the busiest times will be from 4 to 7 p.m. tonight as more people kind of get off work. And of course, this year with a lengthy ballot that is nearly 2 pages long, officials are encouraging voters to do their research before they head to the polls. Make sure you know who you're voting for. Make sure you are well prepared so this line moves a little bit quicker. But of course, this year here in Maricopa County, nearly 2.5 million people are registered to vote. So a lot of people. And since 4 p.m., there were nearly 190,000 voters who have checked in at the nearly 246 polling locations here in Maricopa County. So as we see these long lines, remember polling locations do close here at 7 p.m. And then around 8 is when the first round of results will come in. As long as you're in line before 7 p.m., by 7 p.m., you will be able to go in and vote. We'll send it back to you guys.
That is a pretty impressive line in the West Valley tonight. Michaela, thanks so much. Let's continue checking out some other polling locations. Zach Poletsky's in East Valley at Arizona State University's Tempe campus. Zach, how's it looking there?
Yeah, Jared, well, a very similar situation as to what Michaela was seeing in Goodyear. We are kind of towards the back of the line here on ASU's Tempe campus. There's probably a couple 100 to 300 people in the line right now. I just had a chance to speak with some kids at the front of the line, some voters. They say that they've been waiting for about an hour to get to the line. This is just a small piece. I mean, the line, the voting booth isn't probably another 200, 300 feet away from where we are walking right now. And this is an interesting voting center, just given the makeup of kind of the demographic here. We've seen a lot of students on ASU, but we've also seen members of the community in Tempe coming to vote here as well. I had a chance to speak with some voters who are standing in these long lines. Some of the top issues we're hearing today are similar to ones that we've heard for the last several months. The border, the economy, and reproductive rights, bringing a lot of people out to this voting center here on the ASU Tempe campus. We also have, campaigns out here, surrogates. We have supporters of the former president, Donald Trump. We have supporters of Vice President Kamala Harris, people supporting different propositions, statewide props that are on the ballot. So really the campaigning doesn't stop just because it's Election Day. We even saw Congressman Greg Stanton, who represents this area in Congress, coming out, handing out slices of pizza. People are handing out water bottles, donuts, snacks for the students and the community members who are going to be in this line for about an hour at this point. And again, a lot of people getting off work right now. The line continues to kind of grow here. So again, as Michaela mentioned, the polls close at 7. If you're in line at 7, you can stay in line to vote. At least it's not too hot. It's not rainy. It's a good weather day to kind of stay in the line. But a lot of people getting their voices heard here today on Election Day here at ASU. And we haven't heard of many issues in this area when it comes to voting machines or people having the ability to vote, which I know is top of mind for a lot of people this election as well.
Yeah, at least the weather is on their side. It's a beautiful day for it.
It does look nice out there. I hope they stick it out and wait in those lines. Zach, thank you. Well, some voters in southern Arizona waited hours, plural, to vote today.
It was an up to 2-hour wait in Yuma. Alexandra Rangel is live there now. So how are things looking tonight, Alex?
They're not looking great, but at least voters are excited to cast their vote right here at the very beginning of the line. These people have been in line for an hour and 20 minutes. Plus, there's still some more that they have to do inside. It looks like it's a 20 to 30 minute in line. They kind of have a line that's wrapped inside the library as well. I want you to take a look this way. There's about 120 people in line. This is the Yuma Main Library. It's one of 9 polling sites in Yuma County. It's also one of the busiest. We've had about 3 polling sites throughout the day that have stayed steadily at this rate. We're talking about an hour to 2-hour wait times. I've been speaking to voters waiting in line. We have some elderly folks who are in walkers. We have elderly folks who even brought a chair with them. I just spoke to one lady. She says she's been in line for an hour. And, a lot of the same issues is what brings them out here today. The border security is one, reproductive rights. I spoke to a young lady in line who told me about, Yuma, it's a rural area. There's even less access here compared to a county like Maricopa. So that's an issue that really brought her out to vote today, and that is bringing a lot of people to vote today to the polls. I did speak to the county recorder earlier today. He told me about 49,000 ballots have been counted. And there's about 111 registered voters in Yuma County. So they're really hoping for a huge turnout. He told me if we could see 60 to 70% voter turnout here in Yuma County, that's huge. I know a lot of the volunteers in Yuma County have been working endlessly to see what we're seeing today, right? These long lines, making sure people come out to vote. Yes, it's going to be, a long time. It's, the weather is getting a little cooler now that the sun is going down, but this is what we wanted to see, people making sure they're exercising their right to vote. Now, again, as long as they're in vote by 7 p.m., they will be allowed to vote. We'll be here throughout the night. I think we're also going to go check out some other polling sites that are dealing with the same issues. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
Alex, thank you. We'll check back in with you later. We're also hearing about problems at the polls in Apache County. The Secretary of State says while there were issues with voting machines and printers, most voting sites are now fully operational. Anyone running into problems, you're given a provisional ballot. They do not want you to leave without casting a ballot. The Navajo Nation, by the way, is planning to petition the courts to get a voting extension because of the issues at the polls. You can count on us to keep you posted on what happens here.
Well, as we've been reporting, it will take days, 10 days or more, for all ballots in Arizona to be fully counted.
Yeah, so ease your patience there, right? Political editor Dennis Welch is here live to explain the timeline?
I think, yeah, patience is the word of the week. I mean, tonight you just saw that there are some lines that are starting to form at the polling locations. You know, be prepared if you're still going out there with your ballot. We all want you to cast that vote. Get that done. Just be prepared to maybe wait. One thing also, you know, Adrian Fontes was warning a little bit earlier, or alerting people out there. If you were one of those people who have that early ballot filled out and you still want to drop it off, you don't have to wait in line. You can just go right up to the beginning, drop it off, and get out of there. So if you're one of those people that are still wondering, you know, what to do, and you don't want to go wait in line, and you got that early ballot, go ahead and go out to that polling location and just go ahead and drop it out. Now, as for the vote counting right now, you know, it's going to be a lot. You got to be patient. And here's what happens here from tonight and the rest of the week. We're going to start with that 8 p.m. first drop of votes here in Maricopa County. Again, not statewide, but Maricopa County. 8 p.m. we'll be getting those votes. So what is that going to represent? We're going to expecting about 1.2 million ballots are going to be counted. These are the early votes that were, you know, dropped off and that the county had received and counted up through Tuesday of last week. So still a lot of early votes still to be counted. Now, this represents about 70 to 75% of the early vote, according to county officials. Now, after that, what are we going to see? Sometime after 8 o'clock, we're going to start seeing some more updates. And these are going to be the votes that were cast at the polling sites, the voting centers today on Election Day. Those are going to be tabulated, counted up, and we'll start seeing some more information coming from Maricopa County at that point. No real word on what time we're expecting those ballot drops, but I'm being told maybe expect around 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30. But then again, could also get something a little earlier. A lot of things are fluid on election night right now. Now, throughout the rest of the week, we're going to start seeing those late early votes being counted up. Those late early votes are the people who had that early ballot filled out and they dropped it off on Election Day. And those take a while to count because you got to start the process. There are two ballots in there. You got to open it up. You got to deal with that. You got to verify the signatures. So it's going to take a few days to go ahead and start counting those up. And you've got the curing period. If the election officials here in the county see any problems that the signatures don't match, or there's some other issues with your ballot, if they got damaged somehow, they're going to make every effort they can to contact that voter and cure or correct any mistakes or problems that they have with that ballot. And those are the numbers we're going to start seeing tabulated in the rest of the week. Now, all in all, it's going to take anywhere from 10 to 13 days. So we're talking about close to 2 weeks here before we get all the ballots counted here in Arizona, the largest county, Maricopa County.
Took us 5 days in 2020, so we're going to have to wait and be patient.
For the closest races, we won't have an answer tonight, but we will have decisions in many races, many ballot propositions.
And again, there is a difference between somebody calling a race and then finishing the count. Right. In Arizona, it's always been a process of counting the ballots, but you know, a lot of times we've seen races that weren't that close. You could project winners, call winners a lot earlier. But again, that presidential race 4 years ago, less than 11,000 votes separated them two, so they're going to want to count every vote out there, and we're going to have to just be patient and wait.
We will be, Dennis. We'll follow that advice. Thanks. We're going to be bringing you election coverage all night on Arizona's Family. The first results, as Dennis mentioned, will come in right at 8 o'clock. We'll bring you those live on air, and of course, you can always get everything we do on air online using our free AZ Family News app.
Polls here in Arizona close in less than 2 hours. In some states, they're already closed. In fact, we're getting our first look at results from Kentucky and Vermont. Keep it here because Morgan Lowe's joining us after this quick break with a look at the national picture and those first returns. One of the most closely watched races in the Arizona Senate between Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake at 5:30. We're going to take a look at that race, which polls show has tightened in the final week of the campaign.
And a beautiful day weather-wise out there for Election Day. Highs today in the mid-70s. Will we see more of the same tomorrow? Your first alert forecast coming up after the break.
Okay, Paul, we'll see you in a moment. And a reminder, we're following breaking news in the East Valley. It looks like they have the fire out at this plane crash right at the end of Falcon Field in Mesa, the corner of Greenfield and McKellips. If your normal route home takes you through this area tonight, they're asking you to avoid this. The whole area is going to be shut down for hours this evening. Standing by for an update right now from police and fire on scene. More to come this hour.
Traffic on this election day. No accidents to report currently, which is good news out there when it comes to your commute. But here's the I-10 and 43rd Avenue. Oh boy, as you head westbound, you can see a lot of brake lights out there and a lot of red on the map here. So definitely plan on seeing some slowing as you head home from work, or maybe you're heading to a polling place. Seeing some slowing northbound on I-17. That's pretty typical. North and southbound on the 51. We'll take you here and show you what it looks like at Highland. You can see southbound definitely seeing some brake lights out there. It looks like folks that are using the HOV lane are moving at a pretty good clip. So we'll zoom on out. Things are looking pretty good out there in the East Valley along the 202, the 60. Some slowing in the northern tier of the 101, but real nice out there in the West Valley as well. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Paul, thanks so much. Well, our polls close in about an hour, 45 minutes. It's already after 7 on the East Coast, and polls have closed now in 6 states.
Some jurisdictions, in fact, report their initial results. We're starting to get a look at those numbers, and Morgan Lowe is tracking all those for us all night, and you've got to look at the map that's kind of breaking down and tracking that presidential race.
And we have some results.
Wow.
The AP has called a couple of races. Vermont for Kamala Harris, 3 electoral votes. And then Indiana and Kentucky both called for Donald Trump, 19 votes so far. But there is a story unfolding here in bright red, Indiana. And that is right in the middle of the state. This is Hamilton County, Indiana. It went for Donald Trump, or it went for, Joe Biden. It went for Trump in 2020. But look, blue. It's going blue right now. Very close, about 1,000 votes different. Now, this is not going to turn Indiana blue, but it is an indication that one of these suburbs north of a big city where they're seeing some kind of a shift. I want to show you another state here that's really important, Georgia. Polls closed here about 20 minutes ago. This is an important state for both campaigns. 16 electoral votes right here. This is the key to Georgia. 11 million people in Georgia, 6 million live in this area right around Atlanta. So that's Fulton County, no votes counted there yet, and DeKalb County. These are the population bases. This is where Kamala Harris's campaign wants to run up the numbers, and Donald Trump's campaign is hoping that the numbers stay somewhat muted, because that area right around here, that is where most of the voters are, majority of the voters are in Georgia. Another race here right now, Virginia is trending red, but we're expecting that to turn blue. In the next 15 minutes, we're going to see the polls close in a couple of other really important states, North Carolina and Ohio. North Carolina right now, they say they're breaking the records for the number of people who have turned out to vote. Over 75% of the population there is expected to vote in this election. So don't go anywhere, because these numbers are changing. They're getting updated. And we've got these other 2 states that are going to be showing us how they're voting coming up.
What a night tonight. Thank you, Morgan. Oh, my goodness. We'll be watching all evening. And, of course, we're watching the weather out there. And good news is, what a day today. Hitting high temperatures in the mid-70s, still below average. We should be right around 81 degrees this time of year. So a live look. Let's show you the numbers. 74 degrees. There's your average, 81. The record on this day, can you imagine? 99 degrees, set back in 2020. And we started out the morning on the cool side of things in the lower 50s out there. And you can see temperatures across the state, 44 already in Flagstaff, temps in the mid to upper 40s in Payson, 72 currently in Phoenix, and 73, hello, Gila Bend. It's looking nice tonight. So we'll zoom on out with the radar, show you pretty quiet conditions out there currently. We're going to see some changes. Yes, it's all associated with this area low pressure that's already bringing some cloud cover in the northern tier of our state. And some of those clouds will continue to thicken up here this evening and again through the overnight hours as a low pressure system drops in here. It's not going to bring us any moisture, maybe some light snowfall up in the higher elevations. But for us, we're going to see a big drop in temperatures. And yes, the wind's expected to pick up, and highs dropping well below our average, almost 10 degrees below average. It looks like starting tomorrow and again on Thursday. Then we'll see things warm up over the weekend. We'll show you that in just a moment. Temps tomorrow, yeah, a little cooler. We'll see highs in the lower 70s for your Wednesday. And you can see with the 7-day planner, Thursday will hit a high of just 70. That's 11 degrees below average. Look at the lows in the 40s and then mid 70s both Friday into Saturday. Then we warm up. Hey, perfect timing for Sunday and then Veterans Day on Monday with sunshine and temperatures around 82 degrees.
Hey, Paul, we want to get back out to that breaking news in the East Valley. About 40 minutes ago, our scanners started going off with reports of a plane crash into a car near Falcon Field. We sent our AZ Family News chopper over it, and that's indeed what we've come across. They've put the fire out, and we are making calls. We've sent 2 crews out to the scene to try and figure out the extent of the injuries on the ground. We were able to see that at least 1 car was hit by that plane. We don't know the circumstances of what went wrong to make that pilot go down, if the pilot was able to eject before impact. But it doesn't look good, and you're being advised to avoid the area. It will be shut down for hours. This is out at Greenfield and McKellips, right by Falcon Field. We'll keep an eye on this all night.
All right, I want to bring you a live look from the West Valley, a live look at the polls, the people in line for the polls at Goodyear City Hall right now. That is pretty extensive, and we have crews all over the valley, all over the state really tonight seeing the same thing. If you're in line by 7 o'clock, you will be able to vote, so still time to get out there this evening. Our coverage continues through the night as we take a quick break now. First, a check of your community calendar. Day, but let's get a look at some of the other top headlines tonight.
Police are investigating a teen hit by a car this morning in Tempe. Here's a look at the scene. That 14-year-old boy hospitalized in serious condition after getting hit by a car happened around 8 this morning. This was out at Kyrene and Baseline. The driver stayed on scene and was fully cooperating with officers who are still investigating if there will be any criminal charges.
A man's indicted accused of traveling from California to Surprise, then strangling and trying to stab his ex-wife in front of their children. Police say they stopped Garrett Hedrick's attack by firing non-lethal beanbag rounds at him. The 26-year-old's facing attempted murder and other charges. And Phoenix police have been involved now in 2 shootings in less than 24 hours. No officers injured, but we'll have the latest on how those 2 scenes unfolded and what led to the officers opening fire.
More election team coverage next at 5:30 with a closer look at our U.S. Senate race, one of a handful of close races that could determine the balance of power in Congress.
Heading to break now with a quick live look at the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, where they're working 24/7 until all the votes are counted. We'll be And one of the key races we'll be watching tonight is the race to replace outgoing independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema. It has been a bitter battle between Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego and Republican Kari Lake.
We've got team coverage for you tonight. Emma Lockhart's with the Gallego campaign. First, let's begin with Michael Raimondi live in the newsroom with more from the Lake campaign. Michael.
Yeah, good evening. We've been working to find out if Kari Lake is hosting a watch party tonight, but her campaign has not told us anything about it. We've reached out multiple times over the past couple of weeks, and nobody has even responded to this question. But earlier today, Lake took her son to vote over in the East Valley in Mesa. So then after that, Lake was taking some questions from the reporters, and one of them was if she would accept the election results this time. If you remember, 2 years ago, Lake ran for governor, lost that race, and then filed lawsuits claiming there was election fraud. No major fraud was found in court, and then Lake never came out and conceded that midterm race back in 2022. But this time she is saying she will accept the results no matter who wins.
I will accept the results of the election, and I have had a few concerns, but we've done a lot of legwork to prevent any problems.
Lake did not go into more specifics about her claims that they did a lot to prevent issues this year. She said the voter turnout was great to see. She was excited so many Arizonans went out to cast their ballot. Meanwhile, Maricopa County has said things have gone smoothly today. There are no widespread problems for in-person voting. Now, Lake was down several points in the polls to her opponent, Ruben Gallego, in the months leading up to today. So we are monitoring Lake's social media. We'll share any updates once those first results start coming in later tonight. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Michael Raimondi for Arizona's Family.
And we have more on that right now. Michael, as you mentioned, Ruben Gallego has maintained a pretty comfortable lead in the Senate race, but that margin has closed a bit as we've gotten closer to Election Day.
Emma Lockhart is live from a Democratic watch party. This is the night they've been waiting for, Emma.
It is. So organizers are still setting up here, but we are expecting this room to be packed with supporters of Democratic candidates really across our state tonight, and really all eyes on that critical Senate race that could determine which party controls the upper chamber. And like you mentioned, it has been a contentious race, one that has gotten very personal at times, but Gallego has maintained a consistent lead ahead of Lake in the polls. Now, the military veteran has been working to court voters in the middle, attacking Lake as an extreme candidate. Of course, like many Democrats in this election, focusing on issues like abortion rights and protecting democracy. Now, we spoke with the chair of the Arizona Democratic Party just a couple of minutes ago. She says issues like reproductive rights is really driving people to the polls, and she is optimistic about turnout today.
I was just at ASU and the lines were really long. A lot of young women were there, and they don't want the government interfering in such a personal, private decision that's abortion. So very, very excited.
Yeah, we also asked her about the ground game in Arizona. She says Democrats here in our state have knocked on 1 million doors, so they're really hoping that proves to be effective in getting a lot of these Democratic candidates across the finish line. Now, we are also expected to hear from a list of other prominent Democrats here tonight, including the governor, Senator Mark Kelly, Representative Greg Stanton, and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. Of course, stay with us for updates on those speeches throughout the night for our election coverage. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
The crowd's gathering. Emma, thanks. We'll see you later on tonight. Up next, we have new information on 2 police shootings within a span of less than 24 hours in Phoenix, plus witness video from one of those scenes next at
We're learning more about a deadly police shooting this morning near 7th Street and Clarendon in Phoenix, just south of Indian School. Police say a woman called 911 saying a man was jumping into her backyard. Police found that man and say he ignored repeated commands to stop, then pulled a gun, so they opened fire, killing him. No one else was hurt.
The other officer-involved shooting happened in South Phoenix last night near 15th Avenue and Broadway. A man in his 40s died after he was shot there by police. The officers, who were uninjured, were responding to reports of an armed home invasion. They say the suspect fled, crashed, and raised a gun at the officers who opened fire. Witnesses recorded the shooting, so you'll be able to hear gunfire but won't actually see anyone getting shot here.
¿Tienes pistola?
And you could see in that video, this ended in a residential neighborhood in South Phoenix last night. Again, no officers injured. They say they recovered 3 guns from the suspect's car afterwards. Democrats control the Senate, but polls show it could slip away from them tonight. A look at the battle for control of Congress next.
Look at this, a gorgeous sunset out there at Lake Pleasant. Loving it. Temperatures today, not bad for Election Day in the mid-70s. Will we see more of the same this week? A look at your First Alert 7-day planner after the break.
Looks so serene out there tonight. Paul, we'll see you in a minute. Here's a live look from our news drone showing the line continues to be pretty long. This is one of 250 polling sites open in Maricopa County till 7 o'clock. Goodyear City Hall in the West Valley. You have until 7 o'clock to vote. If you're in line by 7, you'll get to vote. And you can go to any polling site, not just the one closest to your home. You could find a list of wait times on azfamily.com/votersguide. You could see the wait times at any voting site here in the Valley.
That's quite the line. Another live look from downtown Phoenix, where you can see those Maricopa County workers in action counting your vote. They've been working in round-the-clock shifts, curing the votes on all those early ballots, getting us ready for that first big ballot dump at 8 o'clock. 75% of the early ballots, 55% of the total overall votes. We'll bring that to you live.
Arizona's
The balance of power in the Senate could determine how much the next president is able to get done.
While Democrat Ruben Gallego is seen as the favorite in Arizona's race, nationwide Republican Senate hopefuls are expected to do better. Our D.C. correspondent Brendan Cullerton here with a preview.
The Cook Political Report says this is the most favorable election map Senate Republicans have seen in decades, and it would likely take Democrats pitching a perfect game to hold on to control of the chamber. With 23 members up for re-election compared to just 11 for Republicans, the Cook Political Report says Democrats face an uphill battle on maintaining an edge in the Senate.
Democrats have no room for error. Not only do they have to re-elect every single Democratic incumbent, but Kamala Harris also has to win the presidency so that Tim Walz would be the tie-breaking vote in a 50-50 Senate.
Making things more difficult for Democrats, most of the Republican seats up for election are in solid red areas, while Democrats must defend seats in toss-up states or even states that have become increasingly red.
These are senators that won in 2006 when Democrats flipped the Senate in a backlash to President George W. Bush. They were reelected in 2012 when President Obama cruised to re-election, and then they won in 2018 when Democrats had a successful midterm in a backlash to President Trump.
Forecasts show particularly difficult races for John Tester of Montana and Sherrod Brown of Ohio, two states that have become significantly more Republican since the early 2000s.
In a presidential year when we are far more polarized as a country, and these states are, than they were when they were elected, almost 20 years ago, that just is where I find it hard to find a path to survival.
Republicans underperformed during the last election cycle, which Minority Leader Mitch McConnell blamed on bad individual candidates. But the GOP is widely believed to have a better crop this time around.
Overall, they have done a better job, particularly in a place like Montana, in a place like Pennsylvania.
Despite the GOP advantages, Cook predicts a close contest, believing Republicans will likely hold 51 to 53 seats in the next session of Congress. In Washington, I'm Brendan Cullerton.
If the election is causing you stress or anxiety, you are certainly not alone. Mental health experts say it is important to take a step back, focus on managing your stress as best you can. They say the first step to rein in your emotions is tune into your own personal needs. Try and watch for early warning signs that you could be getting overwhelmed.
Able to assess our bodies, how are we feeling, and then being able to recognize when we need to take a step back and focus in around self-care.
Self-care, that can include deep breathing, practicing mindfulness, maintaining a healthy routine. Experts say reach out to family and friends. Their support can make it easier to process things that are out of control.
The deep breathing you're hearing right now is Paul off this camera.
It actually worked.
Did it relieve some stress and some tension? I hope so.
It was about the 40th text I received today.
Oh gosh.
Well, did your phone go off today?
Sure did.
Was it blowing up?
That was amazing.
Just a little bit.
Okay, well, here we are. Deep breaths, everybody. We got this. Beautiful day weather.
The weather is helping, right? Don't you think?
Fantastic.
No complaints in that department.
No complaints. Mid-70s today. A gorgeous sunset taking place. Live look at Globe. Oh, look at this. Yes, the center of the arts. Showing a few high, thin clouds out there. Yeah, we're going to have some cloud cover pass on by throughout the evening hours. Temperatures, well, hit a high today of 74 degrees. Another day where temperatures were below average. In fact, fairly chilly. Got down to 51 degrees, 7 degrees below our average low. And the high temperature where we should be is around 81, but we got up to 74 degrees. We're going to get even cooler tomorrow as a area low pressure drops right over the top of us. Hey, temps across the valley, 66 in Glendale, lower 70s in Mesa, 72 degrees in Phoenix. Want to show you the radar. All is quiet. We may see some activity up around northern Arizona. Dusting and snowfall in parts of areas like Flagstaff and around eastern Arizona along the Mogollon Rim. And that's all associated with this low, where you can see it bring in some clouds throughout the state of Arizona, even up north towards Utah and Colorado. It's going to bring some moisture in the high country around Utah, Colorado. And for us, as I mentioned, light amounts of moisture. No rainfall here, but one thing it will do is usher in some temperatures that will be almost 11 degrees below average later this week, and some off and on breezy conditions tomorrow. I think some stronger winds up along northern Arizona, up along the rim. So our forecast, let's show you what we're expecting for tomorrow. We're going to see high temperatures out there, get on up to right around the lower 70s. In fact, as I mentioned, the average high this time of year is right around 81 degrees. So 73 tomorrow, 70, even cooler on Thursday. Sunshine returns Friday into Saturday, temps back into the mid-70s, but look at the lows the next 3 days, dropping down into the upper 40s, and then plenty of sunshine Sunday into Monday. Veterans Day, make sure you join us at that Veterans Day parade in Central Phoenix from 11 to 1 on Monday.
Beautiful weather for it. Paul,
Yes.
thanks. And we invite you to come support military scholarships and the Pat Tillman Foundation at Pat's Run, April 12th in Tempe. We're talking about it now because registration just opened at azfamily.com/patsrun.
Pups at the polls. Stop the press. I hope you're not allergic to cute. How the Arizona Humane Society is helping brighten the day as you cast your ballot.
And we're going to take another live look from one of our polling sites, courtesy of our Arizona's Family News drone. I believe this is out in Goodyear in the West Valley. Continues to be a pretty lengthy line there. Folks said they were waiting about half an hour to get to the front of the line, so it is moving, and there is still time to get out and vote tonight before 7 o'clock.
From the people in line to the people counting the ballots, here's a live look behind the scenes at Maricopa County's Election Center. This is the heart of the vote count. They're going to be there 24/7 till every last ballot is counted.
More polls close here in just over an hour, but it's coming up on 8 o'clock right now on the East Coast, and polls have closed now in several states there.
And so we're starting to get our first look at those initial results. 4 states called so far. Morgan Lowe's tracking it all for us.
Yeah, we've got some action here to talk about. Indiana, West Virginia, and 3 of those called for Donald Trump. Vermont for Kamala Harris. Right now it stands 23 electoral votes to 3. Very, very early on in this race, obviously. I want to show you the rest of this map here. Gray is still where they're still voting. But some of these other states where you see it's a little lighter, these are states where they're tallying the vote. The polls have already closed. And I want to focus on 2 of these in particular, right here. Here and here, Georgia and North Carolina. Okay, let's zoom in here on Georgia. It's hard to sort of overestimate how important Georgia is. 16 electoral votes. This is a battleground state. It is one that Biden won in 2020. It is one that the Trump campaign really wants to win this time around. We're seeing right now that Donald Trump is ahead 59 to 39, but there's one area in particular here, the Atlanta area. Some of these counties in here that have a giant portion of the population base. Here, Fulton County, no votes in yet. Fulton County, then DeKalb County also, no votes in yet. And then we want to look over here at North Carolina. This is another important state. 16 electoral votes. Right now, Kamala Harris is winning, but only 2.6% of the vote is in. Here is why those 2 states are so important. If Harris doesn't win one of these states, she cannot win the presidency if she doesn't win Pennsylvania. So if she were to stay ahead in North Carolina or pull it off in Georgia, it opens up a lot more avenues for success for her. We're going to talk a lot more about that coming up tonight at 6. And we also have 17 more states, polls closing in just 5 minutes.
Sounds good, Morgan. Yeah, the votes in Georgia expected to be tallied very quickly tonight, so we're hoping for some answers there pretty soon. Well, Election Day can be very stressful for voters, candidates, and also people working at the polling sites.
So the Arizona Humane Society went out this morning to help cheer them up at some polls in Phoenix. Get a look at this. Voters at the Faith Lutheran Church near Camelback and 7th Street got surprised with these adorable little puppers. Terriers Daphne and Carly showed up to kind of help ease the election anxiety on this very important day.
A lot of people are rushing to get to work, maybe rushing to get their kids home to school on time this morning, while they're also making sure that they're making their voice heard at the polls. So we just wanted to say thank you, and the reaction has been absolutely amazing. You know, people see puppies and they instantly light up, they instantly have a better day.
And it's not just good for voters. Those dogs thrive on the socialization, which hopefully will help them get adopted, we hope.
Helps pass the time in line out there tonight, too. Stick with Arizona's Family for all of your election coverage on air, online. The first results should start coming in right at 8 o'clock. We'll bring you them live on air and on our free AZ Family News app as well.
And of course, we're going to check in live to see how the lines are looking at polls in and around town at the top of the hour with more of the day's top stories next at 6 on 3 TV.
AZFamily.com, powered by CBS 5 and 3 TV. Sponsored by Superstar Car Wash. Life gets messy. Superstar Car Wash is here to help. Text TV to 27800 for a free express car wash. Thanks for watching Arizona's Family. Watch us live wherever you are. Our mobile and streaming news app. You can also watch us on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. Subscribe on YouTube for live breaking news and video on demand. breaking news.
And we begin at 6 with our ongoing coverage of the breaking news in the East Valley. This fiery crash at Falcon Field in Mesa, where a plane seems to have crashed there right into a car.
The scanner started going off at 4:30 this afternoon near Greenfield and McKellips is where we sent our AZ Family News chopper to give us these aerial vantage points. You could see it was on fire for some time. Police are warning everyone to avoid the area. This will be closed for the next several hours, but we do have 2 crews en route, and we're trying to figure out the extent of injuries on the ground. We did see a car underneath the wreckage there.
We have calls in. We've been talking to firefighters and police on scene. They're kind of getting there, assessing the situation, and we're standing by for an update from police in Mesa here in just a little bit. Of course, we'll bring that to you as soon as it comes in.
We are now less than 1 hour until the polls close across Arizona, and our state will play a key role in deciding who sits in the White House and which party controls Congress.
Right now, we want to give you a live look as election workers continue processing and tabulating the unusually lengthy ballots in Maricopa County. They are working shifts 24/7, and they'll continue for at least the next 10 days until all votes are counted. We have team coverage tonight. We're going to check in live at one of the 250 polling sites open in Maricopa County, where people are in line waiting to vote right now, and our political editors here in the studio with some of the main storylines we'll be following throughout the night.
First, let's begin with Morgan Lowe in studio with a look at the national balance of power now that polls have closed in 25 states.
Wow. Yep, half of the states the polls have closed, and just a couple of new states have been called. Oklahoma for Trump, Mississippi, Alabama, this sort of red swath right there. Donald Trump now has 95 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 35. Remember, it's 270 to win, so we're inching forward, and that number, that tally went up a lot just in the past 2 minutes. I want to focus in on what's filling in right here. Okay, so we're looking at Pennsylvania, sort of a shaded baby blue. That means that it is leaning for Kamala Harris. How many? Only 2.6% of the votes in right now, just this one county over here, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, 25% of the votes in there. So we're not sure that that's going to stay there, but that's a really important state. Here, North Carolina, still trending toward Kamala Harris, 52% to 47%. This is a huge population base here. Mecklenburg County, 5.7% of the votes in. That's where Charlotte is. That is going to be a big, important area for the Harris campaign if they want to hang on to North Carolina. We're looking here to Georgia, which is another really important state, 16 electoral votes. Right now, Donald Trump is up 55% to 44%. This might be a little misleading the way we're looking at this right now, because we've got a couple of counties right in here, Fulton, Fayette, and DeKalb County. No votes in on DeKalb County. Fulton County, 51% of the votes in. And as you can see, that literally just happened. And let me pull that back up right there. And so 55 to 44%. This is the area. If Kamala Harris wants to win Georgia, this is the area where she is going to have to really maximize those votes. And as we said about 10 minutes ago on the Arizona's Family News, Harris has to win this state or this state to win the presidency, or it's going to just come down really to Pennsylvania there, the all-important Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Both campaigns have spent a lot of time campaigning in Pennsylvania. And what we heard today in North Carolina, going back there, they've broken records for the turnout. 75% of the population in North Carolina is expected to have voted today. Right now, we've got just under 6% of those votes in. So what we're looking at here, 95 to Donald Trump, 35 to Kamala Harris, but it is early on. You can see that the dark red has been called for Trump. The dark blue, right over there, Maryland. That's not the right one there. Yeah, I keep My hand keeps going to the wrong. The northeastern states right there, they've been called for Kamala Harris, but there's a lot of light blue and some really important light red in there. Those colors are going to get filled in as the votes are coming in. And let me tell you, they are coming in fast.
Vermont's just a skinny state, Morgan. That was
I
the
know.
only
I've got
issue.
these thick fingers. I just can't.
Yeah. And they're saying there's still long lines right now in Pennsylvania. They're slow to count their ballots to begin with, so it's going to be a long night in Pennsylvania to get those results.
This, mostly gray means they have not even begun counting the votes there. So it is going to be a long night there.
They can't open their early ballots until the morning of the election. In 2020, it took a full week to count the votes there. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania.
It is.
So many say, thank you, Morgan. The Arizona Secretary of State is tracking 4.36 million registered voters statewide, about 120,000 more than 2020. Turnout that year was at about 80%. We've now got 657 polling sites set up in 15 counties.
Our Zach Prelutsky live at ASU's Tempe campus, one of many sites which will be open till 7 o'clock tonight. Zach, still a crowd behind you.
Yeah, well, this is one of the busiest vote centers in the entire county. And I got to say, it feels almost more like a Friday or Saturday night on campus than a Tuesday night. The people behind me in line right now, they're still not into the vote center yet. They've been waiting, they say, for well over an hour, and the line is stretching all the way down one of the buildings here on campus. So still hundreds of people in line, only an hour left to get in line to vote. But obviously, we've seen a big turnout here amongst students at ASU and also people that live in the Tempe community. Now, I want to show you a little bit of video we got of some of these voters and lines during the daylight hours, hopefully to give you a better perspective of what we've been seeing. And I've had a chance to speak with several voters who came out on Election Day to cast their ballots. And we've been hearing about top election issues for the last several months. And a lot of the same issues and themes we've been hearing are what drove voters out today. That includes the border and immigration, the economy, and reproductive rights. We also saw several surrogates from both presidential campaigns. We even saw Congressman Greg Stanton handing out some pizza, snacks, and water to some of the voters in line a little bit earlier. We've also seen a lot of propositions that are on the ballot. 139, 314, people with signs on both sides of those propositions kind of walking up and down as people are waiting, voicing their opinion, which way they want people to vote. So obviously a big turnout here, a unique vote center when it comes to this is a college campus. So there's obviously, a lot of young people, a lot of college people, but also we've seen people that live just in the Tempe community that are coming here because this is the closest vote center to them. Now, countywide, as of 5:30, there were more than 220,000 people that had checked in to vote on Election Day. Election officials say they were expecting anywhere between 300,000 and 375,000 people to vote on Election Day. So obviously, we are seeing very high turnout when you couple that with the early voting and the mail-in ballots that we've seen. And still a lot of people getting in line, a lot of people waiting in line. So I don't think when the polls close at 7 p.m., the voting here is going to be done, guys.
Yeah, it does have Friday night energy on campus tonight.
Oh my
You're right.
goodness.
Thanks so much, Zach. We'll check in with you later. Right now, let's take a live look at the Maricopa County Tabulation Center, where 100 election workers are there in shifts, working 24/7 until the counting is done. Now, the results of more than 1 million early ballots already tabulated will be released right around 8 o'clock tonight. Of course, we'll bring that to you live.
And our political editor, Dennis Welch, is here to walk us through some of the main storylines to watch as those results start coming in.
No shortage of storylines in Arizona tonight. The hardest part was, like, what do you whittle this down to? What are you going to talk about? Because there's just stories aplenty here tonight in Arizona. And let's start with, obviously, the top race here in Arizona. You got to start with that presidential race, as Arizona is one of those key battleground states, along with places like Pennsylvania that Morgan was talking about, other places like Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada. Over there, our neighbors, Nevada. These are all going to be battleground states that will determine likely who will be the next person in the White House. And what's the story for Arizona tonight? Well, Donald Trump won Arizona back in 2016. He lost in 2020 by just around 11,000 votes. The key storyline tonight is we are going to be watching, can he pull off a second victory in Arizona tonight? tonight. All of the polls show this race being neck and neck in a dead heat. And some people have been describing this race to me as a coin flip tonight. So we'll start getting some of those answers tonight, even though I doubt we're going to have any definitive winner here declared in that race tonight. Now, we're also looking and tracking that key high-profile U.S. Senate race between Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake, the former local news anchor here. Now, this race has been one of the most high-profile Senate races across the country. What's at stake here tonight? Well, it could be the balance of power in the Senate. Currently, the Democrats do control that chamber, but it's looking harder and harder for the Democratic Party to keep control of that chamber. But any hopes they have of remaining in power there could be resting here on Arizona. Can Ruben Gallego, who is the congressman there, become the winner here tonight? And can Kari Lake avoid losing back-to-back states Senate races here? Because you remember back in 2022, Kari Lake lost a narrow race for governor there. So this is obviously one of the key storylines tonight. And another big storyline tonight is what is going on at the battle for power in the U.S. House. This is one of those races that everyone's watching across the country. Amish Shah, former state lawmaker, won the crowded Democratic primary to face David Schweiker, longtime Republican congressman. He's been there a long time. And again, I say this over and over. It seems like every couple of years that Democrats really think that Mr. Schweiker is vulnerable, that they can take him out in every couple of years. So far, the Democrats have been just plain wrong. They have just come up short every single time. Now, let's take it down to the local level here, and I'm talking about the county level. Another race that is getting a lot of national attention is the Maricopa County Recorder's race. It's getting a lot of attention because Arizona was kind of ground zero for people who were questioning the election results. There were lots of protests and things like that. So who's going to run the elections in Maricopa County, one of the largest voting districts in the United States? Is it going to be Tim Stringham? He is new to this race. He's a new political comer. Or is it going to be Justin Heap? He's a Republican. He's been in the state house for one term there. That is an interesting race. That has been heating up, and Mr. Heap has actually been running kind of a low-key campaign, kind of avoiding a lot of interviews with the media, hoping, I think, that when people get down ballot, that voters are going to be looking by the letters by their names and paying less attention to some of the issues in this race, because we're expecting some split ticket votes here on the top of the ticket. The idea being the further down the ticket you go, the people are going to be going along party lines where Republicans hold an advantage.
Stringham said he would have dropped out of the race if Richer had won the primary, because he's like, I see no problem. We need to cut off election denialism. So that is going to be one of the races to watch for sure. Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Dennis.
We'll see you through the night.
Hey, we are keeping an eye on all the polling sites. At one point, there was an up to 2-hour wait to vote in Yuma. We'll take you there live to see how things are shaping up tonight with a little less than an hour until the polls close.
breaking news.
Top of the breaking news we've been bringing you all evening of the fiery plane crash at Falcon Field in Mesa.
Almost 2 hours ago near Greenfield and McKellips, Michaela Marshall is live from the scene. What's going on out there, Michaela?
This is a huge scene. Pretty much every road surrounding Falcon Field Airport in Mesa is shut down for the time being. We actually just got an update from the FAA just a couple of minutes ago. I'm going to read this. It says a Honda HA420 jet crashed around 4:40 and it struck a vehicle outside of the airport. It tells us that 5 people were on board. The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board are investigating. We're also expecting an update from Mesa Police shortly. We are in the media staging area right outside of the Walmart on Greenfield and McKellips here. So as soon as we learn more about why this happened, what caused this crash, as well as how those 5 people are doing, we'll of course bring you the latest right here on Arizona's Family. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, waiting to hear how the people in the plane, 5 confirmed on board there, and how many people were in that vehicle, if any, that got hit. Michaela, thank you for giving us a live update, and we'll check back in with you in just a little bit as soon as we get any new details. You'll be the first to know at home, and of course we'll send out a push alert on your AZ Family News app. Another live look right now from downtown Phoenix, the Maricopa County Ballot Tabulation Center, and they are counting the votes, of course, keeping a live look on that. They're working 24/7 behind the scenes to make sure all of those signatures get verified and every last vote is counted. They said it could take up to 13 days.
Yes, and we've seen lines here in the valley at Maricopa County polling sites about half an hour, some of them maybe an hour long as well. But in southern Arizona, some voters had to wait in line for 2 hours to cast their ballots. 2 hours in the Yuma area today. Let's check in live with Alexander Rangel for more on that there. Alex, have the wait times eased up at all?
Unfortunately, they haven't. We're still dealing with those 2-hour wait times. The people you see right here behind me, they've been out for nearly 2 hours in line. You know, some of them I spoke to, they got out of work, rushed out here, you know, to cast their vote, and you know they're dealing with these lines wrapping around the library's parking lot. We have Junior who's kind of panning over down the line. It just wraps around. We have about 300 people in line right now. Less than an hour to go till polls close now, but we do have volunteers who are reassuring voters, if you're in line by 7 p.m., stay in line, don't leave. It seemed like there was some confusion about that, so they're reassuring them, don't leave. As long as it's 7 p.m. and you're in line, you're going to be able to get in there. And not to mention, once they make it inside the building, it's still a line in there. The line continues. It's like about a 20 to 30 minute wait is what we're hearing from there. When I spoke to the county recorder about 2 hours ago, he said so far it's been about a 44% voter turnout. That's not counting some of the ballots that are still in some of the drop boxes around town. So they'll be going around picking up those as well. We've seen a lot of people drop off those ballots as well. Now, he also said, some of those issues for the long wait lines was because they were dealing with the printers earlier had, kind of were lagging, and he said that backed them up. So the good news is there is a silver lining in all of this. We had some people who came and gave some of these people tacos, water. We also had a beautiful sunset. So that is some great news. And of course, if they're in line, they will be able to cast the ballots. We'll be out here and we'll keep you all updated and see how it gets at that 7 o'clock hour.
Down to the last 45 minutes. Alex, thank you so much. And she mentioned the gorgeous sunset, Paul.
Nicole, my goodness. Chris is over here showing me pictures, part of our production staff. It was gorgeous. Yeah, and still seeing some glimpses of it out there. Temperature-wise, just a fantastic day for Election Day here locally. And you can see a live look out there. Yeah, still some glimpses of that sun, but yeah, beautiful city lights out there. And what a day today. Hit a high temperature below average, 74 degrees. And on average, we should be around 81. Oh, we had a first alert for sure in 2020. Look at that record high temperature, 99 degrees, my word. And you could see lows this morning definitely cooler than average, right around the lower 50s. So across the valley, yeah, pretty nice evening out there. Upper 60s in Mesa, dinner on the patio out there in Phoenix with temps in the lower 70s and 60s out towards Luke and Goodyear. I want to show you the radar. All is quiet right now, but tomorrow we could start to see some moisture moving into northern Arizona, maybe a light little dusting of snowfall One thing we're going to experience here, we're going to stay dry, but we're going to see a big drop in temperatures and the wind's picking up quite a bit. We've got an area low pressure moving on through that's already bringing us some cloud cover here tonight. And it's that low pressure system that's going to keep temperatures cool and breezy conditions here in the valley. Even stronger winds up in the high country where, yes, as we mentioned, could even see some snowfall around northeastern Arizona, maybe a light little dusting up around Flagstaff. And then after that, over the weekend, you see that little ridge, a weak little ridge will build in here. We're going to be back into the 80s, it looks like on Sunday. So if you're heading tailgating for that Cardinals game, it looks really nice with highs right around 80 degrees on Sunday and then 82 on Monday. Let's show you what's ahead tomorrow. Temps, well, with that low rolling in, a little cooler in the lower 70s. We're going to probably hit that high temperature around 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And that 7-day forecast, yeah, there you go. Lower 70s Wednesday and then 70 on Thursday. Look at the lows, folks. Down to the 40s Thursday, Friday, into Saturday to start out the day. And then we'll gradually warm up over the weekend. 76 Saturday and 80 on Sunday. We will be right back.
Well, this morning, the Arizona Humane Society brought puppies to Faith Lutheran Church in Phoenix to help kind of soothe some of the nerves of the voters waiting to cast their ballots, also helping to calm some of the election staff. A good way to help de-stress and also help to get the puppies used to people and socializing as well.
I feel calmer already.
Good.
Hey, we want to give you another look at the updated electoral map now that polls have closed in 25 states.
As we bring up the map here, no major surprises on the East Coast. None of the battleground states have been called just yet. We have Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia all called for former President Trump as expected, and a number of states in New England plus Maryland called for Vice President Harris right now. We are expecting Georgia's numbers to come in very quickly. We're expecting Pennsylvania's numbers to come in very slowly through the night. Of course, we'll have nonstop coverage beginning at 7 on our streaming platforms, and the first results from Arizona at 8 o'clock. We'll see you then.
azfamily.com, powered by CBS 5 and 3 TV. Access Arizona's family online anytime. Thanks for watching Arizona's Family. Watch us live wherever you are. Our mobile and streaming news app. You can also watch us on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. Subscribe on YouTube for live breaking news and video on demand.
You're watching a special edition of Local News Live Election Night. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Graham Olkins.
And I'm Camila Rueda. We have live coverage all throughout the night.
And voters are selecting the next president, choosing between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Our senior national correspondent, Peter Zampa, is in West Palm Beach covering former President Donald Trump. So, Peter, does Trump's base look the same as it did when he first ran for president? I'm wondering which demographics he may have won over, which he may have lost.
Well, Deborah, one demographic that these Republicans have really prided themselves on winning favor with was Latinos. They saw themselves making all of these inroads. I remember back in 2016 and 2020 when you saw Miami-Dade County go for Donald Trump. It was such a big deal at the time because of the demographics down there that you generally associate with Democrats. However, as we well know, in recent days, a controversial comment made at one of his rallies about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage by a comedian. That really resonated with a lot of Latinos and especially Puerto Ricans who live on the mainland who are energized to vote. So we'll see if that has an impact tonight. As far as some folks he might have hemorrhaged from his base, women, I mean, on the reproductive rights question, it's clear that polling indicates a huge advantage for the Democrats on that one. So while Donald Trump may have done okay with suburban women in 2016 and 2020, this year I think a lot of eyes will be on that, given what the Supreme Court did in 2022.
And of course, Peter, Trump plays to his base. We know that, but he's going to need independents to win the White House. How is he doing with that?
Is the big question of tonight, really. That's what this is all about. Was he able to sway some of those key voters in those key swing states? Now, he does have divisive rhetoric. He does say things that even rub some of his reporters the wrong way. Some people like how candid he is and how he just kind of goes off the cuff. But then when it comes to what is his big issue, Deborah? It's the economy, and that's always the biggest issue for the American people. So can some of them look past maybe his gruff manner or his direct way of speaking and say, look, I want lower prices in this country? That's what we'll be on the lookout for tonight. How important is the economy?
Very important to a lot of people. Thank you so much, Peter Zampa. All right, we're going to let you go. It looks like your shot's breaking up a little bit there. Let's go to Graham at the touchboard. What do you got for us, Graham?
Some results for you here at the results desk, Deborah. Let's take a look. A couple of states just called. The Garden State, New Jersey, 14 electoral votes. Now in the column for Kamala Harris tonight. Only 22% of the vote in, but just the way the maths, there's no way that Donald Trump could overcome that. Not a surprise here in New Jersey. Also not a surprise here in the natural state, Arkansas, with its 6 electoral college votes. You can see none of the votes are actually showing up on the board, but a lot of times these races can be called just by the early vote alone as these states officially close their polls. So the data slowly loading in, but the Associated Press already able to call that. Again, the dark shaded states are the ones that have been called. The light shades here, like Georgia, like Pennsylvania, those are still in the lean columns. These can go back and forth. They can change colors throughout the night before they are officially called. And then there's one other color here on the map. It's these white ones. These are the toss-up states. These are, they're so close they can't be shaded red or blue. They're too close to call. They are true toss-ups right now. But again, likely to change as the night goes on. Ohio expected to go red, for example. Virginia expected to go blue. And then there is the North Carolina here, down here. That's a true swing state. We might have to wait a bit longer on North Carolina. Rashida?
Have to see if that math keeps mathing. Turning now to Howard University. White House correspondent John Decker is there with Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign. John, inflation is dropping. Americans are spending. But Republicans argue the economy is a mess. Have Democrats managed to push back on that?
You bask in the shade of our trees. Well, they've tried to. Of course, the economic indicators that you just mentioned have indeed benefited in terms of what is happening on paper. But do American families feel it? And what we see in poll after poll is that it's not being felt in middle America. And that's been problematic for the Biden administration. It's trouble for the Biden-Harris administration. And that's one of the arguments that Vice President Harris has tried to make, is that she's trying to turn things around. She will turn things around if she becomes America's 47th president.
Yeah, Vice President Harris says she's offering a new path forward, something we've heard her reiterate throughout her campaigning. How would her presidency be different from Biden's?
Well, that's a question she's been asked out on the campaign trail, and she's had difficulty in terms of answering that question. She can't point to a specific policy, domestic policy, foreign policy, in which she would take a different position from Joe Biden. It's as if she's running as Joe Biden 2.0. That is one of those issues that is difficult for someone trying to succeed a president from their same party, trying to establish that they will be different, at the same time being loyal to the president. That's what vice presidents typically are.
Yeah, difficult for her to separate that baggage from the Biden administration. What has Harris said that she wants to achieve in her first 100 days in office if she does take the White House?
Well, she said her focus, if she wins the White House, will be on middle-income voters, middle-class voters, working-class voters. That is an argument that she's made over the course of the past 100 days since she's been the Democratic presidential nominee, and it's an argument that she's leaned in on in these final weeks of the campaign, part of her closing argument. That is something that she said she would focus on during her first 100 days in office.
All right, White House correspondent John Decker reporting live from Howard University, the vice president's alma mater. We will check back in with you shortly. For now, let's turn over to Graham. Let's check in with him with the latest results.
Let's talk Pennsylvania, guys, okay? Pennsylvania is the top prize, 19 electoral votes of the swing states, and it's also a top bellwether state. It's back the winner since 2008. So I know it's early, but what's Pennsylvania look like, Graham?
Let's take a look. Let's take a trip through the Commonwealth here on the touch screen. 19 electoral college votes, as you mentioned, Pennsylvania, such a fascinating place with different pockets of population. Only 9% of the vote in so far. You see Kamala Harris leading with 70%. No way that's going to stay like it is. There's more blue coming in, obviously, so far in this first 9%. Real quickly, a call for you. Kamala Harris has taken the state of Delaware. That's an official call. You see the yellow check. All right, let's go back to Pennsylvania here. So when we talk about Pennsylvania, we start down here in Philadelphia County, most populous in the state. Democrats have to really run up their numbers there. Only 14.6% of the vote, but they are running up their numbers so far. Then we have the collar counties around Philadelphia, the suburbs, Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks County. Delaware is, or I should say Montgomery, the most populous of those suburban counties. Bucks, though, is the one that's most up for grabs. More Republicans registering here. Bucks could go red tonight. That would be a big win for the Republicans if that happens. We can take a little trip up to the Lehigh Valley, Lehigh, Allentown, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has really spent a lot of time there this cycle trying to drive up the numbers in Lehigh. Next door, though, in Northampton, this is a swing county. This is a county that went for Donald Trump in 2016, barely went for Joe Biden in 2020. That's one we are certainly going to be watching tonight. Also, Lackawanna County. This is Scranton. This is Biden country. Democrats hoping to do well. A bit more blue collar, obviously, in this part of Pennsylvania. Luzerne County, right next door, though, that is more red. Went red in 2016 and 2020, and Republicans have the edge as far as registrations there as well. Some other counties that we are watching here, Centre County, in the center of the state, very rural red, except for Penn State, which is in Centre County. So Penn State usually makes that county go blue, but Republicans have really been targeting especially young men voters on the campus of Penn State, trying to flip Centre County to make that red this time around. That would be a big win for Republicans. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, Democrat stronghold. They have to run up their numbers there. But then just north, you have Butler County. That is red, more rural. That's the site of the first assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. So you can bet that Republican voters are very motivated in counties like Butler to get out there and vote. And then one other county we have to talk about is Erie. This has even been called a little Pennsylvania by some of the pundits here that actually heard, because it has it all. It's kind of a mini version of Pennsylvania. It has an urban center, it has agriculture, it has industry. It's a state that went barely for Donald Trump in 2016, barely for Joe Biden in 2020. Erie is a bellwether county. Deborah?
Thank you, Graham. You watch Local News Live because we have reporters all across the country. So let's crisscross on over and see Joe McLean in Kansas City, Missouri. Voters there could scrap the state's near total abortion ban. What would that amendment do, and how likely is it to pass?
Yeah, it is. Based on polling, it is pretty likely to pass here in Missouri, which is pretty amazing, as I've been here covering, as Republicans who hold supermajorities in the state legislature here have systematically been cutting away and banning abortion even after Dobbs in different ways, blocking funding and stuff. So the fact that this even made it on the ballot, including after a year full of different challenges, including over the ballot language, over the wording of how it was going to appear to voters. Big legal challenges over that. Legal challenges over the fiscal note, which is the part of the ballot that tells voters how expensive this constitutional amendment would be to local governments. So you can tell every single obstacle that Republicans here in Missouri could throw in front of this amendment to not have it on the ballot was thrown. And also the campaign has been really, really tough. But this amendment ultimately would do a couple of things. It doesn't just lift the abortion ban. It does specific things. First, it establishes the right to make reproductive decisions. That's the wording in the Constitution, including, it says, abortion and contraceptives. It also instructs courts to presume any restriction of abortion in Missouri to be invalid, unless it can be proven that it's necessary for safety. Another thing that this amendment would do, it prohibits governments from discriminating against abortion providers, abortion patients, obviously, and even abortion supporters, those who helped with an abortion. So discrimination would be banned under the Constitution. And finally, it does allow restrictions up into the point of viability. That's why many have described Amendment 3 in Missouri as being sort of back to the standard under Dobbs. But ultimately, based on polling, Missourians are likely to pass Amendment 3. At the same time, also electing a slate of candidates that will likely systematically work to deteriorate that right.
A lot going on there, and you explain it so well. Joe McLean, thank you so much for that reporting. Appreciate it. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. More real-time results in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Local News Live. Connecticut is typically considered reliably blue, but we are seeing a competitive House race there, and it's a rematch. Susan Raff is in Waterbury with the very latest.
Hi there, good evening. Well, it's been blue in the last 2 minutes or so. In fact, Kamala Harris has been declared the winner here in Connecticut, and we're now listening to Senator Chris Murphy, who has been declared the winner. Will this be a sign that Congresswoman Jahana Hayes will win her 4th term? That remains to be seen. If you remember, this was a very close race 2 years ago between her and Republican challenger George Logan. It is now a rematch. Logan lost, but by only 2,000 votes. So some were expecting this to be another close race, but we don't know that to be the case. And in fact, when we spoke to a lot of voters today, they were saying that reproductive rights is most definitely one of the most important issues for them. And you know, in Connecticut, people here take reproductive rights pretty seriously. It has been codified into the state's constitution, and they realize that things could change depending on who wins the presidential election. So that has been a big issue in this campaign. As for this district, it has been trending more blue over the past decade. There hasn't been a Republican congressman or congresswoman in the 5th district since 2006. But again, will this be a sign right now that Kamala Harris winning this state? And keep in mind, it was declared within maybe a half hour after the polls closed. So I think that as for Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, she has been very positive about her chances of winning, but she says that she doesn't take it for granted. She feels that people in this district need to hear from her, and so we are expecting her at some point tonight. She will hopefully win, or that's what she is hoping, but we're going to have to wait and see. So we're going to throw it back to you. But clearly, this is one race that Democrats across the country want her to win to keep majority in the House of Representatives.
Political reporter Susan Raff live for us in Waterbury, Connecticut. Thank you so much. We have to go now to Camila. She has some breaking news for us.
Yeah, Deborah, out of Florida, Florida voters rejected an abortion rights amendment. This just coming into the newsroom. They voted, it's not passing. So they needed 60%. It was a 60% threshold. And I want to show you the numbers. It's about 90% reported so far. And you see right there, it says 57%. So it looks like they're saying it's not going to make it. Florida rejecting it. So that means that that 6-week ban will stay in place. And this abortion rights measure here was going to protect abortion up to viability or to protect the life of the mother. So it looks like the 6-week ban is staying in place. Governor DeSantis' ban.
Yeah, that is big news out of Florida. A 60% threshold, hard to get to apparently in Florida. I don't think any of the other abortion measures have a 60% threshold unique to Florida here. But Florida in general tonight, an interesting storyline going on here. Florida is shifting even more red than it was in 2020. That's what we are seeing in the numbers with 92% of the vote in. Nearly every area of Florida has shifted further to the right this cycle. You see very little blue on this map. Florida, remember, used to be a swing state just several cycles ago, but now reliably red, including in Miami-Dade County, the most populous county here in Florida. Of course, it's a majority Latino population here. There have been a lot of storylines this cycle about Latino votes, Latino voters, Hispanic voters shifting toward Donald Trump. That's certainly playing out here tonight in this heavily Cuban of county as well. Miami-Dade here in Florida. Donald Trump winning 55.4% of that vote, about an 18 percentage point shift toward Republicans, toward Donald Trump in this county alone. Those are huge numbers coming out of Florida tonight and could potentially be an early indicator, but that is, again, just what's happening in Florida. Rashida?
All right, Graham, we will check back in with you shortly. Let's take you now to Battleground, Georgia. Our Abby Kosoris is at the Election Operations Center. Abby, Georgia came down to less than 12,000 votes in 2020. What are state officials saying about this year?
We were talking with the chief operating officer for the Secretary of State's office, and he told us that he's been losing sleep over some of these polls, which show that the margins could be as close as 1,000 votes here in Georgia. That's why he says it's so important what they're doing now, the election process, making sure that it goes smoothly, because he expects that there's going to be a lot of increased scrutiny over this year's election.
Yeah, and there was a battle over absentee ballot deadlines in Cobb County. Where did things end up landing there?
I think the frustration that was felt by some folks is that there was so much back and forth. Of course, this happening within the week before the election day. This lawsuit was filed asking for more time for these absentee ballots to be counted over in Cobb County, which is one of the most voter-rich counties. There's a lot of votes to be had there. This issue came down to about 3,000 absentee ballots. That extension for those extra days originally granted by a judge, and then the Georgia Supreme Court overturned that ruling just yesterday. So those 3,000 or so folks, we haven't heard from them, but really they only had two options today. They either could go to the Cobb County Election Board and turn in that absentee ballot that they had filled out, or they could go to their polling precinct and null and void that ballot and vote in person. A lot of concern over if some of those folks maybe were out of the state at the time or could be sick, maybe don't have a car, couldn't make it to some of those polling locations. And with the margins so close, pretty much all the votes are really critical here.
Abby Kasoris, I know you are waiting for a press conference to get underway. We will check back in with you later on. For now, you are watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. We have more real-time results coming up after the break.
Welcome back to special coverage of Election Night 20. Reporting about 63% of the vote already tonight. And you can see Donald Trump with a slight edge over Kamala Harris here now with 52% of the vote. As these counties start to fill in, we start talking about the big blue dot of Atlanta, the suburbs there, very crucial to deciding who will come out on top tonight. If we take a look at some of these key counties, Fulton County, that's Atlanta proper, 70% or so reporting already. Cobb County also at just about 72% reporting. DeKalb, though, only at about 60%. Gwinnett County, a lot of votes still to come in from Gwinnett County. Most of those, or I should say a lot of those, the majority will go to Kamala Harris. When we go to the northern suburbs of Atlanta, though, Cherokee County and Forsyth County, those are counties that Donald Trump is carrying, and he's carrying them by very healthy margins here. You see almost 70% of the vote in Forsyth County, 70% of the vote in Cherokee County. This is a Marietta area of Georgia. Those are big numbers for Republicans, and Kamala Harris, Democrats were hoping to cut into those, slice into those numbers a little bit. So far, remains to be seen if they're going to have much success with that. The other county that we're watching tonight here, another population center, is Chatham County. That's Savannah. A lot of votes still to be counted in Savannah as well. So still room for Kamala Harris to gain a bit of ground, but right now you see it's light red. That means, Camila, it is in the leans column right now, along with Pennsylvania, still in the leans column.
That's right. Those are the ones we're watching. But speaking of Georgia, it might take a little bit longer to get all of those votes in. 5 counties in Fulton County, 5 in DeKalb County extended their voting hours because of bomb threats. Now, the FBI did investigate and said that none of them were real bomb threats, none of them were credible. Some of them came from Russian domains, but still those hours being pushed back in polling locations.
You know, I wonder also, you were talking about those results, Graham, and I'm wondering, Rashida, you've heard of this, historically, this red mirage, where maybe some of those smaller counties, they're lean Republican, so they're being counted. And then later on, when some of those more populous counties, the cities and things like that, are counted, you get more of a sway over into the Democratic column.
Yeah, I mean, this is a toss-up election. We talk about Georgia, and you see those counties that are closer to Atlanta, like you said, being a little bit more Democratic. What's interesting about Georgia is that Donald Trump was able to take it away in 2016. Biden, that was the only southern state he was able to win in 2020. Graham, Camila, we've been watching this all day. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger coming out talking about election integrity.
For 72 months, Black Friday.
Seeing this happen at 4:40 this afternoon. It appears a jet ran off the runway right off of airport property and onto Greenfield Road. That's in the southwest corner of the airport property. We were just told by the FAA about a half hour ago, 5 people on board that jet when the crash happened. It also hit a car on Greenfield. No word on a passenger or passengers inside that car. No word on what caused the crash. NTSB is investigating. They're on scene. As soon as we have more information on this crash, we will let you know.
Now to Vote 2024. For those of you watching on CBS, we're going to get you back to the national race for the White House in just 4 minutes.
And for those of you streaming this newscast from wherever you may be, we'll be with you from right now all the way through 11 o'clock or later. So
Or
pace
later.
yourselves, right? Our political editor, Dennis Welch, joins us now talking about this consequential election.
Yeah.
We've never seen anything like it, the most spending ever in our nation's history. First thoughts, first impressions, polls closing in 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to start getting a few answers at least. We're going to get into the ballot counting process here in a few minutes so we can go through some of that and what we expect to see when those polls, after the polls close, because they close at 7 in just a few minutes, as you mentioned. And then an hour later at 8 o'clock, we'll start seeing the first results statewide roll in, and we'll start beginning to answer some of the big questions we have in some of the big races here in Arizona that have a whole lot of consequences.
And that really big one, Carrie Lake and Ruben Gallego.
Balance of power in the Senate, possibly.
Yeah, now this has been a race, obviously, heading into the year. It was one of the most highly anticipated, the highest profile of all races, because one of the big storylines across the country tonight is which party is going to control the U.S. Senate. Right now, the Democrats hold a slim majority on there, but it looks like that is dwindling away. But a lot of the hopes that the Democrats still may have of taking the Senate or keeping the Senate could be resting on this race between Ruben Gallego and former news anchor Carrie Lake. Now, heading into this, we knew it was going to be a high-profile thing. Now, Carrie Lake, obviously, trying to avoid a second back-to-back statewide loss. As you remember, she lost her race for governor narrowly back in 2022, just a couple of years ago. She's hoping to avoid that same fate tonight. And by all accounts, she's got a little bit of work to do tonight if she's going to win this race. Polls have constantly showed her trailing Ruben Gallego by some significant numbers, according to some of the polls. And she's also trailed Ruben Gallego in terms of money and the big money chase, because you need money to run an effective campaign. We'll see how that all plays out here pretty soon.
Yeah, really quickly, Prop 139, a big one, right to abortion.
That is a big one here in the right to an abortion. Now, obviously, the year started off with, with Arizona, the Supreme Court reinstating that so-called 1864 abortion ban. The legislature later repealed it. In the meantime, you had abortion rights activists trying to get this measure to the ballot. It would enshrine access to the abortion in the state constitution, because as of right now, if this goes down, they would keep the current law in place, which is 15 weeks. There would be a ban on abortions after 15 weeks with no exceptions for rape or incest. The only exception is when the health or the life of the mother is at risk.
We got about 15 seconds before the polls close. And this is our last cut in before we carry on streaming.
So we're going to turn it over to CBS National coverage. Stay with us here on Arizona's Family all night long. We're streaming live across the state and across the nation.
It worked. Worked. All right, more Vote 2024 coverage in just a couple of minutes. But first, we're staying on top of that breaking news. A jet has crashed at Falcon Field in Mesa.
As you can see right there on your screen, our Arizona Family News chopper over that crash scene. This happened at about 4:40 this afternoon. It appears a jet ran off the runway, completely off airport property and onto Greenfield Road. Now, the FAA tells us that 5 people were on board that jet when that crash happened. Our Michaela Marshall arriving on scene moments ago. Michaela, there's a lot more details that the FAA briefed you on, including this involved a car there that was on Greenfield Road. Michaela?
We just got an update from the FAA telling us that 5 people were on board that plane. At this point, we don't know if anyone was inside the car that jet crashed into. Still no word on the severity of the injuries in this case. And we also don't know what went wrong to cause this wreck. I want to show you some video from our Arizona's Family News chopper from right after this happened at Falcon Field Airport in Mesa around 4:40 today. The FAA says a Honda HA420 jet struck a car just outside the airport's property. You can see intense smoke and flames billowed into the sky. And once firefighters got the fire under control, the extensive damage to the plane and car became clear. Both just crushed from the impact. The FAA and NTSB are leading the investigation, and we are expecting an update from Mesa Police soon. In the meantime, everyone is asked to avoid this area. All of the roads surrounding the airport, we're hearing, are going to be shut down for several more hours as this remains a very active scene. For now, reporting live, Michaela Marshall for Arizona's Family.
Thank you. Turning now to our coverage of the 2024 election. The entire Arizona's Family News team is going to be with you all night long as we navigate together through election night.
Yeah, that's the key word, together, right? Yeah. Polls have just closed here in Arizona. It is 7:02 on Tuesday night, but anyone who is in line just 2 minutes ago still able to cast a ballot. So you want to stay in line because we've seen some long lines at many of the voting locations starting this afternoon. Our Steven Sarabia is out in Tolleson right now. Steven, what are you seeing out there?
Yes. Hello? Yes, hello. 1, 2, 3, Mike. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm sorry, having a little IFB issues, but I just want to show you guys that it may be 7 o'clock right now, but voting far from over here in Tolleson. I mean, just take a look at this line right here. We're at City Hall. In fact, this line is so long, there's people tailgating here at City Hall right there. You just saw some people tailgating, but take a look at this line. I want to show you guys something that you typically would see at an amusement park. We have a wait sign right here. This is your 70-minute to go sign right here, letting people know that they still have a ways to go before they cast their ballot. But just take a look. This line keeps going well past that sign. Just going to have a photographer, Craig, right here, follow the line right here. Now, it continues and continues, and I do want to talk to some voters right now. I just want to ask, y'all, how long have y'all been waiting in line for?
Maybe like I want to say like 2 hours, an hour and a half, maybe.
So an hour, hour and a half waiting. You see that sign that says 70 minutes to go. How are you feeling?
I feel good. They're playing good music. They gave us some like treats while we're waiting in line. People are advocating. It feels very good. It's not too bad. If we can wait like 2 hours in a Disneyland line, we can wait 70 minutes to vote. So.
Yeah, doing your civic duty.
Yeah.
So the music's helping.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's the vibes going?
The vibes are good. You know, ready to vote, ready to cast my vote. It's my first time voting, and I'm excited.
Nice. Well, thank y'all very much. I'm just going to continue the line going. Look, take a look at this. Craig's going to show you guys just how long this line is going. About 30 minutes ago, I spoke with somebody who just voted. They said they had to wait over 2 hours to vote. And then as you heard from that interview, she was waiting about an hour and a half and wasn't even at that 70-minute sign yet. But everybody here eager to vote, ready to do their civic duty. And of course, you can count on us to keep you updated as the election continues and those votes are counted. But for now, live in Tolleson, I'm Steven Sarabia for Arizona's Family.
Stephen, just for our perspective, Can you hear us really quickly?
Yes, I can hear y'all now. I wasn't able to earlier.
Okay, I just want to ask your photographer to just show us a pan from where you can enter the polling center all the way to where it ends. I just want to see exactly how long this is.
Yes. So, Photog Craig, just take a look at the end of the line right there.
Wow. Okay.
And then pan all the way around. Guys, you got to check this out.
Wow.
Wow.
It just keeps going. And this is the back of the line.
Yeah.
We're not even at the middle part yet.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be a long wait for a lot of people. Steven Sarabia, thank you so much. We will check back in with you. Right now, we're going to check in with Zach. He's been out and about all day visiting a lot of polling locations. Where are you now, Zach?
Yeah, Yetta, well, we are at ASU. The polls, as you mentioned, nobody's allowed to get in them. This is the end of the line here on the ASU Tempe campus. But the poll worker who's kind of making sure no one gets in line behind this gentleman said that the last he heard, there's probably 300 to 400 people who are in front of him still waiting to get into that vote center. So the people who got in line at 7 probably not going to get into the vote center, get their ballots cast till I would guess around 8:30, given the times and the waits. We've seen a lot of other people that have come to this voting location have to wait. And we've had a chance to speak with a lot of voters over the last several hours here, as we've heard over the last several months, similar themes on some of the top issues. A lot of college kids at ASU that are voting here and people that live in Tempe are driving them to the polls, including immigration, the economy, reproductive rights, and really a lot of people that we've talked to. I think they'd say they were pleasantly surprised with the turnout that we've seen here today. The line has been consistently 300 to 400 people deep, at least over the last few hours. A lot of students from ASU, again, coming out to make their voices heard. A lot of community members as well in Tempe coming to this specific polling location. We've also seen a lot of pizza and snacks and waters being handed out, people from both presidential campaigns as well as people on some of the bigger statewide propositions, both for and against, kind of campaigning up until the last minute, trying to get every single last one of those votes. Obviously, in the battleground state we are of Arizona, every vote in every race is going to matter. But obviously, this is what we are seeing here in terms of turnout. 300 people still in line, even after the polls closed here at ASU's Tempe campus. So a lot of, voters still waiting in line. So obviously the polls are now closed, but all the ballots won't be finalized and counted for a little bit now, as all these people still in line are waiting to get inside that voting center. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Wow, what a scene in Tempe on the main campus of ASU. Great energy out there. Zach Perleski, thank you. Well, millions of Americans from across the country, they've been headed to the polls all day, casting their votes to see who will be the next president.
Arizona's Family Washington correspondent Josh Raltenberg joins us from our nation's capital. And Josh, while we wait for the results to come in, what are you looking out for in the race for the White House right now as we speak?
Yeah, guys, we're waiting to see how many Republicans are actually going to vote for Donald Trump, since there were a significant amount of Republicans that didn't vote for him during the Republican primaries. Also, there is a giant gender gap, with Kamala Harris leading amongst women and women are outpacing men when it comes to voting in this country.
Looks all right. We thank our national correspondent for that live report there. Of course, polls here in Arizona, we turn our attention to the ballot counting. Polls closed just 9 minutes ago.
Yeah, and we are expecting our first drop of results in less than an hour at 8 o'clock. Derek Stahl is live at Maricopa County Election Headquarters. Hey, Derek.
Good evening. Yeah, in that 8 o'clock first batch of results, we're expecting to get results from about 1.2 million votes. These are votes that came in last week, and they're expecting that that initial batch will represent about 50 to 55% of the total vote here in Maricopa County. Now, behind me right now inside the election tabulation center, there are about 100 workers, and they've been working all around the clock. I want to show you some video we took just a short time ago. For the first time in this modern election cycle, we have 3 shifts of workers here at the tabulation center, so they can go 24 hours a day. That's because ballot processing in this election is more challenging this year because of that 2-page ballot. So the county added more 2-person teams to open the envelopes. They've got 159 bipartisan 2-person teams, up from 70 teams in 2020. Supervisor Bill Gates tells me the investments made by the Board of Supervisors have helped here. They put in $6 million for new high-speed tabulators. They put in $9 million for new ballot printers. They were able to add 10% more vote centers, more polling locations than they had in 2022. But as we saw in the live shots from Stephen and Zach, there are still a lot of lines out there. In fact, some lines were approaching an hour or more at some locations. Supervisor Gates tells me there is likely no way to eliminate lines entirely from our elections here.
Even if let's say we doubled the investment, still there are people that like to go to certain locations. You know, they're popular for whatever reason. Obviously, for example, ASU Fitness Center, you have students who come out and they want to vote, particularly in a presidential election. I think we could put unlimited money into that location and you would still have lines.
Okay, and then all in all, though, things have been pretty smooth across the county. So again, in that 8 o'clock drop, we will be getting results from early ballots received last week, about 1.2 million votes. The first in-person votes from Election Day will come in the second batch. No word yet on exactly when that second batch will come, but we expect it will be around 9:30 p.m. tonight or later. That's later than normal, and that's because of a new state law in effect in this election, which changes some of the procedures at polling locations. Now in this election, poll workers are going to have to hand count the green envelopes before they break down the vote center and bring back the memory cards here so it can be counted. So they're expecting a little bit of a delay in getting those in-person votes, but we will be getting those in-person votes throughout the night tonight, and we should have all of them for you by the wee hours of the early morning. One last note, I do want to note that there have been some reports of bomb threats in different parts of Arizona today, including one just a couple of blocks away from us at the county recorder's office. The MCSO, the sheriff's office, tells us there is no credible threat to these bomb threats. This is part of a national trend they are seeing. They're unsubstantiated. However, they are taking them seriously, and they are investigating this bomb threat just a couple of blocks away from us here at the Tabulation Center. Reporting live from MECTEC, I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
All right, Derek, it's going to be a long night. Thank you so much. The race to replace Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema could be the key to the balance of power in Congress. We're checking in with Ruben Gallego and Carrie Lake's campaigns next.
All righty, it is 7:15 on election night, the U.S. Senate race here in Arizona. Obviously one of the most watched matchups all across the country.
Ruben Gallego, Carrie Lake hoping to fill the open seat left by independent Kirsten Sinema. Michael Raimondi live in the newsroom following the Lake campaign. Michael.
Hey, good evening, guys. I normally would be out at a watch party following one of these candidates, but we're not even sure if the Lake campaign is having a watch party tonight. We've reached out multiple times over the past couple of weeks, and nobody has responded to our questions. 2 years ago, all the Republican candidates in Arizona were at one big event, but this year they're all on their own. The only time we have seen Lake today was in Mesa when she took her son to vote there. Lake then took some questions from the reporters, and one of them was if she would accept the election results this time. If you remember, 2 years ago, Lake ran for governor, lost to the now governor, Katie Hobbs, and then filed lawsuits claiming that there was election fraud. No major fraud was found in the court cases, and Lake never came out and conceded that midterm race in 2022, but she says that she will this time, no matter who wins.
I will accept the results of the election, and I have had a few concerns, but we've done a lot of legwork to prevent any problems.
Lake today really didn't go into specific details on what has been done to prevent issues or who made those changes. Maricopa County, meanwhile, says today has gone smoothly so far. There are no widespread problems for people who were in-person voting. Now, Lake was down in most polls leading up to today. We'll see if that holds out to be true. Over the next few hours, I'll be monitoring her social media pages. We'll share any updates as those results come in tonight. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Michael Raimondi for Arizona's Family.
Thank you. As he just mentioned there, polls have consistently shown that Congressman Ruben Gallego has been leading this Senate race.
Yeah, but the margin has gotten closer in the lead up to today, Election Day. Emma Lockhart joins us live in Phoenix with more from the Democratic Watch Party tonight.
Well, the party has started. People are filling this room for that watch party, anxiously awaiting that first batch of results here in Maricopa County, and also waiting for some prominent Democratic speakers to take the stage behind me. We know Representative Ruben Gallego is expected to address people here later tonight. Again, his race, a high stakes one, with Democrats fighting to maintain control of the Senate. Now, Gallego has consistently led in the polls against his opponent, Carrie Lake. Gallego, with a progressive track record, has been trying to court moderate and Republican voters this election. Now, we spoke with Yolanda Bejarano, the chair of the Arizona Democratic Party. She talked about the efforts here in our battleground state to drive people to the polls for Gallego, VP Harris, and other candidates in competitive races here in Arizona.
Made, millions and millions of phone calls, sent text messages out to voters in an effort to persuade them and to get them to understand the stark contrast between Kamala Harris, who offers a vision forward, a positive vision for our country where we have more protections, not less, and then Donald Trump, who wants to take us back to 1864, with his project.
Now, on top of Ruben Gallego, we are also told we are going to hear from the governor, Katie Hobbs, Senator Mark Kelly, as well as Representative Greg Stanton. And we are told that Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is going to be the final speaker of the night. So it seems like a celebratory mood so far here. The atmosphere, people feeling optimistic, but of course waiting for those results to roll in. So we are expecting to get some reaction as that starts to happen here in Maricopa County and across the state. Guys?
Those results in about 40 minutes or so. Emma, thank you. Arizona voters will decide whether or not to enshrine the right to abortion in the state constitution or keep the state's current 15-week abortion law.
Of course, abortion has been a major issue for voters not only here, but across the country. 9 other states have similar measures on the ballot this year. Alexis Dominguez is covering both sides of this issue for us tonight. She is live at a watch party for abortion rights activists. Alexis, how are people there feeling tonight?
Well, abortion rights activists are really hoping for a win tonight. So you can see the atmosphere here. It's very loud, but a lot of people are in good spirits. You can see that it is still early in the night. We are expecting a few more people to come in, but a lot of people are going to have their eyes on that 8 o'clock ballot drop. Now, if Prop 139 passes, it would mean that abortion access would be expanded beyond the state's current 15-week limit. However, opponents say the prop's language is vague and confusing. Arizona has had several legal battles that focus on abortion, and in April, you may remember, the state Supreme Court cleared the way for enforcement of a Civil War-era law that banned nearly all abortions. The legislator then repealed the law before it could even be enforced, after some GOP lawmakers joined Democrats in the push to get that 15-week law back. Right now, that 15-week law includes exceptions in cases of medical emergencies, but not for rape and incest. So if Prop 139 is passed, that would mean every Arizonan will have a fundamental right to abortion up to the point of fetal viability, which is around 22 to 24 weeks. And that procedure would be allowed after that in cases of rape, incest, or if the mother's life is at risk. Opponents pushing for a no vote on Prop 139 believe it goes too far, and I did ask about how they thought Arizonans would be voting on this issue tonight. Here's what the campaign had to say.
Well, I guess we will see, but I would say really the best way to tell if voters really support Prop 139 is for them to know what Prop 139 is about. And proponents have done all they can to ensure that voters don't know what Prop 139 is all about. So it's hard to really get a good idea as to where voters stand.
And I also asked Arizona for Abortion Access that same question, and that's the coalition that brought the Citizens Initiative to the ballot in the first place. They tell me they got the most signatures in state history, so they believe that in itself is a sign that Arizonans are not as divided on this issue as the It Goes Too Far campaign wants voters to believe.
This issue, I actually think they're not. You know, in the most red areas of the state and the most blue, everywhere we would go, people would say the right to make your own medical decisions is not partisan. That's something that we all deserve. For some people, it's about getting government out of our personal situations. For others, it's about women's rights and health care. And so this actually is an issue that both sides really come together on.
And we are expecting to hear from some advocates as well as people who have had abortions. And so it's something that really resonates with a lot of voters across Arizona, but really also across the nation. As you mentioned, abortion is going to be an issue in at least 9 states that have it on the ballot. So a lot of people here really anticipating that first drop of ballots where we may begin to get an idea of where Arizonans stand on this issue.
All right, we'll be checking in with Alexis Dominguez throughout the night on Prop 139. Thanks for that live report.
And one of the propositions on the Arizona ballot this year would mean big changes for border security in our state. We're taking a look at what both sides are saying about letting state and local police enforce federal immigration law. Hello to all of you watching CBS News' Campaign 2024 coverage on CBS 5. Thanks for joining us. I'm Yetta Gibson.
And I'm Steve McLaughlin. Throughout the night, we have been keeping you updated on Vote 2024.
The polling locations in Maricopa County are now closed. You had to be in line by 7 o'clock to vote.
Zach Perleski has been out and about all day today visiting those polling locations. Zach, I believe you're still in Tempe where the energy is booming.
Yeah, it feels almost more like a weekend than it does on a Tuesday night. As you mentioned, those polls closed at 7. You had to be in line by that point to be able to vote. The poll worker who was kind of making sure that no one got in line after says he heard there was somewhere between 350 and 400 people in line waiting to vote when the 7 o'clock hour hit. The line is moving pretty good, but as you can still see, probably a couple hundred people still waiting to cast their ballots for this general election. Now, we've seen a very high voter turnout here on the ASU Tempe campus, and we've had a chance to speak with a lot of voters over the past few hours who have been waiting in these long lines. And some of the main issues this election cycle driving a lot of these election day voters are common themes we've been hearing for months: the border, the economy, reproductive rights, a big one here on a college campus where a lot of students have been voting. We've also seen a lot of campaigning for not only the presidential race, for the Senate race, but for some of those bigger statewide props like Prop 139, Prop 314. People still literally out here singing and dancing, waving signs, trying to get every single last vote, trying to encourage people to stay in line because it is getting a little bit chilly out here. The lines, typical wait from people I've talked to, somewhere between an hour and an hour and a half has been a consistent wait time that voters have had to have here. But obviously, a lot of eyes on Arizona, a lot of eyes on Maricopa County. People wanting to come out here on Election Day, do their civic duty is really the biggest thing. A lot of students and community members who were out here today told me they're just excited to be a part of this process and pleasantly surprised is what a lot of people said when they came up. They didn't expect as big of a turnout, as long of a lines as they would have to wait in, but people really sticking it out and again trying to cast their ballots for some of those big races like the presidential race, the Senate race, and some of those bigger statewide props. But Netta, I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun casting that vote for the first time. Zach Perleski live from Tempe.
We've been tracking lines across long. Our AZ family drone over this line. This is in Goodyear. This line's been long all day. But this shot here was just about an hour ago. Maricopa County officials told us they expected about 300,000 in-person voters today, and that is on top of the more than 1.5 million mail-in ballots that were sent in before today. We're also staying on top of breaking news tonight. A jet has crashed at Falcon Field in Mesa.
Our Arizona Family News chopper over that crash scene. This happened at 4:40 this afternoon. It appears that jet ran off the runway, off airport property, and right onto Greenfield Road. We were just told by the FAA that 5 people on board that jet when the crash happened. There's no word yet on what caused that crash. The NTSB, they are on site. They are investigating. We're expecting some new information from Mesa Police any moment now. And you can watch that news conference live on azfamily.com, our website, or on our live stream when that happens.
A very busy night in news here in the Valley. For those of you watching on CBS 5, we're going to send you back to CBS News' coverage with Nora O'Donnell and the team.
And if you're watching us on streaming, we'll be back with you in just a few seconds.
It is 7:30 p.m. on election night. Polls just closed 30 minutes ago, and we are live all night long for you as we stream the latest details here on election night.
And we're so glad you're joining us here on Arizona's Family. We've got crews all across the state, the nation's capital, as well as battleground Pennsylvania. We're going to bring you up-to-the-minute news and results right here. And this is a live look at one of the tabulation centers inside Maricopa County election headquarters, where election workers, well, they were there.
They're on a break right now.
They were there. They need a break. They have been busy counting ballots 24/7. We're expecting the first drop of results now in exactly 1/2 hour from now.
No break for Derek Stahl. He is live there outside of election headquarters with more on the counting process, Derek.
Well, if those county workers are taking a break, it is a much-deserved break. I can tell you there are a number of rooms back there behind me, and so tabulating, processing, they happen in different rooms. So workers in one room might be off at a certain time. Workers in other rooms are still working, I can assure you. And all of this work behind me is happening despite a bomb threat reported at the county recorder's office, which is just a few blocks away from us. We just got a statement from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, which says that this report of a bomb threat is not considered a credible threat, although they are taking it seriously. They say it's basically the same information they've gotten in a number of locations around the county, and a number of states have also been dealing with bomb threats today. It's just part of the environment we are living in. I want to show you some video from earlier. About 100 workers are hard at work, working around the clock, working 3 shifts for the first time this cycle to process ballots. There are 3 steps in counting your vote: signature verification, processing, and tabulating. Processing is when they actually slice open the envelopes, take out the 2 pages, inspect them, and then get them ready for tabulating when those ballot pages are fed into machines. This year, the county added more 2-person teams to open up the envelopes, more than double compared to 2020. 159 of these bipartisan 2-person teams to take out the ballot pages. The county also invested about $15 million in new equipment since the last election. $6 million for high-speed tabulators, $9 million for new ballot printers. And county leaders tell me, yes, we have seen some long lines at certain polling locations today, but overall they are happy with how this election has been playing out. Take a listen.
Look, when you're printing off this many ballots, you've got a 2-page ballot, toner goes down on the printer. We've had to replenish the toner, but that's something, you know, people do at work, they do at home, and we found that has not been a major disruption. We're so proud of our team here. They've done a great job running this election.
Yeah, no major issues. That was the message from Maricopa County Supervisor Bill Gates there. So at 8 o'clock tonight, in just about 30 minutes or so, we're expecting the first batch of results from about 1.2 million votes. Votes that were early ballots returned here by last week, by about Tuesday. The county recorder's office projects that will represent about 50 to 55% of the total vote here in Maricopa County. And then throughout the night, we'll be getting additional updates from the in-person votes throughout the night. Reporting live from MECTEC, I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
All right, Derek, thank you.
All right, we've seen long lines all across the state, and especially down in Yuma as well.
Yeah, that includes Yuma, that area. Alexandra Ronhell joins us live from Yuma. People have been waiting for several hours there as well, Alex.
At least 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours for some during those times where people were just coming after work, heading to the polls. Right now, you can see behind me, it's officially closed. We do have a gentleman. He's in charge of, making sure that line was shut down right at 7 o'clock. They made sure to cut it off. So these are some of the last voters. They're going to be in line approximately for 2 hours, depending how the line continues to go. It has been steadily moving, which I think is good, although we do have someone here in a chair, so you can just kind of see at least some folks did come out here prepared, with snacks and chairs. We saw a lot of elderly folks earlier in walkers, and some of them were in line for those 2 hours. So pretty intense day out here. I did speak to the county recorder out in Somerton. There is a polling site. This one here is at the Yuma Main Library. It's only one of 9 polling sites. The city of Somerton had a power outage earlier today. A lot of homes had, lost power. So I made sure to call him. He said the polling site was not affected. So that was good news. That there was a lot of concern about that. But he said right now, so far, everything has kind of been running smoothly. They did have some printer issues that kind of, caused some backup to the line here. But, right now their main goal is to get all these people through, get them all to vote and, start, that process, that counting. They're also going around right now town, picking up those ballots at those ballot boxes. He says those are a lot that need to be counted. But, good news is, we're getting through the day and, there was enough voter turnout. That's what we wanted to see, people coming out to the votes and exercising, their votes. So this is what it's looking like right now.
Looking like that in a lot of places in the valley. Thank you so much. A contentious race Arizonans are watching, Prop 139, the right to an abortion.
Our Vanessa Ariza live tonight with the very latest on that Prop 139. Vanessa?
You know, you guys, Arizona is not an anomaly when it comes to voters and the future of abortion rights. In fact, Arizona is among 10 other states across the country where voters are going to see this on their ballot. They already have. Here in Arizona, here's where the abortion issue stands. Abortion is legal here in Arizona up to 15 weeks. However, that doesn't include rape or incest. There is an exception if the mother's life is in danger. So if Proposition 139 fails, that means that 15-week ban, that is going to stay in play here in Arizona. On the flip side, if Prop 139 passes, that means that abortion will be legal up to fetal viability. That is between 22 and 24 weeks. That also includes rape, that includes incest, and it could go even further time-wise if the mother's life is in danger. Now, you may remember.
And the Mesa Police Department are working together on this scene to provide support to the family and investigate the incident. We do need to notify our community that we have Greenfield Road closed, northbound at Brown, southbound at McDowell. McKellips Road is also closed, eastbound at Val Vista and westbound at Higley. For your safety, we ask the community avoid this area. Obviously, the investigation is going to take a while. At this point, the NTSB will take over updates, and we anticipate that there will not be a further update from the NTSB until at the earliest tomorrow morning. I want to thank you all for being here, and our heartfelt condolences go out to the families that are involved in this incident. Thank you.
Could you say and spell your name, please?
Absolutely. Marisa Ramirez.
All right, that was Mesa Fire Department. We apologize to Vanessa Ariza cutting her off early. We wanted to get you the latest information on that jet crash that happened at 4:40 this afternoon at Mesa Falcon Field. Yet a Mesa Fire now confirming 5 dead and multiple roads closed in that area.
And we went to that scene live, as you said, just before 5 o'clock today. A horrific scene. You saw smoke billowing, a fire. Obviously from the crash, and a car that had been hit in the midst of that, a flattened car.
Right on Greenfield.
Right on Greenfield, right around the airport. So we have confirmed tonight. We were wondering about those people in the plane. 5 people inside, unfortunately, died in that plane crash today.
And again, they want you to avoid that area between Greenfield, McKellips, and Higley on the southwest corner of Falcon Field. Lots more news to get to. We continue to follow Vote 2024. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
All right, back to that breaking news. This was a look at the scene of that plane crash at Falcon Field earlier today. 5 people inside the aircraft when it crashed.
Yeah, Mesa PD, Mesa Fire just confirming 5 fatalities with that crash. We're not sure if it was those on board that jet or the car that was involved when that jet ran off the runway, off airport property and onto Greenfield Road. And yet Greenfield, McKellips and Higley, all of those major thoroughfares on the southwest corner in and around Falcon Field remain closed at this hour. And of course, federal investigators, NTSB, on scene investigating that crash.
They just gave us these latest details, said there will be no more details coming in tonight, so we don't know how this crash happened. We do know that as part of this crash, there was a car involved as well. A pretty grueling scene around 4:40 this afternoon. But the latest on this, bottom line, is 5 people have died. They were inside of the aircraft. As soon as we get more information, we will be sure to let you know. All right. Back to the election. Pennsylvania is shaping up to be one of the most important battleground states in the entire country.
Joining us now live, Arizona's Family Washington correspondent Molly Martinez. Molly, I mean, we've seen both candidates spend a tremendous amount of time in the Keystone State because 19 electoral votes, that's a huge prize.
Yes. Hey, great to see you both. That is true. This is really the biggest toss-up footprint. The ball is loose. They both need this. Pennsylvania went for Donald Trump in 2016. It flipped back to Joe Biden in 2020. And all show this is a virtual toss-up tonight. The importance of the Keystone State, and they know that the keys to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue go through the Pennsylvania Commonwealth. So, like you said, they have dedicated tremendous time and resources to campaigning here. Yesterday, Kamala Harris had 4 different campaign stops on her last day on the trail here in the Keystone State. Donald Trump had 2. They are aware of the gravity of winning Pennsylvania.
Molly, we're obviously not going to know tonight, right? I mean, it's going to be too close to call in your perspective?
Yes, I wish I had a crystal ball. I do not, but we have a lot of contextual clues. Pennsylvania has some wonky laws when it comes to counting ballots. They have a law in which you can't actually begin counting mail-in ballots until polls closed. So according to the University of Florida Elections Lab, 1.8 million Pennsylvanians cast ballots as of Sunday, but those cannot be counted until polls close. So already there's a huge backlog. So once polls close, they start beginning to count all of those ballots. And so it's going to be a long night. But Governor Josh Shapiro says that he's hopeful that this process will be expedited. He said there are far fewer mail-in ballots than we saw in 2020. But like I said, unless it is a huge blowout, we probably will not know tonight. This race is looking more like a photo finish.
Is for sure Molly Martinez, a Washington correspondent for Arizona's Family. Thank you so much. All right, let's talk local races. We've got the man himself in studio with us.
Or the race to 270. Yes. I mean, it's going to be all hands on deck all night long here. Morgan Lowe, you're in front of the big map. There has been some early calls for states back east. What do you know?
Yeah, we've got some numbers in. Right now, Donald Trump is projected to have 178 electoral votes, enough votes to get him to there. Kamala Harris at 99. And there are a couple of surprises here just looking at this. And let's start over here. First off, here. This is a little bit of a surprise. Missouri, it's a toss-up right now. Iowa, that is the location of that surprise poll over the weekend, the Des Moines Register poll that showed Kamala Harris up by 3 points in Iowa. So right now, Iowa's sort of leaning toward Harris. Missouri is a toss-up. And Kansas just turned pink. It was blue before. So this area here is kind of tight. That's a bit of a surprise. Now, it's very early on in the vote counting there. There are some other surprises here that don't bode quite as well for the Harris campaign. Let's start with Georgia. This was always going to be a tough race for both of the candidates. Right now, Donald Trump is up 52 to 47%. Kamala Harris is doing really well right here where she needs to. That's the Atlanta area. But she's not doing well enough as well in the other areas to overcome this strong Donald Trump showing in the rest of the state. Right now, we've got 79.2% of the vote cast there. Donald Trump is up by about 5 percentage points there. So that's number one. Two, let's take a look at North Carolina. Right now, 62% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is up 51% over Harris at 47%. But, and there's a big but here, take a look at this. This is Mecklenburg County, Charlotte, big population base, only 15.3% of the vote in there. So there's a lot of opportunity for Harris to make up the lead that Trump has there, which is only a 4-point lead. So North Carolina very much still in play. Anyone's guess there. This is a surprise that the Harris campaign, no doubt, was not expecting. Virginia, 59% of the vote in right now. Donald Trump is up by a percentage point. This state was not really intended to be in play. Virginia, Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points in 2020. So that's not looking good for the Harris campaign, but there are a lot of votes left to count there. And then finally, I just want to end up here at Pennsylvania because that's what we were just talking about. This is the big prize. 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is up at this point 51% to 47%. This is going to be the key if Harris is going to pull this off. That's the key right there. That is the Philadelphia area. Those are the Philadelphia counties. So let's take a look at Philadelphia County. Only 22% of the vote counted so far. Kamala Harris is winning 80% of the vote. Now, that is underperforming Joe Biden just a bit, but that's a big margin. She's going to need to keep those margins in these counties that surround Philadelphia. Here, Bucks County, 19% of the vote in. She's up 58% to 40%. Over here, as we get a little farther out from Philadelphia, Donald Trump is doing better. Back down there, Chester County, 11% of the vote in. She's up 55%. This is a huge population base, and that's going to be really important. And as we heard just a few minutes ago, those votes in Pennsylvania are going to get counted very slowly. We have no thought that we're going to hear who's going to win Pennsylvania tonight, but we are seeing a steady stream of these votes coming in, and so these numbers keep getting updated. Right now, the map looks like this. Again, Donald Trump 178 to 99. Arizona here, polls closed at 7. We're going to get our first numbers probably in about 10 minutes. And so this gray area will start to get filled in. So don't go anywhere because we've got all this coming in and we're going to give it to you as soon as we get it.
Yeah, so those gray states behind you, what could change, what will for sure change the trajectory versus what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, well, California, 54 electoral votes. Yeah. That's going to go to Harris. That's going to take her numbers up. There are some of these others that are also, Washington, Oregon. Mm-hmm. Her numbers are going to go up. This is going to really tighten. This is the surprise. Virginia, right. North Carolina in play. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of counting left to be done. It looks very red, but when you take into account the actual population and where this is going, it's still a really very tight close. Race.
Yeah. Just as predicted.
Yep.
Morgan, thank you.
Now let's turn to the race for Maricopa County Sheriff, the largest law enforcement agency here in our state. They will be under new leadership regardless of who wins this election.
Former Sheriff Paul Penzone stepped down, as you remember, back in January. Amy Cutler covering this. She's live at the Republican candidates' watch party. Amy, how is Jerry Sheridan feeling about things right now?
Yeah, Yetta Scene, he tells me he is cautiously optimistic. He says that he's been going around all over Maricopa County speaking to voters and that they want a tough on crime agenda. He says that he will deliver on that. Now, important to note, Sheridan was the second in command of MCSO under former Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He served 40 years with that department and says he has the experience required to lead it. He's running against former Phoenix police officer Deputy Democrat Tyler Camp. Camp has promised to continue the progress made by former Sheriff Paul Penzone. In the background of all of this, a federal lawsuit that's led to years of oversight by a monitor. What started with allegations of racial profiling of drivers under Sheriff Arpaio continues at a cost of more than $300 million. I asked Sheridan about that.
Well, some of those reforms were necessary. There's no doubt about that. Okay. Spending this much money to continue to do this after the monitors have been there, over 10 years now. And so that progress needs to be made. And one of the other issues is I spent 3 years, my last 3 years at the Sheriff's Office, working with those monitors to set the foundation for compliance, and I will continue to do that.
Now, Sheridan was also held in contempt in connection with that lawsuit, but Camp also has his own baggage. He's accused of sexually harassing a subordinate during his time with Phoenix PD. Now, we reached out to Camp's campaign several times, hoping to speak with him, find out where he would be watching the returns come in. He has not responded to those requests. But we're going to continue to be here at this watch party in North Scottsdale, where Sheridan is going to be watching the returns come in. Again, cautiously optimistic. We'll continue to monitor things. We're hoping to speak to him again as those returns come in. For now, we are live in North Scottsdale. Amy Cutler, Arizona's Family.
One of the big races.
Yep.
Amy Cutler, thanks for that live report.
Things are going to get interesting in about 8 minutes or so. Amy, thank you. Get much. Coverage continues after a quick timeout as we approach the first ballot drop here in State 48. Hello to all of you watching CBS News' Campaign 2024 coverage on CBS 5. We're going to have more Vote 24 coverage in just a bit, but we're staying on top of this breaking news we've been following basically all day. 5 people dead in a jet crash. It happened at Falcon Field in Mesa just before 5.
Here's a shot at the scene where you can see multiple agencies still investigating. That crash happened at about 4:40 this afternoon. It appears that jet ran off the runway completely, then off airport property, and then onto Greenfield Road. No word yet on what caused that crash. The NTSB, the federal agents, they're on scene. They're investigating. As soon as we have more information on this, we will let you know.
Our other top story tonight, Arizona's crucial role in the 2024 general election.
And looking at the clock, 7:56, almost 7:57, just minutes away from getting those first results for Arizona. And you are taking a live look right now inside the Maricopa County Election Center, where they are still hard at work processing those ballots. Our Derek Stahl has been at election headquarters all day and has more on the counting process.
Good evening. These results that'll be released just after the top of the hour will represent about 50 to 55% of the total vote here in Maricopa County. It'll represent about 1.2 million early ballots that were received as of last week, around Tuesday of last week, that have gone through signature verification, processing, and tabulating here at the Maricopa County Election Center. Now, behind me, there are about 100 workers processing early ballots as we speak. They have been working around the clock for the first time with 3 shifts of workers so they can go 24 hours a day. Ballot processing is more challenging this year because of this 2-page ballot. So the county added more 2-person teams to open the envelopes. They have 159 bipartisan 2-person teams. You can see in some of the shots they are wearing lanyards. Red lanyard represents a Republican, blue lanyard represents a Democrat, the gold lanyard represents an independent. That's about more than double from the number of teams they had in 2020. I talked to the county supervisor here, Bill Gates. He says investments made by the Board of Supervisors have really helped speed up the process. They spent $6 million on high-speed tabulators. They spent $9 million on new ballot printers. They were able to have more vote centers open this year than in 2022, about 10% more vote centers. They were able to have more poll booths and things like that. But we did see lines or more, and the supervisor says there's just really no way to eliminate that, even if they spent considerably more amounts of money. Now, the initial batch, as I mentioned, will be these early ballots from last week. After that, throughout the night, we will be getting results from the in-person vote here on Election Day. No more early ballots tonight. The next drop should be around 9:30 p.m. or later. That's a little bit later than normal because of a new state law that affects polling procedures. They have to hand count the envelopes before they can break down the poll centers and bring the memory cards here for tabulating. I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
Derek, thank you. We're expecting that first wave of Arizona race results in just a few minutes. For those of you watching on CBS 5, you're going to see them scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
Of course, Deanna and I will be back with you in about a half hour or so to go through all those early results as well. And if you're watching on streaming, Jared and Nicole are picking up our Vote 2024 coverage in just a few seconds.
See you back here in a bit.
Arizona.
Thanks for watching a special edition of Local News Live Election Night 2024. I'm Deborah Alfarone.
And I'm Rashida Kaba.
I'm Camila Rueda.
And I'm Graham Olkins.
All right, let's talk about those results as they continue to come in. Missouri was just called for Trump, giving him even more, 10 electoral votes. So crunch the numbers for us, Graham.
Sure, let's take a look at Missouri, and then we'll look at some of the swing states here. But on the big board, you can see the races that have been called in the darker shades here. I can highlight them for you. Missouri is the new one here that stands out among all of these races so far. So Missouri officially in the column for Donald Trump. You can see the total right here, 198 electoral college votes for Donald Trump to 99 for Kamala Harris. Looks like Montana also just populated here on the map. Montana has been called, so we will check in there. Utah also just been called for Donald Trump as the top of the hour here as these states close. Also getting the first numbers in from Arizona. Not much yet, not really much even to talk about. The blue wall, though, is less blue than last time we talked. That's a big development here. Obviously, these states are going to go back and forth as these votes come in tonight. The all-important state of Pennsylvania, about 42% of the vote in right now. Look how close. Look how close these numbers are right now. 49.6 to 49.5% of the vote in right now. Separating these two candidates, it is razor-thin margins on his ear.
And former President targeted in 2 assassination attempts. Shot in the ear at a rally in rural Pennsylvania. A rooftop sniper killing a supporter and hurting 2 others.
Consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power.
Both campaigns making repeat stops in our battleground state, bringing in their surrogates week after week, trying to swing the undecided and motivate the base to turn out the vote.
It all comes down to the vote count tonight. Arizona's Family's special coverage of Election Night 2024 begins right now.
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us on this historic night. I'm Nicole Kreitz.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jared Dillingham. Arizona's Family has you covered for the next several hours with the first batch of results coming in right now. We have a team. They're looking good, racking all the pivotal races, the ballot propositions, everything you need to know tonight. Now, as we've learned from prior elections, it could be days until some of the closest races are called.
Let's begin with Stephen Sarabia live in Tolleson, where we're seeing a long line still an hour after the polls close. Stephen, what can you tell us?
They've waited to be able to vote, but I want to show you guys something. This line's still very long, and I have with me right here the last guy in line, Mizell. After him are poll workers making sure nobody else gets in line. So tell me, how's it feel being the last one in line?
Nothing much. I'm just trying to vote. That's it. Doesn't feel like anything.
I got a big question. What took you so long to get out here? You were right here at the buzzer.
Nothing much. Just procrastinating, working long days. Nothing much, really, you know.
Do you know how long you've been waiting in line already?
I got here exactly like 6:50.
Yeah, 6:59. It's now after 8.
Breaking news here on Local News Live. Breaking news out of Georgia, where Fulton County DA Fani Willis has won re-election. She is overseeing for. What are we seeing?
Some new results, another state called, this one going to Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the board. It is Colorado. Not a surprise here necessarily, although Republicans had thought maybe they stood a bit of a chance in Colorado. You'll recall Donald Trump went to Aurora outside of Denver to highlight what he says was an immigration problem there in Aurora. But tonight, with under 50% reporting, safe enough to call Colorado for Kamala Harris. So that is some more votes, 10 more to be exact, in her column tonight. We're also getting our first results coming in out of Arizona. Already about 34% of the votes counted. Maricopa, by far the largest county in the state, already 54% counted in Maricopa. So some progress there in Maricopa County. Kamala Harris with a slight edge over Donald Trump. Also looking at Pinal County, this is a more Republican-leaning county, and we're seeing that play out with Donald Trump leading in Pinal County, but it'll be all eyes on Maricopa as the night wears on. Deborah?
Thank you so much, Graham. Well, Pennsylvania, obviously the prize. It's front and center with 19 electoral votes, the most of all of the battleground states. So let's go there right now and talk to our Molly Martinez, who's in Philadelphia. So, Molly, Trump's campaign sued election officials in Bucks County. Why?
Yes. So there's been a lot of drama, and we talked a little bit earlier about how litigious the Trump campaign is. We saw it in 2020.
The way that the Harris campaign wanted it to. 52% to 47%. Donald Trump up. Take a look at this. This is Atlanta, and this is the Atlanta and its suburbs there. She's done very well there, Harris has, but not the rest of the state. These numbers are still coming in, and we're going to bring them to you, so don't go anywhere.
Morgan, thank you. We are crunching the numbers behind the scene as we speak. That's part of the excitement of everything coming in. We have been watching all of the numbers, because there's so much on the line. And one of the biggest House races that we've been watching, the U.S. House race in District 1, is David Schweikert defending his seat. But look at these early numbers.
That is, pretty incredible. We did expect that this could be a close race. You knew that because the ads, you could just tell there wasn't a lot of polling in this race or any really reliable polling in this race. So the canary in the coal mine here was when you started looking at the ads. Like, you really couldn't turn on television here locally in this market and turn it on and not see an ad that was attacking Amish Shah or attacking David Schweikert for his record and whatnot. So this is expected to be a close race. Still a lot of votes to be counted all over the place, including in this race. So this race is only a couple of point difference right now. So you could see some flip back and forth here as the days go on, because as we heard earlier and as we reported earlier, we're going to be counting votes all week long.
And this is seen as one of the most competitive House district races, or the most competitive in Arizona. And as you said,
it's one of the more important ones too, nationwide, because Democrats are hoping to pick up the power and take over the House. This is one of those races that they feel that they can make a gain.
Yeah, if you live in the northeast part of the valley, you have seen those signs all over the place for these two.
is trying to paint Casey as a career politician who has lost touch with Pennsylvanians. Casey is trying to paint McCormick as a carpetbagger who's using outside money to come into Pennsylvania and buy a Senate seat. It is a very close race. Many eyes are on that because, as we all know, the balance of power in the Senate hangs on just a few of these very vulnerable seats.
All right, Molly Martinez, I know we're going to be checking in with you time and time again throughout the night, so don't get sick of us. Appreciate it. Yes. You're watching special coverage of Local News Live Election 2024. More real-time results in just 2 minutes.
And we got to have steady hands at the wheel, and that's what we've tried to do in these unprecedented, uncharted waters in which we find ourselves. There's never before been a speaker change in the middle of a Congress, ever, in the whole history of the country. And there's never before been a Speaker of the House elected from the state of Louisiana. So that's kind of cool. It's been a wild ride for us. I have had to travel the state, of course, and get reelected and take care of all the issues and things here. But then we also had to travel the country, because the Speaker of the House's job is to ensure that we keep and grow our House majority, and that we get really qualified candidates in these races to flip some of the blue seats to red. Can I give you a good report tonight? I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay. They gave me the stats today. This morning, I was in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the most important swing states. I did 2 of our key districts there the day before. I did 2 districts in Virginia with our candidates. We've been all over the place. In fact, they told me the stats. As of this morning, I led 342 campaign events in 260 cities across 40 states. And I traveled enough miles to circle the globe 5.5 times. That's what I did in the last 11 months. Yeah. President Trump told me, he said, Mike, we got to leave it all on the field. And we did. We left it all on the field. Some of you know I was 4 inches taller when I got this job. They beat me down mercilessly. We're going to keep going. We could not have done it without your help. And I just want to specifically thank the love of my life, Kelly Johnson. We made 25 years marriage this year. I said, boy, if we survive this one,
that was Speaker Mike Johnson speaking at a watch party in Shreveport, Louisiana. The Speaker, of course, trying to keep his seat as the balance of power hangs in the distance for Congress. But let's head on over to swing state North Carolina. That's where we find LNL correspondent correspondent Natisha Lance. She's on the ground in Raleigh, North Carolina. Natisha, let's talk about the governor's race. The Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein just beat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. Break it down for us.
Well, Josh Stein made history tonight. He is the first Jewish governor of North Carolina, but also not a surprise for many people who have been watching this race. Not too much of a surprise. He was ahead of the polls for most of the entire campaign, and most recently after Mark Robinson had some very bad press after a CNN report came out saying that he had left some chats in a pornographic website chat room decades ago. But beyond that, a recent poll that came out last week said that he was 21 points ahead of Mark Robinson, and so many people here said that they were cautiously optimistic that he would be able to win this election, and he was able to do that. Now, his message tonight, as he spoke to his supporters, was that it was a message of unity. He doesn't want people he wants people to work across the aisle, Republican and Democrat, working together despite all of the ugliness that may have happened prior to this election. He says today is a new day, and going forward, he wants everyone to work together as North Carolinians.
Natisha Lance reporting from Raleigh, North Carolina. Thanks so much for your coverage. And you're watching special coverage here.
Coming in, they'll be struggling across the bottom of the screen, and as always on our AZ Family News app. We're also staying on top of some breaking news in the East Valley.
We've just learned 5 people have died after a plane crashed into a car near Falcon Field earlier tonight. Michaela Marshall's live near Greenfield and McKellips. Michaela.
That's right. The Mesa Fire Department just recently hosted a short press conference where they confirmed 5 people died in this plane crash. The FAA tells us 5 people were on board the plane when it smashed into a car on Greenfield Road here in Mesa. We have some aerial views of the scene when this first happened around 4:45 today. Lots of fire and smoke because of this wreck. The FAA tells us a Honda HA420 jet was taking off from the Falcon Field Airport when it struck a car just outside of the airport's property. This is causing lots of road closures. Here's a heads up for drivers in this area.
We do need to notify our community that we have Greenfield Road closed, northbound at Brown, southbound at McDowell. McKellips Road is also closed, eastbound at Val Vista and westbound at Higley. For your safety, we ask the community avoid this area. Obviously, the investigation is going to take a while.
Lots of questions tonight about what went wrong to cause this plane to go down as it was taking off. We're expecting an update from the NTSB tomorrow. That's the agency that's going to be leading this investigation. But again, such a tragedy. 5 people dead in this plane crash on Election Day here in Mesa. Reporting live, Michaela Marshall for Arizona's Family.
Michaela, thanks so much. We'll check back in with you as new information comes out there. Right now, we're turning back to the election and another check of the race to 270. 270, the number of electoral votes needed to clinch the White House. No major surprises here yet tonight among the states which have reported their numbers. Former President Trump, an Electoral College vote 198 to 112 for Vice President Harris. If you're the Harris camp, you would like to see better numbers in Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania right now, but it is still early in the night. They're still counting their ballots there. And here in Arizona, just about 50-50. For the race for president, at least according to our early returns just in.
Let's get to more local results now. For Maricopa County Recorder, as you know, the incumbent was voted out in the primary by Justin Heap, a state lawmaker who decided to give up his seat and fight here, and it is a 50-50 battle. Both men, Tim Stringham, Justin Heap, are attorneys, Dennis, but Tim Stringham said he's really only in this to make sure that election denialism is not in this office. He said he would have dropped out if Stephen Richer had won the primary.
Well, you know how we were talking about it could take days to figure out, call winners and losers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This might be a case in point.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't get a whole lot closer than this. Just a few thousand votes separating these two gentlemen right here. Justin Heap's got a record as a state lawmaker. He served a term in the state house. Tim Stringham's is kind of a newbie to politics, and they're running for this all-important issue. Obviously, we saw Maricopa County Recorder's Office became the center of attention 4 years ago in Arizona following Donald Trump's loss here. So a lot of people very interested in what happens here in this race moving forward, and not too surprised at this point that it's this close. Is this one of the more hotly contested local races?
Yeah, not a whole lot of name recognition for either of those candidates, so we'll continue to track those results as they come in. Right now, let's check out the results, the early returns for Maricopa County Attorney. This is Rachel Mitchell and Tamika Wooten. The current county attorney, Rachel Mitchell, ahead in the early returns right now. She was originally appointed to this job after Alistair Adele resigned several years ago.
And this has been a seat where an office that has been typically held by Republicans for quite a while now. This is a pretty tight race at this point right now, considering some of the people that I've been talking to over the months assume that Rachel Mitchell might just actually go on and kind of walk away with this.
Right.
It's a little bit closer than maybe I thought, but still considerable lead here at this point with those early ballots in. We'll see, Tamika Wooten, not a newbie to politics, but not a household name like a Rachel Mitchell is at this time. I don't know if she's exactly a household name, but she has some pretty good name ID.
Her husband lost the Democratic primary for Gallegos District 3 seat, but she did put a lot of money into ads in the final couple weeks, I noticed. We were getting kind of blitzed by the Tamika Wooten ads ad campaign there. She's a mom, and of course here in the Valley, but she's been a judge, she's been a prosecutor, she's been a defense attorney, so she said she's seen it all.
And from a political standpoint, I saw some of those ads too, and I was just, was wondering if those ads would actually break through.
Interesting.
Because, look, this is a county attorney race, and you're competing with the tens of millions of dollars that were being spent, the presidential candidates, the U.S. Senate candidates. Are you going to be able to break through and get your message through with all that other political noise out there? So, that's just one of those interesting moments.
Yeah, here's a race that kind of broke through a little bit to voters. Do you want to go to the sheriff's race? Let's go to the Phoenix mayor result. Is this a final or, well, this is expected, Dennis. The current mayor, Kate Gallego, who I think started her career at City Hall back in 2013 on the council, more than a decade in city politics. She was expected to walk away with this.
Yeah, and she's, run her office. I mean, it's the kind of thing where I don't think she's done anything to upset the voters here in Phoenix. She's a mayor, and as long as people, the trash is getting picked up, there's no big scandals or anything like that, you can be rest assured, you're going to have a pretty good result. Like Kate Gallego's got enormous name ID in the city, and she's obviously right now looks to be very popular with the voters.
Scandals, we talk about the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department. Unfortunately, it's been a problem since 2 sheriffs ago. Joe Arpaio brought in federal monitors that have cost taxpayers more than $430 million. So when Paul Penzone left early, let's see how the race is going tonight with Jerry Sheridan, who was his second in command, against Tyler Camp, who is a former Phoenix police officer, worked up as a commander in the ranks. This one is really close.
A fascinating race. You and I have talked a little bit about this in the newsroom over the past couple of months. Look at those two gentlemen up there, right there. Actually, they're both Republicans. Tyler Camp, if you all remember, switched parties earlier, not long ago, to become a Democrat and then run in this race. Now he did he did win that crowded primary with
he beat Russ Skinner, who also switched parties to qualify for the appointment when Penzone left office.
So my question is, now, if this result were to hold, and that's a big if, there's still a lot of votes to be counted and whatnot, how would that federal overseer feel about seeing Joe Arpaio's former right-hand man come back and return to that office? Because that federal overseer is there because of what happened under the Arpaio administration.
Right. These guys both brought a lot of baggage to this race. It seemed like the whole campaign was talking about their past rather than the future and their plans, what they would do in the sheriff's office if they'd win.
Yeah. And, there was always, it was the big issue, in this campaign. When you start talking about Jerry Sheridan was talking about bringing back some of Arpaio's more controversial policies. Tent City was the big one.
Yeah.
And then he kind of backed off that and said, well, it wouldn't be exactly like Tent City. It would be something like a dorm or something, like something vague like that.
We're getting some propositions called. This is Prop 136. This was brought by a constitutional amendment brought by your legislature, would let you sue to challenge any initiative or constitutional amendment as soon as it's filed with the Secretary of State's office. Now, if you think back, Prop 202 in 2020, higher taxes for higher income was struck down by our state Supreme Court after voters passed it. It would save time and money, people say.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, like some of these propositions that didn't have a lot of money to run an effective campaign behind that, unless they were able to do that, I was really concerned about their ability to, break through and win. I think, again, a lot of voters out there, they're looking at all of these different propositions. They're looking at this and maybe there was some confusion or they just didn't know what this did. And so not too surprised by this right now.
Dennis, they're also calling Prop 137. They say this one has failed. This is dealing with retention elections for judges. So basically, the idea here, according to the state legislature, which put this on the ballot, was to end retention elections, basically give our judges and justices lifetime appointments. Voters said no, overwhelmingly.
Voters say, hey, they like the idea that if they don't like a judge, they can get rid of it, by a big margin here. I mean, that's a big margin. Nearly 80% of the voters are saying, well, we don't like that. We want to maintain our ability, our power to remove a judge from the bench if we don't like their performance right there. Voters don't like giving up that kind of authority, and we see that here play out tonight.
This keeps it at 4 years for Superior Court, 6 years for Supreme Court. I will just put it out there. I did my homework and I felt less than excited because there's not a lot of homework you can do as a civilian to really get a good gauge on, you hear the county attorney's office say all the time, the judges are too lenient on sentencing, but there's really no way to track that as a civilian. So
yeah, and there's a guide out there. Yeah. It's a judicial guide, and some insiders put it together, and then they have these metrics out there and they'll refer to a certain judge or make a recommendation whether to keep them on or off the ballot. But yes, to your point,
they're all in the 98th percentile in the surveys, the peer review surveys.
And basically, if the public knows a judge, it's probably not for a good reason.
Well, I live next to a couple. They're my neighbors.
Well,
so
I mean,
Okay, they're telling us to wrap.
138.
Yeah, let's move on to 138. This got a lot of attention over the last couple of months, especially up in the high country where minimum wage is much higher.
Yeah, and this was, kind of, some people who were behind, they called it allows tip workers to be paid 25, blah, blah, blah. I think, people want to be, the people in the restaurant industry and it said no in this. Remember, people in the hospitality industry in Arizona, it is a big employer here in Arizona. They were very familiar with this. I heard a lot of people that I know talk about this, and overwhelmingly they're saying, no, we don't like this idea. They're voting it down.
Another one sent to the ballot by our Republican state lawmakers, backed heavily by the Arizona Restaurant Association, a powerful lobby down at the Capitol, but at the end of the day went to the voters. Voters say no.
Yeah, and that's what it is. Again, a lot of people in that industry, a lot of people working. So there you go. Not too surprised with that.
78 to 80 votes down the ballot, 2 pages front and back. We're going to cover all the races for you. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
As we head to break, here's the latest on the race to 270. The results haven't changed in the last 15 minutes. Ballot counting underway in all battleground states right now. We'll follow it through the night.
Back, we are keeping it close eye all night on the race to 270, the electoral count to win the White House. And here's the latest look at the numbers. Donald Trump in the lead with 198 electoral votes, and VP Kamala Harris in with 112. And we are keeping a close watch as those numbers keep coming in, all the county votes being tallied as we speak. It could take days to come. In Maricopa County, our elections officials have said it could take up to 13 days to get a final count of all the votes.
Right, Georgia leaning right toward Trump right now, but none of the battleground states have been called just yet. Let's talk about some of our ballot propositions. We have, if you live in Maricopa County, more than a dozen on the ballot. This is one that's gotten a lot of talk, a border security plan on the ballot, Prop 314, the Secure the Border Act. Here are the early results. It seems to be in favor among Arizona voters. 61% of the early votes say yes. So if this continues to trend in that direction, state and local police would be given authority to carry out federal immigration enforcement, detaining and jailing undocumented immigrants. It would also increase penalties for selling fentanyl. Republican state lawmakers bypassed the governor. They sent this one straight to voters. We should note this one is modeled after a law in Texas, which is currently held up in the court system there.
Yeah, Casey Torres has been tracking the race. What are you hearing from voters tonight, Casey?
Well, this is a controversial proposition, and supporters say this will make the border safer by helping stop drug smuggling, especially fentanyl, in between ports of entry and stop illegal crossings. But opponents say it could lead to civil rights violations, specifically with the Latino communities. And critics are dubbing Prop 314 as SB 1070 2.0. It was a controversial anti-immigration law passed in 2010, allowing police to ask for proof of citizenship if a person was suspected of being in the state illegally. Now, Republican Senator John Kavanaugh says he is proud to have been a co-sponsor of SB 1070, but says Prop 314 is different. However, Democratic Representative Annalise Ortiz disagrees.
In 1070, the police could stop somebody they thought was in the country illegally on reasonable suspicion. However, 314 requires a higher level of proof or knowledge, namely probable cause, before the stop can be made. SB 1070, the stops could be made anywhere in the state. Prop 314 is focused like a laser on the border between legal crossing points.
And Arizona has done so much to repair our reputation and to be an attractive place for people to move to do business in. And we don't want to ruin that reputation of Arizona being a welcoming place by passing something like Prop 314.
Now, as Jared mentioned earlier, Prop 314 is modeled after Texas Senate Bill 4, which is currently under review by the U.S. Supreme Court over its constitutionality. So even if Arizona voters pass the measure, it will only go into effect if the Texas bill is ruled lawful. Reporting live in the newsroom, Casey Torres, Arizona's Family.
Yeah, we've even heard from a couple border police chiefs and at least one border sheriff who've considered this kind of an unfunded mandate. They say it doesn't come with extra resources. Their concern is that it would take resources away from what they need to just keep their communities safe. So, Case, as you said, even if voters approve this, still a lot to be decided with Prop 314. Let's talk about the presidential race. On the bottom of the screen right now, look at this. These are the results in Arizona right now between former President Trump and Vice President Harris. It is a 50-50 split. Just 1,000 votes separates them. The former president ahead by 1,000 votes in the early returns in Arizona right now.
In 2020, Joe Biden won Arizona by 10,500 votes. So we know that it could be very close. Our national correspondent Peter Zampa is live tonight in Florida at the Trump campaign watch party. Set the scene for us.
Yeah, well, Jared and Nicole, every time someone on TV says a state is going for Donald Trump, this crowd erupts, and that's been happening a decent amount tonight. And even when they're not calling a state on television, some media outlet, when they show the most recent polling that's coming out of some of these swing states, it's an increasingly positive picture for this Trump campaign. Now, these folks are just looking at the surface level numbers. When you look under the hood, we still have a long, long way to go. It could take a couple of days until we get this picture. But right now, this Trump campaign is certainly optimistic.
Yeah, I was going to say, Peter, what else are they telling you? I mean, I assume maybe there are some surrogates circling the room, talking to you guys about what's going on. They must be feeling good. What about Georgia, especially at this point?
Yeah, look, in all of these states, the picture is quite good. When you look at the blue wall, it looks like they're going to be able to poke some holes in it. Now, again, it's still very early. We don't want to predict anything here. But this campaign has said that, looking at some of their data coming in throughout the day, that especially in rural areas, they were noticing a really high turnout. And they were saying the exact opposite for some of the urban areas in this country. Now, this is their data. They can cherry pick it to project that kind of optimism. But in recent days, they've also been saying they noticed this momentum shift back toward Donald Trump. A long way to go, but right now this campaign could not be feeling better.
Peter Zampa live in Florida tonight. Peter, thanks so much for that perspective. In Washington, D.C. is our correspondent John Decker. John, you're with the Harris campaign. What's the mood there right now? Are they confident? Do they remain optimistic?
Well, earlier in the evening, I would have said cautiously optimistic, but as the returns have come in, I will tell you there's a lot of anxiety here because the pathways for Kamala Harris, the vice president, to get to 270 have narrowed, and the best pathway for her is the blue wall states, winning in Pennsylvania, winning in Michigan, and winning in Wisconsin. And you see, if you look at your electoral map right now, the numbers that have come in, it is really close in those states. In Pennsylvania, however, she is trailing by 3%, about over 100,000 votes right now. That's a lot to make up for. Still a lot of percent of the vote that still needs to be counted, but that's given a lot of people that are here at this watch party a lot of anxiety.
This has been an unprecedented campaign. VP Harris at the top of the ticket for just a mere 107 days, and it has been nonstop on the campaign trail. How did she close out her campaign today?
Well, she closed out her campaign yesterday in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. 5 stops in Pennsylvania. Of course, it's 19 electoral college votes. It figures prominently in her pathway to 270. And then today she was here in Washington, D.C., spent most of the day at the vice president's residence, called into radio stations in all 7 swing states, visited the Democratic National Committee headquarters, thanking volunteers for making phone calls to get out the vote. And now the crowd here behind me, they're awaiting the arrival of the vice president. We could see her speak to her supporters here within the next hour or two. It's just a matter of when she feels comfortable, when more results come in to make her feel more comfortable in terms of perhaps being on a pathway to getting to 270 electoral college votes.
We're keeping that number up at the bottom of the screen. John Decker and Peter Zampa, thank you so much for joining us live tonight to give us kind of a feel of how both the camps on the other side are keeping an eye on this exciting night. And Morgan's tracking all of the states that some of them have already been called.
Yeah, right now we're estimating 210 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 112 for Kamala Harris. You can take a look at the big wall here. It looks like a lot of red in here, and you'd think, you know, it isn't even close, except remember that the population base is over there pretty large, so it's not really representative of how many people have voted. But I do want to get in here and take a look at Arizona, because this is a pretty interesting situation right now. 50% of the votes in, Donald Trump 49.6%, Kamala Harris 49.6%. Let's take a look at Maricopa County, 54% of the vote in. Harris is up 50.7% to 48.5%. That's tracking pretty close to how Joe Biden did last in 2020 when he beat Donald Trump here. Take a look down in Pinal County, 58% for Trump, 41% for Harris. Trump doing a lot better there. And then Pima County, it's another reliably blue area. Kamala Harris is getting 62% of the vote, and that is doing better now than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. So that's looking pretty good there. If you take a look at the whole state here, you see that over here, Mojave County is still doing very well for Donald Trump, 76%. He's outperforming there, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, he's outperforming himself from 4 years ago in that reliably red area. And then we've got Coconino County here, 56% of the vote in. Kamala Harris doing very well, 63%. So let's see. That is outperforming Joe Biden. Now, again, we've got about 50% of the votes that have been counted, that were cast, have been counted. So we still have a long way to go, but it's just remarkable how evenly split these two candidates are. And you take a look at the real population bases of Arizona, Maricopa, Pima, Coconino counties, and they're pretty blue right now. And these other areas, more rural, are looking a little more red. That tracks with what we're seeing across the country. Donald Trump doing a lot better in rural states and rural areas. Kamala Harris doing pretty well in the urban areas. Is she doing well enough to overcome what appears to be a Trump advantage? We'll find that out pretty soon. We're hearing that there are going to be a couple of significant vote drops in Georgia and Pennsylvania within the next hour or so. So we'll have all those numbers for you coming right up.
And I know none of the battleground states called, but at least Georgia and North Carolina are leaning far red at this point, leaning in that direction toward Trump.
It is looking positive for him in these battleground states.
But as she's been saying, she would rely on the blue wall, Pennsylvania plus Wisconsin and Michigan. So we'll have to see if that bears out over the next couple hours. She's not in a lead in any of those states right now as these early votes come in. Morgan, thanks so much. Thanks for tracking that for us. We'll check back in with you. Let's turn back to Arizona right now. Let's talk about our Senate race because Kari Lake has really tied her campaign to former President Donald Trump's campaign. Now, Trump is about 50-50 with Kamala Harris in Arizona, but it seems like all the Trump voters did not vote for Kari Lake.
We're seeing a split ticket, that's for sure, and she is trailing. Of course, she is still locked up in a civil defamation suit against our county recorder, Stephen Richer. She still says she won the 22 governor's election, and Ruben Gallego is hoping to bring this home blue and kind of solidify that, because it has been kind of purple, you know, after Kyrsten Sinema flipped it from Jeff Flake, who was a moderate Republican. She came in as a Democrat and then went voting with Republicans and changed her party to independent. So it has been kind of that purplish seat. So this has been a big deadlock trying to see what's going to happen, not just in Arizona, but for balance of power in Congress.
It's a big one. It matters nationwide. Let's talk about another race that matters nationwide. This is the race for Congressional District 8, which represents parts of the Northwest Valley, Phoenix, Glendale, Peoria, Sun City, New River, parts of Maricopa and Yavapai counties. This is the seat Congresswoman Debbie Lesko is leaving. And in her place, it looks like Abe Hamadeh is far in front, Republican Abe Hamadeh, far in front of his Democratic challenger, Greg Whitten. This is a reliably red district in Arizona.
Also, he is also contesting the 2022 race results when he lost the AG's race to Chris Mays, and at least 7 legal attempts to challenge that in the courts. But let's go ahead and check in with Sarah Robinson, who is live tonight at Abe Hamadeh's watch party. Sarah.
Well, good evening, guys. The atmosphere and the energy in here tonight has been high all the way through since we got here at about 5:30. I want to show you what we're seeing. And yes, there were many cheers when those first batch of those election results came in, showing a 7-point lead over Hamadeh's Democratic opponent, Greg Whitten, 53-46. Now, it has been very packed all night. Right now, it's really just standing room only. We're over at Lake Pleasant Harbor. You can see, as I mentioned, that energy is high. People are gathered around the TV screens behind me, just waiting for the next batch of results to drop. Now, as you mentioned, you may recall back in 2022, Chris Mays beat Abe Hamadeh for Attorney General by just 0.01%, a slim 280 vote margin. Now he's running for Arizona's 8th district. Hamadeh says he is confident in Republican voter turnout today and in early voting. The district is comprised of Peoria, Sun City, Anthem, and Northern Glendale. Hamadeh is running against biosecurity expert Democrat Greg Whitten. The district has been reliably red, as you mentioned, for the past several election cycles. Now, I did speak with Hamadeh about an hour ago. He says he is hopeful tonight will be a comeback win for him from 2022.
That race was decided by 280 votes out of 2.5 million. And now, if you look at what's going on, everybody's reporting the MVD has issues, the registration has issues. Our case was presenting that, and the Supreme Court's hearing it tomorrow, believe it or not. It's unbelievable the amount of corruption in this state. The people were able to give us justice that no court was able to give us. So it is a redemption tour, and we're going to be victorious.
Hamadeh has been an outspoken supporter of former President Donald Trump, getting an endorsement from him and making appearances with the former president over the past couple of years. Now, hopefully, we get more election updates and results for you soon. He is expected, of course, to take the stage tonight if that race is called. Of course, we will have to wait and see if that happens, but we'll be here for you if or when that does happen. For now, I'll send it back to you guys reporting live tonight in Peoria. I'm Sarah Robinson for Arizona's Family.
Sarah, thank you so much. And let's go ahead and get a look at some other results that are coming in. This is U.S. House District 3. This is the seat being vacated by Ruben Gallego, who is, of course, running for the U.S. Senate seat. And this is called by the AP for Yasamin Ansari with 73% of the vote. She's, of course, the Phoenix vice mayor who won the primary by 39 votes over Raquel Teran. It was so close. But from Maricopa County, parts of Phoenix, and the communities of South Phoenix, Laveen, Maryvale, and Glendale, a deep blue district.
Indeed. Here's a red district. The results now confirmed. Congressman Paul Gosar going back to Congress for Congressional District 9. This is the entire western side of Arizona. We're talking from Buckeye, Wickenburg, Kingman, Lake Havasu City, Parker as well. Gosar has kind of is an unusual figure in Congress in that his own fellow Republicans censured him at one point for posting a cartoon depicting himself killing a fellow member of Congress. He's an election denier. He spread all kinds of misinformation after 2020 and even claimed at one point that Antifa was to blame for the January 6th riot at the Capitol, and also spoke at white nationalist events. So a lot of baggage he brings to the race, but here we are. Voters in western Arizona are sending him back to Congress. The Democrat in that race really didn't put up much of a campaign.
Yeah, sometimes when it's that deep red, it just doesn't look like it's going to budge with the race. Let's get a look at Prop 311. This is the criminal conviction fee for first responders fund. And this is called as a yes. It's passing overwhelmingly with more than 1 million voters saying yes to tacking on a $20 fee for every criminal conviction that will go toward a benefit of $250,000 to the spouse or child of any first responder killed in the line of duty. So that is a new one that was brought by our legislators, one of 11 that they put to the ballot. 11 of 13, might we say. There were only 2 citizen initiatives this year.
Let's talk about our Senate race right now, because between Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake, the polls were about 7 points apart. They tightened a bit over the last week or so in the final days of the campaign. But this race for Senate in Arizona, it remains one of the most watched across the country.
Democrat Ruben Gallego fighting Republican Kari Lake to replace outgoing independent Kyrsten Sinema. Michael Raimondi is live in the newsroom tracking the Lake camp tonight. Michael.
Yeah, so I normally would be out at a watch party at this time of night following a candidate like Kari Lake, but we're not sure if her campaign is even having a watch party tonight. We reached out multiple times over the past couple of weeks. Nobody from her campaign has told us what her plans are for this evening. 2 years ago, all the Republican candidates, they were at just one big event all together, but this year they are all on their own. The only thing Kari Lake has tweeted in the last hour or so is just telling people in Arizona to stay in line. No response from her or her campaign about that first batch of results here tonight in our state. Now, the only time we have seen Lake today was from this video here when she was in Mesa earlier today taking her son to vote. She took some questions from reporters, and one of them was if she would accept the election results this time, because 2 years ago, when Lake ran for governor, she lost to Democrat Katie Hobbs and then filed lawsuits claiming there was election fraud. No major fraud was found in court cases, and Lake never came out and conceded that midterm race in 2022. But today, Lake said that she will this time concede the race no matter who wins and accepts the results.
I will accept the results of the election, and I have had a few concerns, but we've done a lot of legwork to prevent any problems.
So earlier today, Lake did not go into specifics about what has been done to prevent these issues she sees or who made those changes. Meanwhile, Maricopa County says today has gone smoothly overall. There are no widespread problems for in-person voting. Obviously, some longer lines in some places we've been reporting on throughout the day. Now, Lake was down in most polls, as Jared and Nicole were just talking to, leading up to today, so we'll see if that holds out to be true. So over the next couple of hours, we'll be monitoring her social media pages, and we'll share any updates as those results come in tonight. Lake also said she wants all the legal votes counted, but she says we shouldn't have to wait days to get those final results. We'll see if they come in maybe a little bit quicker than anticipated. Of course, Maricopa County always has the spotlight on it when it comes to Arizona. So, of course, we'll keep you up to date throughout the evening, guys.
Yeah, Dennis might correct me later, but I believe that might be the first time Kari Lake said, without a shadow of a doubt, that she will accept the results as we see them tonight.
I think it is.
Yeah, Michael, thanks so much.
Let's get to Jason Berry, who's out talking with Secretary of State Adrian Fontes tonight. We expected lines after the polls closed, Jason, but is he happy overall with how things have been going so far today?
Yeah, let's find out right now. Joining me now, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. There were some lines today. How do you see things? How have things been going?
Well, we've been working real hard with all of our partners, state, local, and federal law enforcement, our emergency managers, everybody else across sort of all the 15 counties. Looks like it went pretty well, and I think the long lines can be attributed not only to that very long ballot, but to the fact that a lot of people want to vote, and that's a really important thing. We're seeing great turnout, and that's what we love to see.
You know, you're always going to have problems with every election. Anything stand out, or you feel pretty happy?
Well, we had a couple of issues up in Apache County. They got a court order to keep the polls open a couple hours longer to accommodate those voters. We're going to see soon how that ended up working out. We also did have some unfortunate threats that came up, bomb threats around the state. All of them were debunked. Nothing actually ended up happening. But we have to be very cautious with these sorts of things and not just pretend like they don't mean anything. We did respond according to plan, and everybody is very safe.
What's your message to the public as ballots continue to be counted tonight?
Patience, patience, patience. Look, we all know that it takes a long time to make sure Arizona's ballots get counted, but that's because we have such solid accountability measures as we move the ballots through the system. It takes a long time, and it's important that we understand that we want to get it right, not just fast. We do it really well here in Arizona.
I mean, do you feel like all the steps taken leading up to the election are paying off?
Absolutely. You know, we've been spending a lot of time and energy working directly with the counties to get them the resources that they need so that they can each give their voters the best election possible. I think that's mostly mission accomplished across the state. I'm very happy and proud to be, the chief election officer in this state, seeing how great the entire team performed this year.
All right, we appreciate it, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. Thank you for talking to us again. He is preaching patience. He says it's going to be a long night, a lot of votes still to be counted, but despite some of the issues they've had, the bomb threats, that kind of thing, he is pretty pleased with how the election is going so far. Reporting live, Jason Berry, back to you.
Jason, thank you so much. It was interesting. Adrian Fontes, county recorder and Secretary of State, always give us kind of updates throughout the day. And earlier he said, if you're frustrated by how long you have to wait in line, take that to the Speaker of the House and your lawmakers for not working with the governor and instead shoving all these propositions on the ballot, because that is one thing that has made it a much longer ballot this year than in years past.
Longer lines for voters, and it's taken longer for them to tabulate the ballots themselves at headquarters. Well, stay with us tonight as we track what's going on in the race for 270. Here's a live look at the board right now. We are expecting another large batch of votes to come in the battleground state of Georgia shortly. Morgan Lowe is tracking the scene across the country in the race for the White House right after this. Arizona's family Arizona's family's ongoing coverage of Election Night 2024 continues right now with a live look at the big board across the country, the race to 270. So far in the early results, it has been a pretty solid night for the Trump campaign. So far, among the states declared, Trump has 214 electoral votes to Vice President Harris's 179. None of the battleground states have been called yet, but they are trending, several of them on the East Coast, in the red direction toward former President Donald Trump. Arizona voters will decide whether to enshrine the right to abortion in our state constitution or keep Arizona's current law, which bans abortions at 15 weeks with no exceptions for rape or incest.
It has been a major issue for voters nationwide. 9 other states have similar measures on the ballot tonight, and you can see this is passing with resounding support, 63% saying yes. AP has yet to call this at this point, but this was one of only two citizen-led initiatives on our ballot this year, 11 pushed by state legislators. And as we said before, there was so much of a draw to get people to sign off on this. They said 1 in 5 Arizonans signed the push to get this on the ballot.
And it looks like it's winning by about 2/3 almost in the early ballots tonight. Alexis Dominguez has been covering this issue for us for many months. Alexis, supporters of Prop 139, they're holding a watch party tonight. How are they feeling?
Well, I think you can imagine seeing that drop really gave them that overwhelming feeling that this is what Arizonans really want to see here in the state. And abortion is really a big issue across the nation. Arizona is one of 9 states that is seeing abortion up on the ballot. And so it is a topic that's drawing a lot of voters, and you can really see there is a crowd here. A lot of people were very happy to see what they saw in that first drop. So a yes on Prop 139 would essentially expand access to the procedure beyond the state's current 15-week limit. And opponents have criticized the language used in that proposition, which they call vague and confusing. And this is not the first time abortion has been a hot topic here in Arizona. In April, the state Supreme Court cleared the way for enforcement of a Civil War-era law that banned nearly all abortions in the state. The legislature repealed it before it could be enforced, and that just came after a lot of pushback from both GOP and Democratic lawmakers. Right now, abortions up to 15 weeks are legal here in the state, including exceptions in cases of medical emergencies, but not rape and incest. However, with Prop 139 looking like it may pass, it would mean that every Arizonan will have a fundamental right to abortion up to the point of fetal viability, which is around 22 to 24 weeks. And then it would be allowed after that in cases of rape, incest, or if the mother's life is at risk.
It means that abortion will remain legal in Arizona up to 15 weeks and beyond that for any medical emergency. Girls and women will be guaranteed to see a qualified medical doctor. They will be able to continue to rely on those safety precautions that are in place to protect them when they do choose to get an abortion.
We've heard misinformation from anti-abortion extremists all over the country. And so, thousands of Arizona doctors and healthcare providers have said that that's not true. They will continue to provide and are required to provide the same care that they always have. In fact, what Prop 139 does is actually put these decisions in the hands of experts instead of politicians. And nothing is more safe than that.
And again, moments ago, we heard from the campaign. They say they're happy to see the results, and they're really not surprised because, as Nicole mentioned, this was a citizen-led initiative. So a lot of people wanted to get the option to vote on the issue of abortion here in our state. With the record amount of signatures they got to get this on the ballot, they figured that people would be voting the same way. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Alexis, thank you so much. And I know 9 other states are dealing with that. I know Florida did not make the supermajority to pass that protection in their state constitution, but we're keeping an eye on all of that. Let's go ahead and talk about, there was a big push to take action against the judges on our state Supreme Court who, when Roe was overturned, it became an issue of should the 1864 near total ban on abortions go in effect, or should our 15-week law go into effect? And so Justice Clint Bolick is one of those justices who said it should revert to the 1864 law. and he upheld that. He is being protected by retention, and so is the other justice, Catherine King. Now, we should mention, Jared, there was a line item in the 15-week law that our state legislators passed that said if Roe should ever be overturned, it will not supersede the 1864 ban. So they were looking at the legal verbatim of the law.
Right. It's kind of unusual to see campaigns launched against judges and justices, but that was the case. A progressive group launched a campaign against Bullock and King in April, accusing them essentially of putting ideology over the law. But Bullock, Justice Bullock, especially fought back against that, sought to keep his seat. He warned voters against putting politics and opinions over issues and what's actually written in the law. And he maintains that majority ruling from our state Supreme Court, which reinstated that 1864 abortion ban, he maintains that decision, that ruling was made based on law. And it looks like tonight, despite that campaign to oust he and the other justice, it looks like they're going to keep their seats.
His wife is in the state legislature, and Prop 137, we should mention, failed. This was a legislative effort to try and protect judges for their term limits, and it was specific to the two Supreme Court justices who were up for retention, saying, hey, if we take that out of the hands of the people, then we will retroactively go back and protect these two state Supreme Court justices. That failed. The people telling our lawmakers, no, we want the right to determine who stays on the bench in Arizona.
And pretty overwhelmingly, about 80%
Correct.
said that they do not want lifetime appointments for our judges in the Superior Court and our justices on the state Supreme Court.
The polls closed 2 hours ago, 2 hours and 8 minutes ago, and lo and behold, bless the hearts of those patient voters out there who are still in line. Stephen Saravia is waiting. How's the temperament? How are they okay with this? Are they just scrolling their cell phones, keeping everyone entertained? What's going on out there?
Yeah, all the mood is still pretty good right now. I mean, as you mentioned, polls closed at 7, and I spoke with the last guy in line. He got in at 6:59, says he's still excited to vote. So just take a look at this line. As I mentioned earlier, I interviewed the last guy in line who showed up, and so he got here at 6:59. All the people in front of him have got here earlier than him. He says that he procrastinated till the last minute, almost got cut off, but we've actually seen the poll workers turn people away after 7. And this line was so long, it was at the point that people even put up signs across the line telling people that there was a 70-minute wait, like you would see it at an amusement park. But all these people are very excited. There was a DJ here keeping people hyped, but this line was so long that his generator died, so he had to pack up and go. But moods are still high. In fact, we have some people sort of kind of tailgating a little bit. They've been passing out some food and water, as you can see over here as well. So the moods are still high, but we're still looking at about 100 more people, maybe a little less than that. So probably less than an hour this line should wrap up. As you can see, it wraps around about twice before it goes into the building, and it's been moving pretty quickly this past 30 minutes. So again, everybody in this line has been here since before 7, and they will have their votes counted. And of course, you can count on Arizona's family to keep you updated as we learn more of these election results. But for now, live in Tolleson, I'm Stephen Sarabia for Arizona's family.
Wow, that is really impressive. Good for them for sticking out there 2 hours after the polls closed.
I am curious if any of those waiting in line still have their green envelope in hand, but they just want to be part of this historic process.
Well, hopefully somebody ushered them straight to the front
You
and said,
can
put this
drop
in
it
this
off,
box
but I
right
mean,
here.
did they want to bubble down the ticket? I don't know.
We saw
We'll
some of
see.
the longest lines in Yuma today. A reporter there, Alex
More than 2
Rangel,
hours.
more than 2 hours waiting in the Yuma area. So long lines in different parts of the state. Let's talk about some more of the ballot propositions. This one, I admit, I think this is confusing. Proposition 138, the Tipped Workers Protection Act. Essentially, this would reduce what restaurants and employers would have to pay themselves and make workers rely more on their tips. So it is getting a no vote in the early votes right now. We'll talk more about this in just a bit.
We're pivoting because we want to get to the U.S. Senate race right now. Here's a Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego taking to the podium. Let's take a listen.
Welcome. Growing up, the way that I did, the son of immigrants, I would never thought I would make it this far. To be here on this stage tonight. And while we're still waiting for results to come in, I believe that when all those ballots are counted and every Arizona's vote is counted, a poor Latino boy who grew up sleeping on the floor will be headed to the floor of the United States Senate. The first Latino senator in Arizona history. My name is Ruben Gallego. I'm a husband, a congressman, and a Marine. I'm a proud Arizonan and a proud father. I first want to thank my wife, Sydney. We started this campaign 22 months ago and have a 16-month-old daughter. So that tells you everything you need to know about the last 2 years and how it has not been easy. Thank you, babe. She was with me for every step of the way, and I love you. My sisters, Lisa and Laura, are here, taking care of my son, Michael. We're missing my other sister, Alex, tonight, who's at home, ready to have a baby any day now. My mom, where are you at? There you go. My mom. She raised us, all four of us alone, on a secretary's salary. And like many moms across the country, she did not have it easy. But she gave us everything she could. She worked night and day, all to give us a shot at success. Only in America, only in America can 4 children raised by an immigrant single mom grow up to become a teacher, a doctor, a businesswoman, and soon to be a senator. I wouldn't be here on this stage tonight if it wasn't for her. Gracias, mamá. As a kid, I slept on the floor of my living room so that my sisters can have beds. And I worked every job I could to help the family get by. Meat packing, construction, making pizzas, making hot dogs, you name it. And as a matter of fact, I think my boss at my hot dog stand's actually here, Steve Zerlentes. Steve, where are you at? Steve was a great mentor to me at a time when I didn't have any male mentors. Well, he taught me how to do a proper Chicago-style hot dog, no ketchup, and still let me study for all my exams and do my homework while still making hot dogs. I still have my first suit that I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw all the kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed in America. That's America. Because of that, I decided I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve my country, the country that gave my family a chance to live the American dream, the greatest country in the world. So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah! I know there's some out there. I had the honor of fighting alongside my brothers in Iraq in Lima Company 325, assigned to Al-Anbar, Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima at first, but unfortunately, eventually our luck ran out. Our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days. But the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so is this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign. Go everywhere and talk to everyone. And that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought. but they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either. For 22 months, I've traveled all around this state. And the thing I learned is that we have so much in common. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we all want the same thing, a better life for our kids, and to give our kids a better future. It's just that simple. And that's exactly why I'm here. I believe in the American dream. And I want everyone else to have the same opportunity to make it that I had. I'm here tonight because I believe women should also be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies. I'm here because costs are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe that the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. And because of that, we are going to win. Even though our race isn't quite over yet, I still want to thank all Arizonans who supported me, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C. To my family, my mom, my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, and they're all here. We're a big Latino family. I will always have your back because you always had my back. And to Sydney, Michael, Isla, who always gave me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrolled with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Cheston, who are here tonight, I love you, brothers. Semper Fi, and I'll always have your back. To my campaign team, to all the volunteers and our supporters, to the unions and the community groups who stood and fought alongside us the whole time, thank you. So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids, for the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift, and for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
Well, if these early numbers continue to track in this direction as more votes are counted, Ruben Gallego, the congressman from Phoenix and Marine, would become, as he mentioned, the first Latino senator from Arizona. But he said it, this race has not yet been called, even though he's talking like a winner.
Man, he is sounding very confident about what's going on. And if you look at the numbers there, I mean, there is reason to be confident. There's still a lot of votes to be counted. We have to be very, very clear about that. The race has not been called, as you just said there, Jared, as Ruben Gallego said on stage. Although that sounded very much like a speech that he was giving that he had won this race. And look at that. It's interesting right now that he is up over Kari Lake, Ruben Gallego. And when you start breaking down the numbers, looking at the numbers, Ruben Gallego outperforming Kamala Harris as of right now in number of votes that have been reported. And conversely, Kari Lake underperforming Donald Trump at this point in the race when you start looking at the percentages. But one of the things I found very interesting here is when you just look at the raw vote totals as of right now, Ruben Gallego with that 948,000 plus vote right there is more than what Donald Trump has, who has about a 904,000 total votes.
That's for Arizona. I think we've got the numbers for the Trump-Harris race here in Arizona alone, because we've drilled down. We've got the national numbers, but here we'll pull up the Arizona numbers as well. I think this is still our national numbers, but we'll work to get those for you. It does show that yeah, we're definitely seeing a split ticket here.
Yeah, we're seeing that voters, I mean, there's got to be a number of, Trump voters, Gallego voters, and let's start going down the list here and start looking at these other races, voters who wanted to enshrine the abortion. I don't know if we have those numbers up yet. And then we have voters out there who wanted to get tough on the border.
But it is interesting to see exactly what you said, that Gallego has received about 44,000 more votes than Donald Trump in Arizona, and here's more.
And look at that. I mean, you're always trying to divine trends and whatnot in politics. What do you make of this? You've got the Trump Gallego voter that they're also voting to enshrine abortion and get tough on the border. When you start looking at I believe it's Prop 134. So many numbers in my head right now.
Well, that's abortion passing overwhelmingly.
Yes.
And let's go ahead and pull up the border as well, because you're right. When you start looking down the ticket, you think abortion and border, that those are going to be big drivers. When we asked just people in the lead up to election, what's the main thing that's driving you to vote? Yeah. Abortion rights was a big one, and not just for women. And then the border was another big one. But we're seeing, again, definitely some split voting here.
Yeah, and I am going to be fascinated to see when this is all wrapped up and we start getting that post-election information. Where did the independent voters in Arizona, how were they breaking for this? Yeah. Were they the ones driving these kinds of numbers? When you start, as Nicole was saying, when you start looking at abortion and tough immigration measures, you would think one of those issues, abortion, would be more in line with Democrat voting, and the border would be more with Republican voting. But you got to see people voting for all this stuff up and down these main races here. It's fascinating.
Yeah, it shows Arizona independents are definitely willing to split their tickets. What do we have, like 1.5 million independent voters? It's about a third of the voters.
It's the second leading party now.
Yeah, second largest block of voters. Yeah.
And along what you just said a moment ago, I did see a number of Trump Gallego campaign signs. No idea who put them up, but they were out there.
And it's the other interesting thing, too, that you get reminded again. We went through those midterm elections that, there's only one Donald Trump. People tried to be Donald Trump. They tried to co-opt that message. It doesn't work out quite as well with him. Again, we still have votes to count. I'm not saying that this race is over, but as of right now, Kari Lake is underperforming Donald Trump. Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and you can co-opt his message all you want, but what works for him may not work for you.
We've got one of our swing states finally called, the first of the night. Yep. So let's go ahead and check in with Morgan Lowe. You've been watching the map closely.
Yep. The path to 270 for Kamala Harris just got narrower because right here, North Carolina was called for Donald Trump, along with its 16 electoral votes. That leaves Georgia, which has not yet been called, but 90% of the votes are in. Donald Trump leads 51 to 48. It is still possible for Kamala Harris to make up that ground, but that path is getting narrower. There's just not a lot of votes out there. That leaves this. This is the path here that Kamala Harris has to take, the blue wall. And right now, there's a problem with that blue wall. Every one of those states is pink. Now, these states, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, not a lot of votes counted yet. There's plenty of time for those to turn blue. Pennsylvania, the big one, 19 electoral votes there. It's not trending the way the Harris campaign wanted it to. Take a look down here. This is the area around Philadelphia, and this is where Harris needed to do well. Take a look at this. This is Bucks County. She's underperforming there. She's up 49.7% to 49.4%. Joe Biden won Bucks County by 51%. That's a couple of percentage points, but that makes a big difference. So there's some problems here in this area for Kamala Harris. Now, we've heard that in about 35 minutes, there's going to be a big drop of votes in the Philadelphia area there. So this is Philadelphia County. 69% of the votes counted. Harris is winning 77% to 21%. A lot of votes in this area, but she has to make up, take a look here, almost 200,000 votes just to tie. So she has to really start bringing in those votes. Pennsylvania still in play. It's going to take a long time for all these votes to be counted. But if you are Donald Trump and his campaign, you're looking at this and you're saying, this is breaking my way. If you're the Harris campaign, you're seeing a very narrowing way to get to that 270, that magic 270 electoral votes. Right now, Donald Trump is at 230. Kamala Harris is at 187. Just take a quick look here at Arizona. We've had a few more votes come in. Donald Trump is up by 0.2 percentage points. Where is he getting those votes? Well, Harris is winning Maricopa County by a couple of percentage points. Harris is winning Pima County, the two big population bases. Donald Trump is winning Yuma County, and he's winning it big. He's outperforming how he did there 4 years ago. He's got 16,000 votes there to Kamala Harris's 8,000 votes. That's the difference right now between Trump and Harris in Arizona. So that was always going to be one of those sort of bellwether counties where we were able to see how people were thinking about the border and whether the border was affecting the vote. The border is definitely affecting the vote in Yuma County. More votes are coming in as we speak all across the map. So don't go anywhere because we're going to keep up on this.
Morgan, can I ask you one quick question? Can you click on Minnesota? Because Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota would probably like to see the Harris campaign doing better.
Yeah, and yes, it's red, but it's 16% of the vote in right now. So I wouldn't make too much.
Gotcha.
Minnesota wasn't really supposed to be close, but then again, neither was Virginia, and Virginia was close. Yeah. So it's not trending the way they want it to because look at it, it's all pink. Right there. That should be blue.
That is the blue wall.
Yeah.
All right. Morgan, thanks for the update.
Sure.
Wow. It's real interesting to get a breakdown of the math because it is the road to 270 and those numbers make all the difference in the world. You just heard from Congressman Ruben Gallego a moment ago. Now let's hear from the woman who will be replacing him in the U.S. House District 3 race.
Emma Lockhart, you spoke with Yasmin Ansari tonight. She was the youngest member of the city council. Now it looks like she'll be one of the youngest members of Congress.
Yes, and she is currently on stage right now, but I also want to show you how packed this room is, how packed this watch party is right now. Hundreds of people and still a lot of energy here tonight, especially when Representative Gallego got up on stage in what appeared to be a victory speech, although he reiterated the race would likely not be called tonight and that all the votes needed to be counted. Now, we did speak with Democrat Yasmin Ansari just a couple of minutes ago before she went up on stage. Again, the AP called her race for Congressional District 3, currently held by Gallego, that leans heavily Democratic. But I asked her during these times that are incredibly politically divisive, how she plans to work across the aisle and be a representative for everyone in our state.
I've worked with Republicans on addressing climate change in Phoenix. I was able to pass a transportation plan to invest in electric vehicle charging stations. So I have experience in that, and I'm not afraid to talk to people. I'm not afraid to bring people together. And honestly, most people I talk to, whether they're Democrats, independents, or Republicans, people are tired of the extremism on either side and wanting people who just want to work and get things done. And it's okay if we don't always agree, but let's at least have the conversation.
We also heard from Governor Katie Hobbs about 30 minutes ago, and she was also reiterating that every single vote needs to be counted and for people to be patient. They want the vote to be accurate. So again, just reiterating that this might take some time to see the final results for a lot of these races. We are still waiting to hear from some more speakers on stage, like Representative Greg Stanton, as well as Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. But the mood's still lively here tonight, and a lot of people still watching all of those national results come in, as well as the local ones. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, the Democrats getting some wins here locally tonight, but you could tell that mood in that room, kind of apprehensive watching the national results come in the race for president. Emma, thanks so much for that update. We will check in with you again.
Want to get another quick check back on Prop 138. This is for tipped workers. Can they be paid 25% below minimum wage if they're making take home more than $2 above minimum wage? And yeah, voters are saying no. So we are checking in with Mason Carroll, who is up in Flagstaff. We have a lot of service workers up there.
Yeah, and the minimum wage. Mason, you've been covering this a couple times through the election cycle because the minimum wage in Flagstaff is a bit higher.
Yeah, with this proposition passing, this is a huge win for local workers who have said cost of living here is a big issue. But for local businesses, they might not feel the same. Now, we've spoken with restaurants who have struggled to keep up with the minimum wage increase. Flagstaff's minimum wage has increased consecutively for the past 8 years. It will rise again in 2025 to $17.85. Now, local restaurant owner John Conley, who you might know from his restaurants Fat Olive or Salsa Brava, also says that this could be detrimental to local businesses and this could have been a lifeline. Now, for Prop 138, it would have made employees' hourly pay 25% per hour less than the minimum wage, as long as their take-home, tips included, still come out to at least $2 over minimum wage. Tipped employees across the state would lose 65 cents an hour, but in Flagstaff, because of the higher minimum wage, that cut would have been $3.45 an hour, causing concerns for local workers.
Mason, thank you so much. Yeah, we are watching all of the races for you, and we want to get a look at another one of our propositions for you. This is Prop 140, the push for open primaries. This is passing with 60% of the vote right now. This is 46% of the precincts reporting.
It looks like it's failing, right? With 60% voting no on Prop 140. Am I reading that correctly? Is that where we're at here? So it looks like it's failing. This is the push to change open primaries. We have this partisan primary system here in Arizona where the Republicans vote on one ballot, Democrats vote on another ballot, and independents have to cross that extra hurdle of, choosing one of those ballots to vote on. And the people who wanted to change that and create an open primary system, you're looking at me, Dennis. Am I reading that wrong?
No. I was going to say, like, the opposition to this was that it would open the door to ranked choice voting.
More confusion.
Yeah, which is more confusion, which is true and untrue, right? The ranked choice voting, it would have left it up to the legislature to decide whether they would use a ranked choice voting model on this, because the way this would have worked had it passed is you would have had a primary of at least the top vote getters moving on to a general election. It could be, no less than 2 moving forward. It would be up to the legislature to decide if they wanted a ranked choice voting, which confuses voters in Arizona. A lot of places don't trust ranked choice voting because they don't understand it, because it is a very confusing system.
Yeah, the chair of the state GOP sent out a message saying they spent quite a bit of money opposing that. They sent out 500,000 pieces of direct mail to people's homes in the final days of the campaign.
In this bipartisan way, this polarized world where, Republicans and Democrats disagree on just about everything, both parties really agreed that they did not like this ballot proposal, and so they're moving forward with that. So.
And that was brought by Citizens Initiative. So if we can look at Prop 134, I think we've got, or is it 133? Okay, this was the other one. With, there were some confusing measures that were on the ballot, because 133 came up first on the ballot because Prop 140, open proposition, or open primary, I should say, was on everybody's mind, but 133 brings it up and it's on your ballot first. This one says no.
Yeah, it's voters saying we don't want to lock ourselves into everything. Maybe they didn't like the other ballot option on there, the other primary option on there, but they don't want to lock themselves into something that's constitutionally protected.
All right, let's move down the line there. I think we're going to talk about Prop 134 right now. This talks about the signatures needed to get a
this is
citizen
interesting.
initiative on the ballot. Basically, it would have made it more of a challenge for a citizen initiative to get on the ballot. This is getting a pretty strong no vote right now.
Because you'd have to go into all of
Yeah.
Arizona's 30 legislative districts to get a certain number of signatures, and then any of Arizona's 7.2 million voters would be beholden to any district's 239,000 residents. So right now it's 10%, 15% of votes cast for governor or the general constitutional amendment. So now they're saying, no, let's not change this.
Yeah, and that's the voters again saying when you start putting some of this together, like, look, you know, we want to, the voters want to keep their ability to judge the judges. They want to keep their ability to put issues on the ballot. They don't want to give up that authority. We're learning that tonight.
That's a pretty strong message they're sending in these early results. Do you want to talk about Prop 313? Now, this deals with stricter sentences for people convicted of child sex trafficking. In fact, it would be a life sentence for people convicted of felony child sex trafficking. Current sentencing is about 7 years to life. So this would be a big change if it passes.
A lot of people say out the gate, why not? This makes great sense, but critics put an asterisk on this because many times when you're dealing with sex trafficking, you have underage victims who are then forced by the pimps and the sex traffickers to also go out and bring in other girls, bring in other young men, and they become sex traffickers themselves. So that's one where some law enforcement and prosecutors are saying, maybe this wouldn't be such a great thing to happen, Dennis.
Yeah, and voters are going to look at that, though.
Interesting.
I mean, you know, again, voters are busy. They've got lives to live. And you're going to look at what it says on the ballot
On
there.
face value.
Yeah, at face value and say, yeah, you know, I don't want, you know, throw the book at these people. You know, that's the general thought there. You know, it's a nuanced argument that you brought there. There may be a lot of merits to that, but it doesn't work in a political campaign.
Yeah,
correct?
the fine print could hurt some
Yeah.
victims of sex trafficking themselves.
Another one sent to the ballot, by the way, by our Republican state
Right.
lawmakers this year. Looks like the voters agree with that.
Right now, hundreds of volunteers are at the Maricopa County Tabulation Center.
Look at that. Wow.
They have been working around the clock. And Jared, they have like 100 workers who work in 3 different shifts to keep this process going 24/7. They've processed more than 2 million ballot pages. So that's more than 1 million early ballots. And they still have many more votes to verify and run through the tabulation machines. They got to verify the signatures.
Yep.
They got to make sure that page 1 and 2 are there, that they match the envelope. It's a lot of fine tuning.
And they're doing this 24/7. I heard the county recorder and also the Secretary of State say they volunteered to take a couple overnight shifts this week just to be in the trenches with all the folks who've been hired to process our ballots.
They called it democracy after dark.
Yes.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, Derek Stahl is at election headquarters tonight. Derek, what can you tell us from your vantage point this evening?
Well, yeah, you mentioned it. Stephen Richard, the county recorder, has been overseeing the overnight shifts, which start at midnight, I believe. It's the first time they've actually had a third shift, and they brought in this third shift to run 24 hours a day because of that 2-page ballot that we've heard so much about. 2 pages, front and back. It's harder to cut out of the envelopes. It's a little bit harder to take out and assess and then get it ready to be tabulated. So it's been a lot more work. They've obviously been working very hard here at the County Tabulation Center to get it all ready to go. Now, so far, we have results here in Maricopa County for 1.1 million early ballots. These are ballots that were dropped off last week and received as of Tuesday. Normally, they have the first batch from ballots that are received as of Friday. County elections officials tell me that is because of the difficulty of dealing with these 2-page ballots. It's just a little bit slower. It just takes a little bit more time. That said, you know, county election officials say they did not see major disruptions at polling locations. Take a listen.
Look, when you're printing off this many ballots, you've got a 2-page ballot, toner goes down on the printer. We've had to replenish the toner, but that's something, you know, people do at work, they do at home, and we found that has not been a major disruption. We're so proud of our team here. They've done a great job running this election.
In the next 30 minutes or so, we should get results from the day of voters. About 270,000 or more folks checked in and voted day of today in Maricopa County. That should come down in the next few minutes. Reporting live here from the County Tabulation Center, I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
Derek, thanks so much. Yeah, they were talking about maybe up to 300,000 day of voters, or more than 300,000 day of voters. So we saw those long lines at polling sites across the county today, but it looks like day of turnout was slightly below what Maricopa County officials expected.
But tens of thousands of those ballots that they're still having to check the signatures on. You saw the people sitting at the tables. It's a two-person team, so it's quite a process. And again, it could take several, if not 13 days to count the vote in Arizona. We keep refreshing the numbers here to see. Our national correspondent Peter Zampa is live tonight in Florida with the Trump campaign watch party. Sounds like a party there, Peter.
Yeah, well, Nicole and Jared, don't let the booing right now fool you at all. This crowd is very energized. They're excited. This energy actually is starting to pick up even more now that states like North Carolina are being called by a bunch of media outlets, the first in all the battleground states to be called for Donald Trump thus far, at least by the Associated Press. As soon as that happened, this crowd erupted. Now, there is still some space on this floor behind me for folks to file in, but by and large, this is a crowd that's raring to go, excited to most likely hear from Donald Trump at some point tonight.
All right, Peter Zampa live with the Trump campaign in Florida this evening. Peter, thanks very much. We thought those boos were cheers behind you, by the way.
It just sounded rowdy and ruckus, for sure.
John Decker is with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. John, did they end up at Howard University tonight? Is that where you're stationed?
Yeah, Howard University is where this event is taking place, where the vice president is expected to address her supporters at some point. It's quiet here. There's not a lot of cheer about with all of the various states that are breaking towards Donald Trump. When a state does break towards Kamala Harris, it's not one of those things that's unexpected. California, for instance, of course, being called for the vice president.
For Kamala Harris, if that was the world in which we were living, that is why.
Well, we appreciate the live update there, and we'll keep checking back in with you throughout the night as we watch those numbers. Of course, we've been taking a look at the numbers on the national scheme and then also drilling down, trying to see what's going on. I'm getting text messages from friends out of state saying, any news on Arizona? How's it looking? It is still a clear push for our presidential race in Arizona. Our 11 electoral votes here in Arizona. I know that we are a key swing state, and it's interesting because there was a write-up recently about how Maricopa County has become such a pivotal point in the race, and that's why you saw both campaigns not only coming here for the top of the ticket, they're bringing their second in command multiple times and many of their surrogates because they're really trying to win over the vote in Maricopa County.
I think the grand total was former President Trump made 7 visits here. J.D. Vance made another 6 or 7 himself, and then Vice President Harris made 5 or 6 herself, and Governor Tim Walz made probably 5 or 6. He went all over the state from way down south. He was up in Window Rock on the Navajo Reservation as well. So both campaigns have really crisscrossed Arizona over the last several months rather.
Trump and Harris both here on Halloween at opposing rallies in the Valley. So it has been quite busy in this final push. And again, Kamala Harris only at the top of the ticket for 107 days. This has been unlike anything that we could have even possibly imagined before when we sat down to look at how the election would play out, for sure.
Well, let's talk about one of the congressional districts which people across the country are watching tonight because this is considered a vulnerable district, a competitive district. This is Congressman David Schweikert's district here in Phoenix and Scottsdale. And he faced a really tough competitor. This race has not been called just yet. Amish Shah, an ER doctor and state lawmaker. Jason Berry live for us tonight. Jason, were you talking to Dr. Shah earlier? He must be feeling pretty good about the early results.
Yeah, we had a crew who was out talking to him earlier, and he's quietly confident that this race will turn and stay in his direction. Right now, the latest numbers we have is Amish Shah, the Democrat, up 50.9% to David Schweikert, 49.1%. Again, this race is too close to call, but this was one of those national races, one of those toss-up races that people have been talking about, that it was possible that incumbent David Schweikert could possibly lose his seat because of the strong challenge of Amish Shah. Now, again, this is one of 6 nationally watched toss-up races. U.S. House District 1 happens to be the wealthiest congressional district in Arizona, making up parts of Scottsdale, North Phoenix, Paradise Valley, Fountain Hills, and Cave Creek. We spoke to Shah earlier today, who felt good about the campaign he's run.
I hit a cumulative total of 23,000 doors yesterday. And so every one of those doors that we hit, we offered people a chance to have a real conversation and to be a part of real politics. I'm not talking about watching stuff on television and pontificating about polls, but more that you would have a say in the way this country is going to go, and that you would have a voice that somebody was out there to listen to. That's what this campaign has always been about. And if we are fortunate to win tonight, that's the promise to the people of the United States.
Again, this congressional race in U.S. House District 1 right now too close to call, but the challenger, Amish Shah, is leading incumbent David Schweikert. As soon as we get new numbers, we'll bring them to you. Reporting live, Jason Berry for Arizona's Family.
A very close race here in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Jason, thanks so much. Let's talk about another race where one of the candidates has quite a bit of a larger lead. This is to represent northwest parts of the valley: Phoenix, Glendale, Peoria, New River. This is the seat, Congressional District 8, that Debbie Lesko is leaving. She's leaving Congress to run for county supervisor, and Abe Hamadeh is winning pretty sizably in the early results.
Let's check in with Sarah Robinson live tonight, and you're getting a chance to speak with him tonight.
Yes, he actually just got off the podium a couple minutes ago. Now, if you are declaring an early victory here tonight, based on the polls and the numbers that we are seeing right now, you are maintaining that 7-point lead over your Democrat opponent. In 2022, you lost by just 280 votes. What are your thoughts tonight on this comeback win for you?
Absolutely. Well, the people were able to provide me the justice that no court was able to give us. So, this is why I love Arizona so much. Arizona's hurting. Our country's hurting. And this is, going to Washington, D.C. as a young man with a lot of energy, it's going to be impactful. Our country needs to be turned around. We have a wide open border. We got an economy that's unaffordable for so many people, not just senior citizens, but it's the people trying to start a new family. Inflation's at record high. They can't afford homes. So there's a lot of issues that we have to tackle. So I got a big job ahead of me, but I look forward to going to Washington, D.C. I think we go to new member orientation next week, so I'll be on a flight pretty soon out of here. But this is a celebration for the people, and that's what was so amazing about it. It was really special. We declared it early because Arizona takes way too long to count these ballots, and it's not fair to the people. They deserve to have clarity quickly, and I want to be able to give it to them. All of our numbers look like it's positive, and we're going to grow that 7% lead to even bigger.
Now, speaking of that early declaration of victory, you do have that 7% lead. How confident are you in maintaining that? Of course, this district is pretty reliably red.
Oh, we're going to maintain it. We're going to grow it now. Now we're waiting for the day of election voters. It's overwhelmingly Republican. So I just wanted to make sure we were able to appreciate and give thanks to everybody who came out here and supported my campaign. But we're going to win this, and we're going to win it big.
Abe Hamadeh, thank you so much. All right, guys, it is wrapping up and winding down here in Peoria for the night. I will send it back to you guys.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. Kind of begs the question. You guys can come back to us if you want. Begs the question how former Congressman, or soon-to-be former Congresswoman Debbie Lesko is doing as she runs for county supervisor in District 4.
District 4 is a GOP stronghold.
Yeah.
It is Clint Hickman's seat. He is one of 2 supervisors who's leaving office because of just they were facing an onslaught of threats and harassment after the elections because, of course, your county supervisors are in charge of running elections on election day. So our District 4 is in the Northwest Valley. That's Debbie Lesko, and she is up against David Sandoval, who runs a marketing firm. He's from Peoria's school district board. Okay, so she is up with a double-digit lead here.
Yeah, I mean, she's pretty well known in that part of the valley, and she's, I forget how many terms she served in Congress, but she's been around for quite a while, a strong, kind of staunch supporter of former President Donald Trump. So she's well known in the area, and in the early ballots, the early returns tonight, she certainly has a pretty sizable lead. And it looks like she could be heading to the county supervisors, the board of supervisors.
It's interesting following where all of our lawmakers go when they move from the House to the Senate to Congress to, well, county supervisor. So you're looking at that there, the possibility. Let's take a look down in Tucson, U.S. House District 2. Incumbent Eli Crane, Republican Eli Crane, is facing newcomer Jonathan Nez, of course, to Congress. He's your former Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez, our former, and he was, a lot of folks were considering this kind of a sleeper race because Eli Crane had been running a really strong campaign, but Jonathan Nez, we're still waiting for the numbers to come in from Apache County, which is a heavily leaning Democratic county.
And this is Congressional District 2. If you don't know, this is just a massive district. This kind of loops around a large part of the state. We're talking Florence, Globe, Payson, the White Mountains, including Flagstaff and Sedona and Prescott as well, including the Navajo Nation, the entire Navajo and Hopi nations as well. So it's a huge swath of Arizona. And it looks like, as we wait for those Apache County votes to come in, at this point, early votes say Eli Crane, the incumbent Republican congressman, at this point has a pretty good lead.
Okay, we've been kind of bouncing around the map and taking a look at, again, 13 different propositions on your ballot. It was wild that you had 2 pages back and forth, taking an average of 14 minutes to bubble down the ballot. And do we have another proposition that we're going to take a look at? Oh no, we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on all the races for you.
We have what they call a hard out, Nicole. So we're going to leave you a quick break and a look at your national numbers in the race for 270. More states being called for former President Donald Trump, but the door has not closed for Vice President Harris yet. More results as they come in.
to be honest, to use her expression. I can't use her expression. I can't think of any. Look, I ran a great campaign.
We finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy.
I have all the trust that everything is going to go well and we'll get the results that our country is wanting.
To see these young people, Republicans and Democrats, you see both, peacefully come in and participate in this democracy, it's kind of inspiring, actually, to see this many young people choosing to vote.
It's just a very pivotal moment in our history, I feel, and so I just felt it's important for her to be a part of it with me. Is really awesome.
It's always important to be heard, no matter how small you think your voice is. I think every voice matters.
And we're watching that play out tonight. Good evening. Welcome to our extended coverage of the 2024 election. I'm Jared Dillingham.
And I'm Nicole Kreitz. Thanks so much for joining us. 3 hours after the polls closed here in Arizona, people are still in line waiting to cast their vote as we speak. We have more than a dozen crews fanned out all over the valley and the state tonight, tracking all the major races, working round the clock to keep you informed. First, let's get to political editor Dennis Welch with a look at the latest results.
Yeah, just take a look at some of those latest results in those key races. I mean, obviously, we're all looking at that presidential race, but you know, the race there for the U.S. Senate, we're looking at Ruben Gallego versus Kari Lake, and Ruben Gallego came out and gave a speech sounding very much like he thinks he's going to be the winner in that speech. And if you start looking at the results there, Ruben Gallego doing very well at this point. At last check, he actually had more raw votes than President Donald Trump, who is leading the presidential race right now. It shows that there were a lot of voters out there that were voting for Donald Trump and voting for Ruben Gallego.
It looks like he's about 120,000 votes ahead of Kari Lake right now. That's a pretty strong lead, even though it's early.
Still a lot of votes. We're still waiting for Maricopa County, the largest county obviously in Arizona, to deliver some updated vote totals. I'm told by county officials there, they're still waiting for trucks to stop by and drop off those key cards with those vote totals from all the different precincts and voting centers right now. We should be getting that sometime in the next hour or so, we hope, and that will be able to provide us a little bit more clarity about what's going on, particularly in this race.
Abortion was a big driver to get a lot of voters to turn out to the polls. And we're seeing a significant yes here.
And this was another issue. You look at this bipartisan buy-in to get to these kinds of numbers. I think there were a lot of Republicans, again, that historically, if you look at this party, a part of its platform was very much opposed to abortion and whatnot. But at this point right now, they want to maintain some sort of access, some sort of protections out there. Interesting that it's up this big. We did kind of expect that, considering when we started looking at all the polls coming into this election today.
And Dennis, we've been talking about it looks like a lot of people who support more access to abortion in Arizona also support more border security measures in Arizona, because as we look at Prop 314, the results, the early results there, this one also appears to be passing. This was sent by our Republican state lawmakers, bypassing the governor's veto pen, really, sent it right on to the voters, and this would allow some of our local police and deputies to enforce federal immigration law.
And not surprising, again, you're getting bipartisan buy-in from a lot of Democrats here, and a lot of independents, I would imagine, are buying into this and supporting this. Heading into this election, poll after poll, voters were telling us that border security, immigration issues were top on their minds heading into this. Not a surprise here.
Question on that, because it also makes the sale of fentanyl a Class 2 felony if a person knowingly sells fentanyl, resulting in the death of another person. So if the Texas law is which is held up in the courts right now, if that doesn't go through and that ties up our provision of, stopping or enforcing border laws, would that provision for fentanyl sales still go through?
You bring up a good point. That Texas law, this is modeled after, if that is shot down with the courts, this law does not take effect. The entire law, any part of this law, because this is modeled after that Texas law, which is still working its way through the courts. We'll have to see and how that plays out. in the coming months.
And some of the opposition to this, Dennis, came from border police chiefs who said, frankly, they don't have the resources to enforce federal immigration law on top of their local laws.
Yeah, there is some concern. There's always a concern on the local level when things are pushed down to them. They call this government unfunded mandates out there. You know, in doing this and throwing this to local authorities, that's a big question. Do they have the resources, the manpower, the technology,
or even room in their jails?
And again, how do you enforce this law? Because there was an amendment put onto this late before they passed this and referred this to the ballot that said that you had to witness somebody crossing illegally into Arizona between the ports of entry, either by video or in person. So how do you enforce that if you're in Flagstaff?
Slippery slope for some folks, they say. Okay, let's take a look at Prop 137. There's a campaign to oust 2 Supreme Court justices who are up for retention on the ballot because they were part of the majority court ruling reinstating Arizona's pre-statehood abortion ban from the 1800s. So if Prop 137 passes, it would allow those justices to remain on the court retroactively and essentially grant life appointments to the state Supreme Court and Superior Court judges and the public, and the AP's called it as a resounding no.
Again, the voters are saying that they want to keep their authority to judge the judges. They didn't want to see lifetime appointments to the bench, and we'll probably be getting into this later. On the same token, it looks like those 2 judges you mentioned that they tried to get rid of in this retention election, it looks like they're going to remain on the bench. Those 2 Supreme Court justices,
based on their ruling,
yes.
Basically ruling for the reinstatement of the pre-statehood abortion ban back in April. Yes, so it looks like
Clint Bolick and Catherine King,
that they'll keep their jobs,
both being
at least
held over for retention in the latest numbers that we looked at.
Exactly. Let's talk about county attorney. This was a race. County attorney Rachel Mitchell up for re-election here. She was appointed, I believe, 2 years ago when Alistair Adele resigned. Looks like she has a pretty good lead right now over Tamika Wooten. Nicole, you were talking about how we saw many more Wooten ads, digital and TV, in the final days of this campaign, kind of playing up her past, her 30 years as an attorney, a judge, a defense attorney, a prosecuting attorney. She said she's done it all. She's ready to take on a bigger role. It does not look, at least in the early numbers right now, that she might be able to catch up.
And that was a big question with those ads coming in. Was it too little, too late? Rachel Mitchell starts off with all the advantages of being the incumbent in power. She's got some name ID out there. People kind of know who she is. She's going to have that money. She goes into this race with a whole lot of advantages. Tamika Wooten, not exactly a well-known political commodity here in Maricopa County.
Before we move on to the next one, I just want to talk to people about a little bit of breaking news that we have coming in. This is from the Secretary of State's office. Some ballots from some different counties in Arizona are going to be delayed, specifically La Paz and Cochise counties. Those ballots are going to be delayed tonight due to bomb threats, which were called in earlier in the day. The Secretary of State was talking about this earlier. These appear to be hoaxes based in Russia that were called into counties in Arizona, I think Georgia,
Several
and a couple
states.
other battleground states. So because of that, I mean, there was never any real threat, but because of those bomb threats, La Paz and Cochise County ballots are going to be delayed tonight. Apache County had another issue. Their ballots are delayed because they extended hours. There were some problems with the machine, some technical issues, some printing issues in Apache County in northeastern Arizona. And because of that, the Navajo Nation petitioned to have an extension of hours for voting today, and it looks like that is what is leading to this delay in ballots from Apache County. So La Paz County, Cochise County, Apache County, and Arizona, more rural counties, but those ballots are delayed.
Incredible that we have to deal with this. I've never, in prior elections can think of something. We've had similar situations like this, but here we are. Let's hope everybody is safe tonight. I hope for everybody that these are hoaxes. They are saying that they believe they're hoaxes, but you don't want to take any risks.
That leads us into the county recorder's race because our incumbent, Stephen Richer, got primaried because there was a big push from the GOP to boot him out of office. There have been a lot of folks saying that they just don't trust the way that our elections are run. You'll recall when he ran for office, he said he's running to make the county recorder's office boring again. And he was a numbers guy. So he was always crunching numbers, and he was all about transparency, putting everything on Twitter and on X. And it didn't work. So he was primaried by state lawmaker Justin Heap. This is a 50-50 dead heat, and he's going up against fellow attorney Tim Stringham, who is an Army combat veteran and went to Notre Dame, Navy reservist, human rights attorney for the Navy in Nigeria. He said, in essence, he's running to stop Heap, who he claims is an election denier. Heap, Dennis, has never gone so far as to say those words, right? But he says that he doesn't believe things are as transparent as they should be.
Well, he kept ducking questions when asked if he thought the last 2 elections were fair and secure. He wouldn't really answer it.
He kept saying that, and his answer was that he's an attorney and he was looking for evidence. And he said there's not enough evidence one way or the other. However, there's been a lot of lawsuits, a lot of vetting of the prior elections and audits of this that have shown that the prior elections were safe, they were secure, and they were all in the up and up. But Mr. Heap also has a voting record out there, and there were some curious votes out there where he voted to support some legislation out there that were sponsored, written by, authored by people who had a history of election denialism. So, you know, there's a lot of questions about where he actually stands on this. You know, he ducks those questions. He has that certain answer out there. But I think this is a race where everybody is really watching closely to see if someone like Heap, with his voting record, takes over one of the largest voting, counties in the country.
As a state lawmaker from Mesa, right? Yeah.
And Stephen Richer isn't the first county recorder to, get the axe in light of, all of the 2020 elections, stolen elections.
We've had 2 one-termers. I mean,
correct,
Stephen Richer was one term,
So
and he replaced Adrian Fontes, who served at the Maricopa County Recorder for 1 term.
it's been tough, but everybody's looking at, there is such a push to get a look at the numbers, and everybody has this thirst to want to see those numbers and the count come in on the night. But, I mean, you're talking millions of votes.
Yeah. All right, speaking of votes, let's take a national view right now,
Wow.
check in with Morgan Lowe on the race for 270 between the vice president and former president. Anything newly called, Morgan?
Nothing really newly called. It's 230 to 209. So they're not that far off. But if you're Donald Trump and you're looking at this map, you are feeling pretty good. And this is why right here. That blue wall is not blue. It is pink right now. And these are the 3 states that Kamala Harris has to win if she wants to win the presidency. Georgia would be good as well. That would help her. But Georgia, there's about 500,000 outstanding votes right now. She is down by a couple of 100,000. So it is possible to make up the ground there, but she has not done that yet. Pennsylvania, that's the big prize. This is an area where she has underperformed in that population base of Philadelphia compared to how Joe Biden did. Now, there's still, according to my bad journalism math, about 1 million outstanding votes in Pennsylvania. And the difference between the 2 candidates is about 150,000, 175,000. So it is possible, according to math, to make that up. The question is, when is Harris going to start making that up? And if she's going to, she's got to do it quickly, because these 3 states are pink. And if you're the Harris campaign, you want to see them light blue. Let's take a look here at Arizona. This is an interesting story right now. 50% of the votes in. Maricopa County, slightly voting for Kamala Harris. Pima County, heavily voting for Harris. Over here, we talked about earlier, Cochise County, no votes in. There's a bomb threat. We haven't counted any of those. 124,000 residents in Cochise County. So that's a significant number of people. Yuma County, heavily going to Donald Trump, 64% to 35%. So you take all that and add it up. Right now, Donald Trump is up in Arizona, 49.8% versus 49.3% to Kamala Harris. That is as close as you can get. We've counted half of the votes. We'll probably see some more come in tonight. We may have to wait till tomorrow to know who's going to win Arizona.
Indeed. Morgan, thank you very much for that update nationally tonight.
With Trump leading in Arizona, the Secretary of State's numbers showing him up by 9 10,316 votes right now. And you'll recall in 2020, Joe Biden won Arizona by 10,500 votes. So we knew that it could potentially be razor thin in Arizona, and we've seen the polls flip-flop all well within the margin of error in the days and weeks leading up to tonight.
Many more ballots left to count. Let's talk about a local race here. The Maricopa County Sheriff, one of the largest sheriff's offices in the entire nation, going to have a new sheriff, another new sheriff, after Paul Penzone stepped down earlier this year. He was replaced by Russ Skinner, who was defeated in the primary by Democrat Tyler Camp.
Yeah, both of them switched parties to go against Republican Jerry Sheridan, who was the second in command to former Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And you could see it is remaining very close, but it looks as though Sheridan has pulled ahead by just a bit. He is up 51 to 49 points right now against Camp.
No matter who wins this race, they have a lot of challenges ahead of them as the lead at the MCSO. Let's check in with Amy Cutler. Amy, you cover a number of issues with the sheriff's office. What are you covering tonight?
Well, we are at Sheridan's watch party in North Scottsdale, and I had the chance to speak with him. He says he is cautiously optimistic. He knows it's a close race, but there is an energy, a confidence that has been in this restaurant all night long as they have watched these results come in. Now, if the name Sheridan sounds familiar, it's because he was the former chief deputy, second in command of MCSO under former Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He served 40 years with that department and says he has the experience required to lead it. He is running against former Phoenix police officer Democrat Tyler Camp. Camp has promised to continue the progress made by former Sheriff Paul Penzone. Now, in the background of all this, a federal lawsuit that's led to years of oversight by a monitor. What started with racial profiling of drivers under Sheriff Arpaio continues at a cost of more than $300 million to taxpayers. At a community forum last week, some expressed concerns about a possible Sheriff Sheridan. I asked him about that tonight.
Well, they don't know who Jerry Sheridan is. They know who my boss was, but they never really knew who Jerry Sheridan was. And I have a lot of support in the Hispanic community from elected officials. I don't want to mention their names because they're Democrats and they officially didn't endorse me because of that.
Now, we reached out to Camp's campaign by phone, by text, by email, hoping to find out when or where he would be watching those results come in, if he would be willing to do an interview today. We haven't heard back, but clearly it is a close race. We're going to be watching those returns coming in, but here at the Sheridan watch party, they are cautiously optimistic. Nicole, Jared?
Yeah, certainly anybody's race at this point. And Amy, in addition to the federal oversight at the MCSO, another challenge whoever wins this race is going to have to face is the staffing shortage. I think last report said they were short like 1,500 employees at the MCSO. So a number of challenges ahead for whomever wins, Nick.
It is hard to recruit when you're dealing with federal oversight and a monitor. That was one thing. Paul Penzone, when I did his final interview with him, he said, unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to run the department in the way he saw fit 100% because of that federal monitor court-ordered under the Arpaio era.
More than a decade ago, still dealing with it at the MCSO. Let's talk about another important race here. The city of Phoenix, one of the biggest cities in the entire country and growing. And incumbent Mayor Kate Gallego up for re-election tonight, along with a number of city council members as well. Looks like she's well in the lead ahead of her challenger.
And it's called. Yeah, the AP has called it. Congratulations, Mayor Kate, for another term. Jason.
Yeah, joining me now is Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, and it looks like you don't have to look for another job, right?
I am so thankful that the voters have returned me for a final 4 years. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Phoenix, but I got more work to do.
Yeah, what are some of the priorities moving forward for you?
Well, it looks like the voters have passed the regional transportation plan, so we can reduce traffic on I-10 and have a strong bus system. I'll get to work on that. I heard a lot from people in this community about healthcare challenges. I can't find a doctor or costs. We're going to work with ASU to bring a new medical school, U of A on a cancer center, and some real support on affordability. safety, protecting our water supply. I'm going to be busy.
We also hear a lot about affordable housing. Is that another important issue for the city to address?
It is. We are trying to make sure we put land available for new housing, that we support the construction workforce to get it done. We've done a bunch of reforms, including backyard casitas, and we have some new financial resources. We'll also be fighting to get our fair share from the federal government. Quick growing Western cities don't get our fair share, and so we're optimistic we're going to have some new friends in DC, including a federal delegation with multiple alums of the city of Phoenix who will get it done for us.
What is election night like for you? You've done this before. Is it stressful, anxiety? What's it like for you?
You know, you put your heart and soul into it, and it's exciting to see the results. I am so thankful for the voters' support for me, but also our city initiatives. Our 10-year plan got 80% of the vote on the first drop. The fact that we have a long-term vision we can generally agree on, 80% is as close to consensus as we get these days. And so to have that kind of support was really gratifying.
All right, again, congratulations on your race. Looking forward to another term. Thanks for speaking to us again. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, it has been confirmed, has been elected to another term. She will continue leading the city of Phoenix. Reporting live, Jason Berry, back to you.
Jason, thank you so much. Let's get back out to our propositions and get a look at kind of the rundown on the ballot to see how things are going. This is Prop 135. This is one of 11 that state lawmakers pushed to the public to ask, do you want the right to change the governor's emergency powers? It would say that lawmakers must approve state of emergency past 30 days after dealing with, 700 days of COVID. This was that referendum they were trying to say that it was too much power in the hands of the governor, and it would lower the threshold for special sessions from 2/3 to 90 state lawmakers to just 1/3. There is an exception for war, floods, or fires, and look at that. The public said, nope, we're good with the governor calling executive state of emergency, and they trust whoever is in charge.
In the tower, the governor's tower. All right, another one. Everybody at Maricopa County headquarters is going to be watching the results of this one. Prop 479. This is the extension of the transportation tax. And this, they're breathing a huge sigh of relief right now down at county headquarters because it looks like it's going to pass. This is nothing new. This would just extend the half-cent sales tax, which has been around already for 40 years. It would extend it for another 20 years, generating $15 billion. This is the fund. The money that this creates is the fund that paid for the Loop 101, the 202, the Loop 303, and some public transportation projects as well. So this is very important to the county, the Chamber of Commerce, and the impact on you and your wallet. Basically, for every $10 purchase you make, it adds a 5-cent tax to that $10 purchase, and that 5 cents will be added up. They say $15 billion will be generated by this for our roads and highways over the next 20 years. Looks like it's going to pass.
We keep refreshing the numbers, and I see that Donald Trump in the state of Arizona has now surpassed where Joe Biden was at, the 10,500 votes over Donald Trump in 2020. Trump is now leading by 11.2 thousand votes over Kamala Harris in the state of Arizona. And let's go down to the Voter Tabulation Center. They call it MCTEC in Maricopa County, and Derek Stahl is out there. Quite a change. In years past, we've had protesters show up to election headquarters and, chanting, protesting, and it's been nuts. A calmer night outside tonight, right, Derek?
Oh, yeah. It's been a very calm night here outside the County Tabulation Center. They have a lot more security. There is a new permanent fence all around the perimeter here. They've done a number of changes to improve the security here. There's also a number of sheriff's vehicles kind of patrolling around. So no issues out here tonight. Now, I will tell you, there are about 1.1 million votes counted and reported so far in the Maricopa County total. There are still about 1 million votes yet to be included in the total here from Maricopa County. We're expecting to get about 300,000 of those votes periodically throughout the night tonight. Those 300,000 votes are the in-person day of election day votes. Normally, we would have a bit of those votes already by now, but there are a couple of factors that are slowing things down. For one, there's a new state law that changed election procedures. Election workers have an extra step they have to accomplish before they can break down the vote centers and bring the hard drives back here for tabulation. Two, we've seen big turnout and we've seen long lines right around that 7 p.m. threshold, and anybody who was in line at 7 p.m., they got to stay and vote. That made it so they couldn't break down the vote centers and bring the memory cards here. So that's slowing things down. Now, in terms of tabulating, I want to take you inside the building here for a second. There are more than 100 or so workers. They've been working around the clock in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, processing and tabulating these ballots, because this is a 2-page ballot, as we said many times. They've added more 2-person teams. These are bipartisan teams that slice open the envelope, take out the pages. There are about double the number of teams from 2020. And Supervisor Bill Gates tells me they made a lot of investments in this cycle, and he thinks they've paid off. $6 million for high-speed tabulators, $9 million for new ballot printers. They boosted the number of vote centers and poll booths, but we still saw those long lines. And I asked the supervisor, is there any way to potentially eliminate lines on Election Day? And he said, probably not.
Even if let's say we doubled the investment, still there are people that like to go to certain locations. You know, they're popular for whatever reason. Obviously, for example, ASU Fitness Center, you have students who come out and they want to vote, particularly in a presidential election. I think we could put unlimited money into that location and you would still have lines.
Okay, back out here live. Just moments ago, I got an update from the county. They say not a single truck with a memory card has arrived here at the tabulation center. That means we could be waiting for some time to get some Election Day in-person results. As of their 7:30 update, there were 270 or so voters, 270,000 or so voters who checked in on Election Day. And based on some analysis that people have run, about 41% of those day of voters were independents, 36% of them were registered Republicans, 22% of them were registered Democrats. So that's a little bit of the flavor of what's to come later tonight. And then in the days ahead, we'll get the rest of the early mail-in ballots. There are about 700,000 or so of those. We won't know how many day of drop-offs there were until tomorrow morning. Those ballots could take several days to count. The county expects to have everything counted in about 10 to 13 days. Reporting live here from the Maricopa County Elections Tabulation Center, I'm Derek Stahl for Arizona's Family.
Derek, earlier today, county officials were saying, please be patient because it's a huge county. It's going to take some time to physically drive those cards in. Have they explained to you once they bring the cards in, does anything have to happen, or do they just plug them in and there are our results?
It's a little bit of a complicated process. These memory cards are in sealed tamper-evident bags. They have to take them out of the tamper-evident bags. Then they have to put them into these servers. There are actually duplicate memory cards for each polling center. They have to put both of them in. They're encrypted, and there's some other things. So I get the sense that it is not a super quick process. There's a lot of security that goes along with all of this. So, you know, who knows how long it'll take to get these day of results. But I will say that going into this, the county was projecting the delay from this new law would only be about 30 to 45 minutes. We have surpassed that, and it looks like the delay is going to be quite a lot more significant than that.
And Derek, I don't expect you to have an answer off the top of your head, but if you could try to see if the folks behind the scenes there can get some answers. Of the 657 sites statewide, we know at the top of the hour, 3 hours past the cutoff, people were still waiting in line. Are any of those polling sites still waiting for people to get in the vote? So we'll see if we get any of those answers. My goodness. Thank you, Derek.
Yeah, I'll check for you, Nicole.
Appreciate it.
Sent him on a mission.
Well, I'm curious because it was just at the top of the hour. We're like, okay, people are still waiting, but interesting to see.
Delays in Maricopa County, that's for sure. All right, so let's talk about if you mailed in your ballot or maybe you dropped it off at one of the polling sites, be sure to log on to the county's website if you haven't already. Check that your signature's been verified and your vote has been counted, the county has 5 calendar days after the election to contact voters to confirm their signatures. The other day they said around 27,000 signatures didn't quite match, so they were going to look into those and verify those signatures. If they have a problem with that, they'll contact you. But if you don't do this and make sure your vote is registered and counted on the website, there's a chance it might not be counted. We have a link to do that in the Seen on TV section of azfamily.com.
Real quickly,
Yeah.
we're going to run through the county supervisors because we know 2 of them said, we're not going to do this anymore. So we had a couple open seats, and you're going to help run us through those political.
Yeah, if you start looking at some of the results right now, it looks like the Democrats are poised. There you got Joel Navarro, the Democrat right there, former Tempe City Councilman, leading Mark Stewart, the Republican, in that race. If you can take us to the next one there, if you look at this, we got another Democrat, actually 2 more Democrats that are actually leading. That's Thomas Galvin. He's the Republican. He's leading in that race in District 2. But there's a 5-member board. There are 3 Democrats leading right now. Looks like there's a possibility that Democrats could take control of that board for the first time since anybody can remember. Probably got to go back to the 60s.
Jack Sellers endorsed the Democrat when he lost the primary.
Lots of big issues that the county has to deal with, including what's going to happen with the Arizona Diamondbacks and where they're going to play.
Many issues at the county level. We've got a break to take. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back to Arizona's Families on Zona's Families ongoing coverage of Election Night 2024. A live look at the national picture tonight and the race for 270. One battleground state has been called. The state of North Carolina has been called for former President Donald Trump. Other battleground states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all leaning Republican at this point, but those votes have not yet been counted and are still too close to call. We'll check in with more on the national picture here in just a moment. But right now we want to talk about one of our big races in Arizona, the U.S. Senate race, one of the most watched races across the country. A lot of intrigue here.
Absolutely. Democrat Ruben Gallego and Republican Kari Lake pushing to fill the seat left open by independent Kirsten Sinema, who decided not to run. Michael Raimondi is live in the newsroom with more from the Lake camp. How are things going, Michael?
Well, Lake and her campaign have been pretty quiet over the past few hours. Normally, I'd be out at a watch party following a candidate like Lake, but we weren't even sure if they were having a watch party somewhere tonight here in the Valley. We've reached out multiple times over the past couple of weeks. Nobody from her campaign has responded to share those details. 2 years ago, all the Republican candidates, they were at one big event all together, but this year they are all on their own. So we haven't heard much from Kari Lake throughout the last few hours. Earlier today, we saw her voting with her son, and she was asked if she would accept the election results this time through, because 2 years ago, she did not concede the election to Governor Katie Hobbs, who won the election. Lake then filed lawsuits. The courts found no major fraud that Lake claimed had happened, and still to this point, until today, Lake had not really conceded that election, but now she says she'd accept these results this time.
I will accept the results of the election, and I have had a few concerns, but we've done a lot of legwork to prevent any problems.
Did not go into detail on what has been done to prevent issues or who has made those changes. Maricopa County says today has gone smoothly at the polls. No widespread problems for in-person voting. Now, Lake was down in most of the polls leading up to today, so we'll see if that holds out. She's down about 6 points right now. And throughout the rest of the night, we'll be monitoring her social media and share any updates as they come in, because again, at this point, not really saying so much since those results came in, the first batch about 2.5 hours ago. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Michael, we did hear Congressman Ruben Gallego give some sort of, well, he gave a speech.
Celebratory speech.
Yes, but he admitted
point
that the race has yet to be called as we wait for more votes to come in. All right, Michael, let us know if you hear anything from the Kari Lake camp tonight, as she is down quite a bit in the early ballots. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you missed that, Gallego was speaking in our 9 o'clock hour, and yeah, he was very positive, stopping short of calling the race in his favor at this point. Let's take a look at how Arizona is voting for the race for the White House. It has been so close all night, but the latest numbers have just come in, and Donald Trump is up by 13,365 votes. That's just a 1 percentage point over VP Kamala Harris.
Yeah, he's extended his lead just a little bit within the past half an hour, at least here in the state of Arizona. So we'll continue to watch those numbers here as we continue to be a crucial swing state these candidates have visited many times each over the last couple of months.
Still keep refreshing all of the votes.
You
so
and me both.
Caught me in action there. But let's get a live look now at the latest numbers on Prop 139. One of the biggest drivers to the poll is the right to abortion. Should it be enshrined and protected in our state constitution? Since, of course, Roe was overturned 2 years ago. And it's a resounding yes, 63%. It has not been technically called yet. Again, we're still waiting for votes from La Paz, Cochise, and Apache counties, and again, some of those day of voting cards from Maricopa County. But it would, right now, the current law is protecting the procedure up to 15 weeks. This would protect the procedure for the point of viability and also make exceptions for rape and incest, which our current law does not.
Yeah, the advocates for this gathered around 800,000 signatures from people across the state. And tonight, they are holding a watch party to observe these results, the early results as they come in. And Alexis Dominguez has been with them.
Abortion advocates really happy to see the overwhelming support showing Prop 139 ahead, and people here in Arizona wanting to get abortion access in our Constitution. People have voted yes on Prop 139 that would expand access to the procedure beyond the state's current 15-week limit. Opponents, however, criticize the language used for the proposition, which they call vague and confusing. However, abortion has been a big topic here in our state and across the nation. In April, Arizona's Supreme Court cleared the way for enforcement of a Civil War-era law that banned nearly all abortions. The legislature repealed it before it could even be enforced. That came after pushback from both GOP and Democratic lawmakers. Right now, abortion is legal up to 15 weeks, and it includes exceptions in cases of medical emergencies, but not rape or incest. If Prop 139 goes through, that would mean every Arizonan would have a fundamental right to abortion up to the point of fetal viability, which would be around 22 to 24 weeks. It would be allowed after that in cases of rape, incest, or if the mother's life was at risk.
I think we expected to win, but the first set of numbers are just really encouraging. They are far above my expectations, and I am just delighted that, we've seen kind of the fruition of all the work that we've been doing for the past year.
This is a citizen-led initiative that ended up on the ballot after Arizona for Abortion Access provided more than the necessary signatures to get it on the ballot. They say that gave them the optimism to think that they would be voting the same way in the election. Reporting in Phoenix, Alexis Dominguez for Arizona's Family.
Well, abortion was one big driver, so was the border, and it's also a yes at this point. It's not been called officially by the Associated Press. 47.4% of the precincts reporting, but this would give local police and deputies the right to enforce federal immigration laws. And it would also make it a Class 2 felony if anyone is selling fentanyl that results in the death of another person. So that is passing at this point right now.
On the national level, in terms of Congress, Democrats need to pick up 5 seats across the country to take control of the House. And this is one of the districts Democrats are watching from across the country. Congressional District 1 in the Northeast Valley, parts of Phoenix, Scottsdale, Fountain Hills and Cave Creek. Incumbent Republican David Schweikert up for re-election there tonight. Still way too close to call with the early ballots in. Challenged by Democrat Amish Shah, who's an ER doctor and state lawmaker. Schweikert, many times over the years, he's a 7-term incumbent. Many times over the years, Democrats thought they'd be able to pick him off and oust him from his seat. That has never happened, and the Democrats are back at it again this year, hoping Shah will be able to oust David Schweikert from his seat in Congress. So we'll see.
From his 8th term.
Indeed.
And of course, what happens in not only U.S. House District 1, but also what's going on with the balance of power in Congress. We want to take a look at how things are playing out on the national scene tonight, Morgan, because that's the other storyline that's very important.
Right. The Republicans had one goal with the U.S. Senate. Oh, hang on a second. Let me make sure I am... Sorry about that. My microphone was turned off. Republicans had one goal when it came to the U.S. Senate. They wanted to flip 2 Democratic seats. And they hoped they could do Arizona, get Kari Lake in. The numbers aren't looking that good for Lake right now, but they were able to flip both of those seats. Sherrod Brown was a Democrat vulnerable in Ohio. He has lost to his Republican challenger, Bernie Moreno. And in West Virginia, the seat that is being vacated as Joe Manchin was retiring, that was picked up by Jim Justice, who defeated Glenn Elliott, the Democrat who was trying to win there. Jim Justice won that seat handily. So at this point, Republicans have 51 Senate seats. Even if Kamala Harris is able to win the presidency, the Republicans will have control of the U.S. Senate. That was a huge goal of theirs, and they've achieved it.
All right, Morgan, thank you very much. We're just hearing, here's the chart right here, the balance of power. Morgan, the other race that a lot of people were looking at in terms of the Senate is the race, Jon Tester's race up in Montana. It was looking, at least according to the polls, like he was not going to have a good night tonight. Do we have a result on that? Do you know?
We don't have those results yet. Yeah, Jon Tester's race has not been called.
Okay.
Keeping an eye on that. And of course, when we're taking a look at the big map and the race to 270, we just got word that CBS is calling Georgia another battleground state for Trump, not the Associated Press at this point. So it's just something that we're keeping a close watch on. I want to be very mindful, of course, as all those numbers keep changing throughout the night. It can be so razor thin. So just being mindful. Already, North Carolina has been called for Trump.
Among battleground states. Right. So So on the national level, Democrats very concerned right now, but at Democratic headquarters here in the Valley, they are celebrating a number of wins this evening in different state and local races. Emma Lockhart is live with the Democrats tonight. Emma?
Yeah, a lot of excitement for some of those local and state races where Democrats are leading, but the mood certainly shifting here at this party. This room not as filled as it was a couple of hours ago. So again, yeah, the mood shifting as those people are watching some of those national numbers coming in, specifically the presidential race, showing a narrow pathway to victory for VP Harris, but still excitement again for some of those local and state races showing Democrats in the lead. We heard from Representative Gallego earlier tonight. He took to the stage, who is still holding a steady lead over Republican Carrie Lake. Now, if elected, Gallego would be the first Latino senator in the history of Arizona. He talked about that tonight, taking a lot of pride in that if he was elected. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We had a mantra on this campaign: go everywhere and talk to everyone, and that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought. But they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either.
Yeah, and that speech was certainly celebratory. It felt like a victory speech, although he did reiterate that they need to count all of the votes, that this race likely will not be called tonight. But again, he is feeling confident that he will be our next senator. Guys?
Emma, thank you. We have been watching, of course, all of the races tonight, and the biggest one is the race for the White House. Everybody's been kind of on edge trying to figure out, is this going to be something that's going to be decided tonight? Is it going to be decided in 5 days? Is it going to take longer than that? And so you're looking live now at the race to 270 to get to the White House, the Electoral College vote. And AP has now called Georgia for Trump. That is our second battleground state for Donald Trump. Dennis, it's 230 to 210. Everybody was kind of, everybody was kind of wondering going into tonight, is this going to feel more like 2016, where it's the surprise they were talking about, oh, the shy Harris voter or the Trump voter who holds their nose and votes in the polls, or would it be more like 2020? Where we wouldn't know for some time.
Well, I think if you start looking at the results right there, it really is starting to remind you, at least the results at this point, of 2020. But I can tell you that the big change in this race in 2024 from 2020 was Donald Trump's embrace of the early vote, of the mail-in vote. Remember, in 2020, he was very disparaging of all of that, but we started looking into the numbers here, and according to those numbers, Trump led Kamala Harris, is leading Kamala Harris right now by 17,000 votes in early mail-in voting at this point. Now, on the day of, it looks like Harris has a slight advantage of about 400 votes. That was the big deal, I think, heading into this election, at least here in Arizona, was a big difference between 2020 and 2024.
I think the Trump campaign was very good about encouraging people to send their early ballots in this time around. But up until last week, the former president was on stage, even as signs around him said early vote or send your ballots in now. He was on stage calling early voting stupid and dumb. So the candidate didn't quite go along with that message, but it looked like his supporters got it, at least from the campaign as a whole.
Yeah, there was a very concentrated effort on the Republicans' part. Get out there, get that ballot in the mail and get it out there. So it was a very concerted effort, a very intense effort, and it looks like it paid dividends for Republicans this time around. 4 years ago, very, very different story.
What about the blue wall? We're seeing it skew pink right now. How much longer are we going to have to wait for those numbers to come in? And will that feel more like 2016 in that you're seeing this push for red?
And again, as back to the original point of the conversation, it does. You start looking at this, it really does feel like 2016 again. That former blue wall not looking very blue tonight. Probably going to have to wait a few more days at least to get final results in that. Pennsylvania, I think Morgan had mentioned this earlier tonight.
That's going to take a long time.
But in Pennsylvania, I think you're still waiting for some votes there. particularly for some urban counties. So Harris may pick up some votes there, but she's got a lot of work in Pennsylvania. Just like its namesake, it's the Keystone State. It may be the keystone for Harris in this race if she wants to continue to have any kind of path to 270 at this point, because looking very good for Donald Trump.
And the Associated Press guys in the booth did call Georgia for Donald Trump, is that right? So in addition to what we were seeing in the 230 electoral votes for Trump, the 16 that would come from Georgia, the AP has retracted it. Okay,
Wow.
that's why it didn't turn colors on our map. I was kind of confused about that. Okay,
I feel like this has happened before.
Georgia's still in play. The AP has
Unfortunate.
retracted Georgia that call just yet. Apparently more votes to count there. Here we go again. Yeah, see,
Well,
it turned
that's
back to
why
pink.
that's why we wait to see. So yeah, we're relying on, of course, all of our news agencies. Everybody's speculating on the vote because I think our Secretary of State at County Recorder brought up it's going to take them 13 days potentially to count all the votes. And they said, you might get your results in Arizona before that, but we're still counting the votes. And they said it's up to speculators and people, statisticians, taking a look at, the probabilities and possibilities. And those are the people who call the races. But rest assured, we're counting every single last vote.
Yeah, so we've been saying this over and over. There's a big difference between a race getting called by the AP or some news organization. A big difference between that and actually canvassing and counting all of the votes, which is obviously everybody has an interest in seeing that done.
All right. Dennis, thank you for that insight. Do you guys want to go to Derek? Derek Stahl standing by live at county headquarters where all that vote counting continues, Derek, and will continue for many more days. What's the latest there?
Well, I got an answer to Nicole's question earlier. The question was about whether or not it was possible that there are any voters here in Maricopa County still at a vote center, still waiting in line. No. The county confirms that all of the vote centers have closed at this point. There were some vote centers at 7 o'clock when polls closed that still had more than an hour's worth of line. So those voters were allowed to vote if they were in line by 7 p.m. So a number of voting centers closed late. But as of about 15-20 minutes ago, they still had not gotten any of the trucks here with the memory cards with the data of the day of in-person voting. So we're trying to understand why. And a lot of that has to do with this new state law. And what this new law says is that before poll workers can close down a vote center, they have to hand count the mail ballots that were dropped off on election day, just the green envelopes. Once they do that hand count, then they can come here. They were expecting that to delay things by about 30 to 45 minutes. By my count, it's now delayed things by close to 2 hours. Because typically we get this first batch of day of election day results around 8:45, 9 o'clock. So that's significant. Meantime, inside the building, there's a lot of counting happening. There's a lot of processing. Processing is when they actually slice the envelope, take out the 2 pages, examine them, make sure they're ready for tabulating. In the coming days, we will get about another 1 million votes here in Maricopa County. About 300,000 of those are the in-person day of on election day votes, and then another 700,000 votes or so are these early ballots that have not yet been included in the count. So far, the results you see on our website here in Maricopa County only represent votes that were received by Tuesday. So 1 week ago, and that is a little bit atypical. Normally, the Maricopa County Recorder's Office here, they can include the votes up until Friday in this first batch of results. But again, it's the challenge of the 2-page ballot that really has thrown a thorn in the side of the process here just a little bit. So as I come back out here live, we will still be counting ballots here all throughout the night here in Maricopa County at the Tabulation Center and for the coming days. So the county estimates it will take about 10 to 13 days to count all of the votes here. They got to do signature verification on the votes that were dropped off today, at the mail-in ballots that were dropped off today. Then they have to process them, cut them out, take out the pages. Then they have to tabulate them. If there's an issue with the signature, they have to have an opportunity for the voter to cure that. So 10 to 13 days is the estimate. And by the way, that is within line of past elections over the last decade or so. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you for getting to the bottom of that burning question, Derek. We appreciate it, but hard to believe that none of those little memory cards have come from the polling sites. down to the county office. We appreciate it.
Derek, we'll check back in with you as soon as maybe many of those trucks, or at least some of those trucks, start to roll in. Let's talk about kind of an unusual race to get a lot of attention here in Arizona this year. These are the retention elections for a couple of our state Supreme Court justices, Clint Bolick and Catherine King, both appointed to the court by former Governor Doug Ducey. They are up for their 6-year terms now. In Arizona, the justices have to be retained by the voters every 6 years. These two, the controversy is, they were among the majority of justices on the court who upheld the 1864 abortion law in Arizona, essentially banning almost all abortions in Arizona. And after that ruling in April, there was a campaign by progressives in Arizona to oust both of them based on that vote. Well, they fought to keep their seats, and it looks like, at least according to the early returns tonight, both are getting around 57-58% of the vote to retain their seats and remain on the Arizona State Supreme Court.
Which is interesting because at the same time abortion is passing with a resounding yes to put it in our state constitution as a protected procedure for women. Let's talk about Proposition 134. This is interesting because it's brought by our state legislature, one of 11 ballot propositions that it appears as though our state lawmakers would try to make it a little bit more difficult to get a citizens' initiative on the ballot. If this had passed, it would have required anyone trying to get a citizen initiative on the ballot to get representation from all of Arizona's 30 legislative districts to qualify, instead of just a certain percent of voters who cast their ballots in the governor's or general election. So voters are saying no. Yeah. Let's not make it harder for we the people to put a ballot measure on the vote. And yeah, they are pushing back against this pretty hard.
Another one we have been following is Prop 313. This has to do with an increase in penalties for people convicted of felony child sex trafficking. In fact, the current sentencing range is 7 years to life. If this continues to go in this direction and pass, anyone convicted of child sex trafficking would be sentenced to life in prison. This was sent to our ballot by our Republican state lawmakers down at the Capitol, but there is a little bit of pushback from advocates in the law enforcement community who say this could lead to young people, teenagers who are caught up in this awful trafficking world. It could lead to them spending life in prison as well.
Yeah, because many times victims of sex trafficking are forced by their pimps and handlers to also recruit other young people on the streets. So if this goes through, and it's not called yet by the AP, but it appears as though it is headed for a certain passing here, that those victims could then be prosecuted and sent away for life for this, which is something that we'll have to take a closer look at. Prop 311 is the first responders family benefit. This is called, and it's an easy yes for voters to say, anyone who has a criminal conviction is going to get a $20 fine tacked onto it. That's not much for each individual criminal, but it adds up to a $250,000 benefit for any spouse or child of a first responder killed in the line of duty.
Yeah, all those $20 would compile into one big fund, and then anytime one of our first responders dies on duty, their family members would get that payout. Looks like it's going to pass almost 2-1.
Oh, it's called.
Oh, it is called.
Yes.
All right, there we go. Easy enough. Almost 2-1 by voters in Arizona, so that is new.
The one that is way too close to call is, of course, our Arizona race for the White House. And we keep refreshing the numbers here. I'll let you go ahead and do that. You're a little bit more handy on the laptop there. But yeah, all eyes on Arizona because, of course, we're a swing state. And taking a look at those numbers, now Donald Trump at the last count is leading by 13,365. But again, we're still waiting on La Paz, Cochise, Apache County, and Maricopa County. So
more votes to count. We expected it to be very close, and indeed that's what's playing out in the race for president in Arizona. Let's check in with Derek Stahl. Derek, you're down at election headquarters. You have an update for us.
We promised we would come back when we got the first of the in-person election day votes, and we just got some moments ago. The county just released an additional 9,621 ballots. Those are the very first ballots that we've gotten from in-person voting. It really hasn't changed the totals very much here in Maricopa County. It represents only about 3% of the in-person votes that we're expecting to get by the rest of the night, but it does let us know at least that some of these memory cards have arrived here at the tabulation center and they are beginning to get into the count. Of course, we will continue to monitor this as more of these votes come in, but we just wanted to let you know that some of the votes have now come in about 2 hours later than expected, guys.
We appreciate it, Derek, because we were like, is that going to come down after 11 p.m.? Are we going to stay on later? It looks like we'll go ahead and wrap things up by 11, but we want to give you a live look inside.
Because they're not wrapping up by 11. They're going all night.
They are staying.
Yeah.
This is the team that will stay on until midnight, and then there's another shift that starts midnight to 6 a.m. It's a two-person team. And our Secretary of State is speaking right now about the progress for our election night. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
The teams seem to have in the earliest of early voting. Guess what? It ain't that big of a deal. So just like I did when I was down all those times in my life, and just like the challenges that you've faced in your lives, and just like all of the Americans out there who have seen challenging times, the last thing in the world I want to see out of my Democratic Party is a lot of pearl clutching, a lot of hand wringing, and a lot of naysaying. Because we've still got a shot at this, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got a shot at protecting our democracy. And let me just be very, very clear. The path may have gotten a little bit narrower with Georgia and North Carolina. But what we have is a circumstance here in Arizona where we have been a little bit ignored by our good friends across the other side of that Mississippi River. We out here in Arizona, over the last several cycles, have gone from a place where you could call an election on election night in Arizona, and now you can't do it like in 2020. It took NBC 9 days to call that last presidential race. We are moving forward, Democrats.
That is your Secretary of State speaking at the Democratic rally tonight, the Watch Party, saying there's more work to be done.
Quite a bit more work to be done at our county election offices in the hours and days ahead. We are going to sign off for tonight, but we have crews here all evening continuing to update all the results on the national races and local races on azfamily.com and on our AZ Family News app. And join us beginning at 4:30 tomorrow morning. Our GMAS crew will take over our coverage starting then.
attorneys, it was almost like the blood just went out of their face, and we all just got sick from it. He did not really react at all.
Osborne says Courtney's demeanor never changed as days rolled by.
And even when he's in the orange jumpsuit in Lansing prison, he still exuded an arrogance. It wasn't like, you would think that when you're caught like this, you would almost shrivel in upon yourself. No, he wasn't like that at all. And when I looked him in the eye, and the whole time that I was spent time with him, I saw a monster. That's what I saw.
Michael Ketchmark.
Attorney Mike Ketchmark also interviewed Courtney in prison. It was for a civil deposition. It's one of the odder stories we heard about Robert Courtney.
I met him, and he's in handcuffs, and he's in the prison cell. Some lawsuits in there.
Ketchmark, shown here, an old video, represented hundreds of families in civil cases where they sued Robert Courtney for injuries and wrongful death. Courtney actually asked Ketchmark for a small favor.
And I walked in, and he smiled at me and asked me if there's any way I could consider getting him a Coke, a Coca-Cola. And I was stunned. And I started asking him questions, and he said, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth. Wouldn't answer any questions, and when I got up to leave, he said, hey, nothing personal, because I'm just doing what my lawyers told me. And it was a level of creepiness to it.
What did you think of Robert Courtney?
I tried not to think a lot about him, because he was so evil and was such an evil person. He's a sociopath, he's a psychopath. And it scared me to think that there's people like him who exist in our world.
Ketchmark remembers all the families he represented. Georgia Hayes is one of them. Her case is the only one that went to trial.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Something is not right. In October of 2002, Georgia Hayes went to trial.
Georgia Hayes doesn't need the hope and prayers from Courtney's defense lawyer. She needed her 27 doses of chemotherapy when she was fighting for her life.
Georgia was a mother and wife. She had cancer. Her doctor was Verda Hunter. Her pharmacist was Robert Courtney.
Without a doubt, my life will never be the same.
Georgia was front and center as hundreds of patients sued Robert Courtney and pharmaceutical companies for injury and wrongful death.
New details tonight in the federal case against pharmacist Robert Courtney.
My husband and I were watching TV, and there was a little blurb about a pharmacist who had diluted chemotherapy drugs. And when they told the story, it hit me. I had to have been one of those patients, because all of a sudden everything that had happened in the past year was explained. And it was truly worse than finding out you have cancer. It's like being hit in the stomach with a bowling ball.
And that was the same feeling for hundreds, even thousands of families across Kansas City. They believed Robert Courtney diluted their medication. They questioned if cancer outcomes could have been different. By 2002, some patients had died from cancer, where treatments didn't work. But remember, Courtney didn't keep records, so no one knew for sure. Georgia Hayes had some proof. You see, Georgia never got sick or had major side effects when Robert Courtney mixed her medicine. But one time, Georgia had her chemotherapy treatment somewhere else. It was a county hospital in Harrisonville, Missouri. Georgia suddenly lost her hair.
It was falling out in the sink as I was washing my hair in clumps, and I remember a nurse walking in a little startled, seeing all this hair everywhere, and I remember telling her that she shouldn't drink the water.
Georgia testified in court about openly questioning doctors.
And I was afraid, as I was calling them, I was afraid to accuse someone of not giving me enough chemo, so I erred on the side of caution and said, did the hospital give me too much chemo? But my husband and I had discussed, something is not right.
The trial included gut-wrenching testimony from medical experts.
Did Robert Courtney's dilution of these drugs keep Georgia Hayes from receiving proper treatment for her cancer?
Yes.
Doctors explained Georgia likely missed her best chance to beat cancer. It had spread.
To this day, and probably forever, will wonder, what if I'd gotten what I should have gotten?
The trial included testimony of patients too sick to testify in person. One patient had treatments side by side with Georgia. The women clearly became friends and discussed the impact of watered-down medication.
My daughter is older, and she has at least lived an entire life with me. I've gotten to raise her. Georgia's daughter is still in high school, and there's an awful lot of living she hasn't taught her about.
Georgia's teenage daughter, Mackenzie, took the stand too. She talked about the moments her mom would likely miss.
To see me graduate, get married, have a kid.
Georgia won a $2.2 billion verdict.
As the judge read the juror's decision, Georgia Hayes hugged her attorneys.
As she left the courtroom, every juror gave her a hug.
We've said, what, $2 billion that her life is worth? Yeah, it is, and it probably is more.
The verdict was largely symbolic because the federal government had seized Courtney's assets. Georgia knew that. She openly said her victory was never about the money.
Though we'll probably never see a dime from the verdict, I am ecstatic that justice has prevailed and the precedent is set for this to never happen to anyone else again.
Georgia died a few years after the trial. She did make it to Mackenzie's graduation, but missed the other big moments in her life. Mackenzie recently shared these thoughts in writing. I had a lot of difficulty wrapping my head around how this could happen, how someone could value money over a human life. I remember believing that my mother had been murdered when she was still alive. Courtney's ultimate judgment will come. I'm only asking that what was ordered be carried out in its entirety. Mackenzie and other families have been down this road twice, learning Robert Courtney will be released from prison early. The first notification came in 2020. In July 2020, cities across the country were largely shut down because of COVID-19. Everyone was looking for solutions on how to socially distance people. Workers, students, even prisoners. The Bureau of Prisons wanted to release nonviolent offenders and those perceived to be low risk. Robert Courtney made the list.
Good heavens. You know, how could he not be a danger?
Even in the middle of a global pandemic, Marge Vermillion invited us in her home to talk about her husband, Byron. Byron was a dressmaker. He had just retired when he learned he had lung cancer. Even worse, Robert Courtney was his pharmacist.
Is he finished with his murdering? No, I look at him as a very dangerous person, and the 30 years I thought was a gift to him. He should have spent the rest of his life in prison.
A firestorm erupted on social media as the public became aware.
Are you kidding? He's a monster.
The guy is pretty much a serial killer.
Let's just go ahead and let all the mass murderers out because of COVID. But by God, those kids better be in school come fall. Social distancing and disinfecting is good enough for our children, but not for murderers?
Others questioned if perhaps Robert Courtney's privilege was showing.
It pays to be white, rich, and have good friends no matter the crime.
Even Kansas City's mayor, Quentin Lucas, questioned it on Twitter.
I can only imagine the difference between Robert Courtney and the thousands locked up for drug offenses, still serving almost full sentences. Embarrassing. Courtney misled 4,000 plus sick and dying cancer patients and profited in the millions. Sad how humane we are only to some.
At the last minute, public outrage and pressure from politicians worked. The release was blocked. Robert Courtney has also directly appealed to a judge to release him. He actually represented himself in
single seat along that margin is impactful.
Fascinating to see those numbers and the Republican performance amongst those Senate candidates there, including Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. That's his second race for the Senate there, of course, and looks like he is in good position to win the contest there. One of the things is we're now past 1 o'clock in the morning, and as more of the vote comes in, and we know it has been a strong night for Republicans and Donald Trump, the question is, what was the composite of the electorate? Where did Donald Trump do well? Where did Kamala Harris not do well? So, John Dickerson, when you look at the exit polls, what have we learned about her performance with women?
And we could go through a variety of different areas, but let's just talk about women, because there was so much discussion about how women were going to be key to a Harris victory.
That there was going to be this giant gender gap, that women were going to come out overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris.
And particularly the gender gap would be driven by this overwhelming victory by Harris among women. Donald Trump was always going to do well among men, but she was going to swamp him with women. Well, the exit polls at the moment show, and they've shown this all night, that Harris has 54% of the female vote. Trump has 44%. That's just a 10-point gap. So in 2020, Joe Biden got 57% of the female vote. So he did 3 points better than Kamala Harris. But this is what's interesting to me. Donald Trump has done better with women voters. He did better in 2020 than he did in 2016, just by a little. And then in 2024, he has done better with women voters than he did in 2020. So he has improved with women voters. And think about the way he ended his campaign. You know, in a traditional sense, and his campaign advisors, some of them were saying this, is you've got a problem with women voters, college educated, women in the suburbs. And he did very little. In fact, some would argue he leaned into his problems with women voters, and it didn't hurt him in the least in the electorate.
What does that say to you, John? What does this mean?
Well, what it says is that there is no, when Donald Trump won in 2016, there was some conversation about, well, the office will change him. Yes. There will be people around him who will help with his rough edges. The office will
become presidential.
There's no question that Donald Trump is Donald Trump in full. He ended his campaign fully Donald Trump, and that is what Americans, it appears, are signing up for. It's certainly what the exit polls show. He has a lot of support for that.
And he went through a primary where he was challenged by other Republicans. Nikki Haley's a former governor, someone who worked under him as the UN ambassador, out there just recently saying he wasn't going to win supporters when it comes to women because he's alienating them with his remarks. But she lost that primary, and perhaps her bet here isn't it's not as clear cut. I mean, it's just interesting again and again to come back to the two things that Trump voters told us. It's the economy and it's the border. Yeah. Largely, the Democratic ticket avoided discussing the border and immigration as much as they possibly could. There's going to be a lot of analysis of should they have leaned in and talked about it in a way other than there was a bill that should have, would have passed.
Well, over whether Joe Biden, as one of his first acts as president of the United States, should have repealed so many of those executive actions and initiatives that had really locked down the border, that Donald Trump successfully was able to run against him. Let's talk about the border when we come back, because Cecilia Vega did some incredible reporting for 60 Minutes about the promises that Donald Trump has made, not only to secure the border, but also a mass deportation. Thank you. It is past 1:30, almost 1:30 in the morning. So she's the expert. We'll touch base with Cecilia in just a moment. CBS News, America Decides. Election.
of illegal immigration causing harm in those areas. I'm extremely optimistic that it's going to pass.
If that does pass, it would likely face court opposition to a similar law passed in Texas. We'll keep you updated on that. Proposition 139 would enshrine the right to abortion here in the Arizona state constitution, and that is passing by a wide margin with just under half of the votes counted.
A landslide there. Proposition 311 is passed. This is going to add a $20 fee on every criminal conviction, which would go to the death benefit of $250,000 to the spouse or child of a first responder killed in the line of duty. It was placed on the ballot after a party line vote in the Arizona Senate and passing with bipartisan support in the House. And here's another look. Election workers still at it tonight. This is a live look at the Maricopa County Election Center. They are still processing the ballots here, and we've been keeping an eye on this all night long. These election workers have stayed busy all day long. More results now. Congressional District 1, Democrat Amish Shah running to unseat incumbent Republican David Schweikert. Amish leading 51%, David Schweikert 49%.
Democrat Kirsten Engel is running to unseat incumbent Republican Juan Ciscomani down in southern Arizona. And look at this race with just under half the votes counted. Kirsten Engel taking a lead 53 to 45% with over the incumbent. Maricopa County Sheriff running for the seat Russ Skinner filled after former Sheriff Paul Penzone stepped down. Democrat Tyler Camp is running against Republican Jerry Sheridan. Sheridan, they're in the lead and is talking tonight to our Amy Cutler.
Well, they don't know who Jerry Sheridan is. They know who my boss was, but they never really knew who Jerry Sheridan was. And I have a lot of support in the Hispanic community from elected officials. I don't want to mention their names because they're Democrats and they officially didn't endorse me because of that.
All right, that'll do it for us tonight. You're going to see the results scrolling on your screen all night long. Simone and Colton are going to be back with you at 4:30 in the morning for Good Morning Arizona.
And there's still a lot of outstanding ballots, so the race is not over by a long shot. Overnight developments here on Vote 2024, as well as that deadly plane crash at Falcon Field. For now, we'll send it back to CBS News.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is now 1:30 in the morning, and just in from the data desk, CBS News rates Pennsylvania as lean Trump. Keystone State there, leaning Trump, as we have just about 94% of the vote in. Doing well, Donald Trump doing very well in rural areas, and there's still some vote to be counted in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, the cities there. Let's take a look now at the blue wall. This was the easiest path to victory for the vice president, Kamala Harris. Michigan still a toss-up at this hour, but those two other states that the vice president would need if she were going to take the blue wall strategy, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, at this hour, CBS News rates them as lean Republican. As we had mentioned, her path to victory has narrowed significantly. Here's the electoral vote tally at this hour. Trump with 246 and Kamala Harris with 194. And you can see there, Pennsylvania still in white, Michigan still in white, Wisconsin still in white. Minnesota, we've also not called. And of course, Nevada and Arizona states we're looking at very closely. Let's check in with Tony Dokoupil at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida, the site of Trump headquarters tonight. Tony, I know you have been there all night. It seems like the crowd has erupted in cheers a number of times, given that this has been a positive evening for the former president.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. I said at the beginning of the night that everyone here knew one thing for certain is that it would end in tears one way or the other. Tears with a loss or tears with what they say would be the greatest comeback in political history. It appears by the feeling in this room that it is the latter. While we were in commercial break, we're saying lean Republican for Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, Fox News, which is playing on the monitors here behind me, they have called that race for Donald Trump. And when that moment happened, it got loud in here. There was a roar. There was reverberations. The phones came out, and the expectation is that the phones are going to stay out because our understanding from the pool report is the former president and possibly now next president is on his way to this location. He is expected to speak. We've seen some evidence of that planning going on behind me. They've got the Make America Great Again sign, Trump Vance on the front of the podium. They've come out to raise the teleprompters up a little bit higher. And now the question becomes, if Donald Trump does appear on that stage to make remarks, which Donald Trump do we get? Do we get the Donald Trump election night 2016 version or 2020? In 2016, just to refresh people's memories, he was incredibly magnanimous and gracious. He said we owe a debt to Hillary Clinton for her service to the country. He reached across the aisle, asked for guidance from non-supporters, said the time had come to bind the wounds of division. That was the tone on that night. Of course, 2020, a very different mood. What will we get tonight? That's one of the questions. The other thing we're all chewing through right now is what went wrong for Democrats tonight. Why were they unable to capitalize on what seemed like some momentum in the final week? I put that question to some of the Donald Trump supporters here in the room, just saying simply, you know, Democratic heads are exploding all over America. How do you explain what happened to them? A couple of the quotes I got from people is, look, Democrats have lost touch with everyday Americans. Beyonce doesn't pay my bills. Democrats turn their back on us, and if you turn your back on us, eventually we're going to turn our back on you. It's a wake-up call here. That's the feeling in the room for Democrats, as Trump supporters who've been here for now 7-8 hours are awaiting that final moment when a call is made and they get an appearance from their political hero, Nora.
Tony DeCopel at the convention center. We should note that the former president has not been there. He has been at his home, which is just right across the bridge, Mar-a-Lago, from the convention center, where he has been entertaining some of his most prolific donors, as well as the world's richest man, Elon Musk, who has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump, a man who also has billions of dollars in contracts with the Pentagon for defense contracts and many different things, and has been a strong supporter of Donald Trump in many ways. And they've been pictures of them that have been put out on the internet. And I want to ask you, Robert Costa, how would you describe their relationship, the relationship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk?
It's Donald Trump at the center. It's the former president who is now comfortable with the levers of power. When he was elected to the presidency in 2016, after covering him for so many years, it was one of the only times I've ever seen shock on his face when he won in 2016, standing in that hotel in New York, because he wasn't prepared for the presidency. He now potentially enters the presidency once again fully comfortable, and he has allies around him who are reflecting the total ideological shift, a new paradigm in American politics. It's the nexus not only of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but Donald Trump Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tucker Carlson. What we're seeing tonight is potentially not just the victory of a political campaign, but the emergence of a new power structure in the United States that does not go on red and blue lines, Republican or Democrat, or even so-called nationalism or populist lines. This is in the image of Trump, with his instincts driving everything. Musk, of course, will want to work closely with the president on defense policy, foreign policy, technology, financial policy. But to be clear, based on our reporting and my conversations with Trump and others, it's him who's driving everything. And those around him, including Musk, I'm told, are highly aware that he comes into this presidency, should he win, as someone who is now seen by the Supreme Court as someone who can operate with total power on many fronts with his official acts, and will want to use that power and likes having that power.
Yeah, there we see Elon Musk jumping on the stage. I mean, Elon Musk just today said to his 203 million followers on Twitter, go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump today. Did that clearly make a difference for him? This whole bro code thing that we keep hearing about.
There's an erosion of institutional trust in so many places in this country that have fallen away. You could trace it back to the bank bailouts in 2008, how the Iraq war decision was brokered almost 2 decades ago. So many Republican voters in particular have lost trust with the legal system, the political system, the news media, and they see in Elon Musk and his X platform and Trump, as I said, this emerging power structure that they are comfortable with. And this is, if Trump enters the White House once again in 2025, it's a new America we'll be covering, because Trump is not just enacting tax cuts, that will be part of it. Mass deportation's part of it, but it's a new framework for how someone conceives the presidency itself.
And, you know, Robert, one of the things that I think of, and I've never been able to shake from my memory, is what the Intel chairman, Senate Intel chairman Mark Warner said about Elon Musk. No single person is more beholden to the Chinese Communist Party because of the business interest he has in that country. And I hear that time and again from lawmakers who say, because of the exposure he has, you hear him very...
Twitter, go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump today. Did that clearly make a difference for him? This whole bro code thing that we keep hearing about.
Nothing about Russia, and deep concern that he is influencing so much. And it's one of the things when we were talking about sort of the way you look at this realignment that's happening, one of the things you hear from people in the tech space is that the world's moving too fast and government's not keeping up with it. And that's kind of the message Elon Musk has brought into the Trump campaign with these public statements he's made, and John Paulson, the former hedge fund manager who's being rumored as possibly being looked at as a Treasury Secretary in the Trump administration, where they say we're going to undo all sorts of regulation. We're just going to cut things and move fast. That's not how our government is built. In fact, it's intentionally not built that way. There are supposed to be backstops. But Elon Musk is selling this idea and presenting as part of the Trump campaign that they're going to remake America.
As we think about what since the night seems to be going so well for Donald Trump, you think about what this means for him. Winston Churchill said there's nothing so exhilarating as being shot at and missed. All the legal challenges Donald Trump faced, not all of them, but the federal ones, they go away. And I don't know what the New York judge is going to do about that sentencing, but this brings a wonderful, by Donald Trump's lights, legal windfall to him if he wins tonight. And that's got to be part also of the mindset of how he enters the next presidency. There's not just the immunity that the Supreme Court suggests he has for things that he does in office. There's not just the wonderful feedback he's getting for basically following every one of his instincts and having it affirmed by the voters. But there's also the significant legal peril that has now dropped, that will drop away if he wins.
So, John, what happens to this concept called checks and balances? Because if he gets in, he has the House, possibly the Senate, the Supreme Court. What happens? It seems that he would be in power with no guardrails, so to speak.
Well, I would add one more thing, which is what we saw in this campaign, which was different than 2016, was there were a number of members of his party who actively, buried memories of January 6th, who reinterpreted what he said in order to help him. There's been a conditioning over the last many years, but certainly within this campaign of those in his party to, row with him. We see the senators who are elected tonight, they will owe their success to him. So it's checks and balances is one question, but you also have, it's not just Donald Trump. There is a political movement now that is that has practiced at supporting whatever his impulses, wherever they may send him.
And nor even the way we do politics in this country is going to come into question. Because what were we spending so much time focused on the last few days? But, ground game and knocking on doors and making phone calls may not matter anymore. And we don't have full grasp yet on what the digital work that was being done by the Trump orbit looked like.
Well, the information space has changed so much.
Because the algorithms of journalists don't necessarily line up with the algorithms of the voters they were reaching. And so it's almost impossible for anyone to track what anyone else is getting. And we just don't know what was the kind of information they were getting a year ago targeted at them, what may or may not have been true, and what was the more explicit campaign message that was arriving in their feeds over the last several weeks. It's going to require a completely fundamental rethought about how you campaign for office on a national scale and on a statewide scale if this is what happened tonight.
I want to bring in our CBS News political contributor, Joel Payne, to weigh in on this. And Joel, how do you see this potential realignment?
Well, look, I think the conversation you're having matches a sober conversation that's happening all over the country with Democrats and state parties and at the highest levels of the party. Look, I think there are some who still see a narrow path for the vice president, and I think it's important to say that there is a narrow path, but it is narrowing by the hour, as Major said earlier. But I think Democrats are starting to take stock of what's next, and what's next includes adjusting to clearly a changing electorate and a changing country, and maybe reassessing some of the things that we think are important. Ed talked about how you organize a campaign. Clearly, some of the tried and true campaign methods that Democrats leaned on, the organization, the 3 whatever million door knocks over the last weekend, it can only get you so far. Last thing I'll say, it's very clear to me that in the last 2 years, Joe Biden never recovered from what happened with Afghanistan. It was destabilized by an economy that was stubbornly not cooperative with Democrats, frankly. And then I think Gaza kind of delivered a destabilizing blow. And when you add those things together, I think this outcome that appears that we're headed to tonight is maybe less surprising, but not less disappointing. And I can tell you there are a lot of vulnerable communities, particularly in the Democratic coalition, that feel very, very insecure at the moment. And want to also say that as well.
I appreciate that, Joel Payne, and also want to bring in now Leslie Sanchez on that issue. And Leslie, how do you see this realignment?
I think the realignment, you can't discount how frustrated these voters have been for a very long time, and many of them felt unheard. And whether it was looking at kind of alternative media or they're, trying to find somebody else that sympathized with the way they were feeling about their pocketbook and their financial situation, I think Donald Trump tapped into that. When there's a lot of conversation, you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk spent a tremendous amount of time talking about freedom of speech, freedom from censorship. And in many ways, this is a populist, working class, middle class America that wants those, Gail's word, guardrails removed so that they can have less government interference and continue to thrive in a strong America. That's where they feel left out. And I think that's what it's tapping into on both sides. And I think Democrats and Republicans kind of, the traditional Republican Party, reconcile this is a new party and a new way, and it's deeply diverse. And it will continue to be, I think, for the next several election cycles as Trump continues to redefine the Republican Party.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And when we come back, we're expecting Donald Trump to take the stage in Florida. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be right back.
Have to stoop down to understand the concerns of our generation over the economy. And guess what? The American people said
Republicans appear to be on their way to controlling the White House and the Senate. Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. And Scott, what's the state of the race in the House?
A fascinating dynamics unfolding, Nora. We do have the possibility, this rare prospect of a triple flip. The White House changing Democrat to Republican. The Senate already projected to flip from Democrats to Republicans. Democrats could still win a majority in the U.S. House and flip it back from the Republicans. These are the 30 battleground seats. These white chairs are the ones we deem toss-ups and particularly competitive. As of this hour, we have not projected a winner in any of the 30. They are uniquely competitive. If Democrats can net 4 gains, win a net of 4 seats, they get control. They've had some luck in New York. They're optimistic about what happens on the West Coast, but this may not surprise you, Nora. They've hit trouble in some of the battleground states, the presidential battleground states. Republicans are giving a lean edge in this race. The Pennsylvania 7th District in Allentown. The Republican challenger is Ryan McKenzie. The incumbent is Susan Wild. To the north in Scranton, Republicans have a lean edge in this race, trying to oust the incumbent Matt Cartwright. Rob Bresnahan is the Republican with a possible advantage there. Same deal in Michigan, the state capital in Lansing. This is the seat vacated by Alyssa Slotkin as she ran for the U.S. Senate. The Republican is Tom Barrett with an edge over Curtis Hertel. That leans Republican, too. Let me bring you to New York and quickly walk you through where Democrats have made some possible inroads. This is a lean Democrat in the New York 4th District. That's Nassau County. That's Long Island, Laura Gillen. And in the New York 19th, in the Catskills, Josh Riley with an early edge over the incumbent Mark Molinaro.
Scott McFarland, thank you. Let's turn now to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto on how the numbers are looking in Nevada, the last of those 7 battlegrounds to have the polls close there. Good evening, gentlemen. Good morning, I should say.
Hello. Well, good morning. That's right. We lose track of time. All right. The data have told us over and over a discouraging story for the vice president and a delightful story, if you will, for former President Trump. Nevada is absolutely no different. Let's look at Clark County. Just under 70% of the vote in Nevada comes out of Clark County. You see Kamala Harris, 52-48. Compare that to 2020, running well behind Joe Biden in Clark County, where, again, as I said, just under 70% of the vote in Nevada comes from. Let's go up to Reno. That's Washoe County. Again, running behind President Biden. We go through this process. What does Kamala Harris need in Nevada? 55%. What do we project she will collect? Based on the outstanding vote, 45%. That gap is deeply discouraging news for the vice president. Also very happy news for former President Trump. Nevada, we don't have a rating on it. We still regard this as a toss-up, but all the underlying dynamics, all the underlying data point in the same direction all the other battleground states, with the exception of Michigan right now, have been pointing in Trump's direction, and that's why.
And what about Arizona?
Sure. Arizona is moving a little bit through its process. The last time we talked at the board here, Nora, was 51%. It's 53%. We'll go to the straight needs category, 51% for Vice President Harris, 50% right on that edge. She's running in Maricopa County, which accounts for about 60% of the vote in Arizona. Historically, compared to Joe Biden, a little bit ahead. That's a slightly encouraging sign. Pima County, that's Tucson, running a little bit ahead of that. That's also encouraging. So Arizona, very much competitive, but as we've looked at the rest of the map, it may be competitive. It may actually end up in the vice president's column, but in the end, it may not be determinative.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. I want to have our control room just show pictures of the rally for Donald Trump in West Palm Beach. And Ed O'Keefe, given those numbers, and we're expecting to hear from Donald Trump and the celebration that's going on in West Palm Beach, what do we know?
Well, we know that the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed considerably, maybe beyond her reach tonight. There are other news organizations that are now awarding this to the former president, and he is set to take the stage here in the coming minutes and will address the world and likely declare victory, because it appears to be heading in that direction. What's also happening, though, Republican Senate candidates winning across the Midwest as well. a very good night for Republicans.
All right, we're awaiting former President Trump, as Ed just mentioned, at his West Palm Beach, Florida campaign headquarters. We'll bring that to you when he takes the stage. You're watching CBS News America Decides, election 2024.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
What?
As well. We've seen some senior advisors come here as well. So we're expecting the former president to speak, as Fox News has already called the entire race for him just a little before 2 a.m. I would also note that the Trump campaign had been expecting, anticipating this race to be called on election night. I mean, technically we're, in the wee hours of the next day, but essentially at the conclusion of the election, they had been adamant about that. And so that's also kind of notable here that so many races have been called when we were expecting a longer, stretched out election week.
Caitlin, I got to be quick with you on this, but are you hearing any other reaction to other GOP wins tonight, such as the fact that they flipped the Senate?
Lindsay, this is going to be such a big deal. And again, we're waiting for a couple other Senate seats in Wisconsin and in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. If those go the way of the race there, those are candidates who hugged onto Donald Trump very tightly. He would have a majority in the Senate as well.
Caitlin Huey-Burns at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides.
In the Senate, CBS News projects Republicans will take control there, flipping from the Democrats. In the race to the White House so far, Donald Trump's received 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 194, and it takes 270 to secure the presidency. In the biggest battleground state of all, Pennsylvania, CBS News rates that as lean Republican. It has been a toss-up through much of the night. Other networks have called it for the former president. Pennsylvania, one of what they call the blue wall states. Alongside Pennsylvania, CBS News rates Wisconsin as lean Republican as well. Michigan, at this hour, a toss-up. In the South, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win North Carolina and Georgia, while Arizona and Nevada are rated toss-up. And let's turn now to Gayle King. Gayle?
We're going to bring in CBS political contributor Joel Payne now. Joel?
Hi, Gayle.
Hey. So I just want to say, when Jim Clyburn was here earlier this evening, he said that there was still a path, but the path was thorny. I think now we can even see that looks like the thorns are bending to the side as we sit here. When you were here earlier today or yesterday, and now my days are all running together, you said the conversation about black men was being exaggerated, that you didn't think that was the case. Are you still, as you sit here today, an hour ago you had hope. Do you still have hope yourself as you sit here now?
Well, Gayle, I got to have hope, but also I got to read polls and data, and the data certainly suggests that things aren't going well. My point about black men was, I think it's a complex story. I think top line, Harris actually mostly held Biden's vote share nationally with black men, but she lost them in key places and in key states and key localities where she needed to have them. And I think also there's a story with Latino men as well that I think my colleague Leslie speaks to so well. But I think that, you know, Democrats have some soul searching to do here. This coalition that Democrats have relied upon is changing and has to change. And there has to be some introspection as to why are working class voters missing some of the messages that we're putting across. I actually don't think that working class voters don't like democratic ideas. I think it's sometimes the packaging. You look at the House tonight, Democrats actually have a chance to win back the House. So it is voters keep firing people. And I think we have to understand why voters keep firing people.
Joel, is it, you know, I even hate to ask this question. I'm asking as I'm clutching my pearls. Could it be a woman issue? When Barack Obama suggested it, people thought, some people were offended that he even raised that issue. But do we have to realistically think about that? We've had Hillary Clinton now, and now maybe even Kamala Harris. Do you feel that this country isn't ready for a woman president?
I think we have a country where people live in different silos and don't have one shared experience. And I think that experience, it seems like the gap is widening between the experience of people based on education, based on gender, based on location, based on their pocketbook. And that is creating a real fissure in how we think about our political coalitions. And I think that is the best explanation late on a Tuesday night, early on a Wednesday morning that I can give you right now, Gayle.
Joel Payne, this is Margaret Brennan. I'm just wondering, as you sit here, I'm thinking through what a Trump presidency would mean for the legacy of Joe Biden, what the question is about what the vice president could have done differently to say she was not Joe Biden and actually a change candidate, what she could have articulated. Tell me about some of the missed opportunities that you think are there.
So I think every defeat, obviously, there are a lot of people that want to start pointing fingers, and I think that's already happening. I think Kamala Harris actually, for what she was handed sometime in the middle of July, ran a fairly competent, good, durable campaign. Clearly, based on what we're seeing tonight, probably is not going to be enough, but I don't know if this is something that you can point to infrastructure or design of a campaign. I think these are stubborn issues. Yeah, I think these are stubborn issues that go back to the beginning of the Biden administration. I mentioned Afghanistan earlier. I mentioned a stubborn economy. Let's not forget COVID, right? The country was coming back from COVID, and I think that's a real impact here. And I think Maybe the country is still dealing with some PTSD from COVID as well. So there's a lot of reasons why we're here today. I think in terms of message, folks are going to fight about the different types of messaging that they could have gone to,
Joel,
but yeah.
I apologize. Stand by. CBS News has a new projection for the battleground state of Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes. CBS News projects that Donald Trump will be the winner of the state of Pennsylvania. That is a state that Biden carried 4 years ago, but Trump won in 2016, a major projection, and that essentially closes the pathway for Kamala Harris and the presidency. Robert Costa.
So much disappointment among my top Democratic sources tonight, just in the last few minutes, about Pennsylvania. There was promise for Democrats in 2022 when Governor Josh Shapiro, Senator John Fetterman were able to appeal to working people in Pennsylvania. Shapiro famously campaigned on trying to integrate people without college degrees into the state government. You see him urging the Harris campaign for weeks to appeal to working people and union members. For Vice President Harris not to be able to stitch together the Fetterman, Shapiro, Biden coalition in Pennsylvania, suburban centrists, union workers in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, voters of color, a massive disappointment for Democrats tonight. Pennsylvania, yes, part of the blue wall, but it's central to Democratic power in this country.
And of course, it's where Joe Biden is from, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Yes, I mean, Joe from Scranton. I mean, the other interesting thing as we wait Donald Trump, and we will take his remarks as he is set to appear before supporters, is the soul searching and, of course, the questions about strategy that Margaret was just raising. The question about whether Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party made a mistake by not choosing Josh Shapiro as his vice presidential pick for the reasons that Robert just outlined about the inroads that he made. And also, as has been noted, that Vance's vice presidential debate performance probably made a number of Republicans comfortable with the ticket because, remember, they were huge ratings, 50 million people that saw someone that had moderated his message for that national audience.
And just quickly, not to get ahead of it, I know we're still in election 2024, but people close to Josh Shapiro tonight are encouraging him to think about running for president in 2028. There will be a reckoning inside of the Democratic Party should Vice President Harris be defeated tonight. And whether it's Governor Newsom in California or Governor Shapiro, there are already donors in the Democratic Party, strategists, trying to think through what does the future look like.
Or Governor Westmore in Maryland, too.
Or Westmore, Maryland. We could go through a list of about 20 or 30.
Yeah, yes, we could.
And there is a first mover's advantage here for any Democrat who wants to speak to their party in this moment of uncertainty and wobbliness. So, what you're describing is real because all of these future ambitious politicians have a moment that they can seize to try to define what the Democratic Party is going to need to be in this new era.
We also see the same thing on the right because Trump has said this is his last campaign that he will ever run and is ready to hand the torch to J.D. Vance. Is that them? Oh, I thought I heard.
I know.
I heard crowd cheering. Excuse
That was
me.
the people on Times Square.
That it does hear like there is some commotion, and we did get what they call a 2-minute warning, which is a cue to the press and others that the former president of the United States is going to be walking out to the stage. And as soon as he does, we will take his remarks live. I'm struck by the conversation that we had earlier, which is what Trump will show up. It's interesting that we still ask that questions after having him on the national stage for more than a decade.
Well, and of course, we remember that after the speech that Tony referred to after winning in 2016, he gave the inaugural address about American carnage. So it didn't last. It didn't last long, and he has been affirmed in this campaign that his instincts and the way he wants to be is the way he wants to be, and he's been affirmed, it looks like, in this race.
And we should just step back for a moment and think that a 78-year-old American from Queens is about to win the presidency again, which is so unlikely in American history. Someone who grew up working with his father here in New York, learning from Roy Cohn, the infamous lawyer, about never accepting defeat, becomes an apprentice, the reality TV show star, is a famed figure on the national wrestling scene, professional wrestling scene. dallies with politics in 1987, thinks about it in 1999, finally runs for president in 2015 after questioning President Obama's love of country and credentials, wins in 2016, leads a pressure campaign against his own vice president in 2020 and 2021, then is embraced once again by the Republican Party for a third nomination. How unusual it is to be a nominee 3 times for any national party. He is a seismic force in American history. Whether you dislike him, hate him, loathe him, love him, or indifferent, this is a figure now who has been a nominee 3 times and potentially winning the presidency twice after all of the convictions, all of the challenges.
Impeachments.
He might be back.
You know, it's interesting, Bob, when you mentioned The Apprentice. There's a movie out right now, The Apprentice, starring Jeremy Strong. And they were saying that training under Roy Cohn, the mantra is win, attack, 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 deny, 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 never admit defeat, and never apologize. And people seem to think that that is what he continues to do in all areas of his life when he is faced with a problem. And that seems, it seems to have served him well as we sit here tonight. You know, it's interesting, when we started the night, guys, we kept saying it's going to be a long night. We're not going to know anything today. Certainly not Pennsylvania. Now we're sitting here a little after 2 o'clock, and it looks like that this race is over.
And that we were bracing collectively, I think, as a country for Donald Trump to preemptively declare victory. And I don't know that this is so preemptive at this point.
And while he doesn't have everything he needs to win, should he win, he'd be the oldest man ever elected and the second man to be elected at different times, joining Grover Cleveland.
130 years ago.
Yeah, someone who served 2 terms at different times.
And as we await the former president, I want to check in with Caitlin Huey Burns because she is there in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin?
Hey, Nora, we have been covering the former president's campaign all year, and his supporters believe this is the night that they had anticipated all along. His campaign had been telling us that they expected results on election night, and it seems like they will get them, even though we are technically into the next day. I want to pick up on the significance of Pennsylvania just quickly, because I essentially have been parked there for much of this cycle because Donald Trump himself has been parked there. He has been calling it the whole ball game for several weeks and months now. And remember, it was in Butler, Pennsylvania that he survived an assassination attempt. And afterwards, you saw not only the Republican Party coalesce around him, but also a sense, at least in my reporting from talking to voters on the ground, that they were kind of coming out of the shadows a little bit to voice their support for him. And I think there are so many moments throughout this campaign that were seen perhaps as controversies or liabilities for the former president, including those 34 felony counts that ended up endearing his party further to him. And that kind of base of support, I think, is significant. Now, we have talked about how that base could have been limited, but the campaign also made a big gamble, trying to expand beyond that base to low propensity voters, especially younger men, Latino men, black men. We're awaiting final numbers, but that gamble seems, at least at this point, to have paid off. But he will have done that without changing anything about who he is or what his message is. If you think about it, he didn't make any overt overtures to these kinds of demographics. Instead, his message was, my message on the economy and immigration will bring you in. And that was the pitch that he would make to women voters, despite a vast gender gap and controversies surrounding the way he talked about women. But that was their theory of the case, that they could tap into this with the former president's message and with his personality. And we saw that especially in the closing days of this campaign, in which he veered off message, leaning into those instincts. We can assess guess kind of what this coalition looks like as it starts to come together. But there are significant gambles that have paid off. I will also say, just spending so much time over this year talking to voters on the ground, talking to voters of all parties, all kind of walks of life, there was really an uncertainty in this electorate, this feeling of a world on edge, an economy that just wasn't working. And Donald Trump tapped into that, perhaps in a more dark way. His rhetoric was much more harsh, but their theory was that this is an America that is not in a good place. And their theory was using those instincts and his personality and the kind of campaign that he's been waging for nearly a decade would bring those voters into the fold.
Looks like we are just moments away from Donald Trump taking the stage in West Palm Beach. Want to bring in Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez. And Leslie, your thoughts at this moment?
I think for many Americans, they're really excited about a change in America that they fundamentally believe in. You know, I was looking at something Senator Marco Rubio was writing about, that it's not so much we were talking about ethnic identity as much as coming together as Americans. Now, some people aren't going to buy that. I think there's going to be a lot of sour grapes and people pointing fingers. But when we're looking at this now, this is a multiracial, working class, middle class Republican Party. It has been in the making for many election cycles, and I think Trump has leaned into that. He saw that this is where the country was going, and this is why you see that wave across America. It's in all of those communities, big and small, different identities and ethnicities, but feeling this economic pinch and also feeling this crush of immigrants across the border, feeling like there is a very porous border and nothing was done about it, and the impact it's having economically on communities across the country really felt significant, and was why you had such a passionate response from so many people.
Hey, Leslie, do you think this is a Republican Party forever changed? And what happens to Republicans who may not be okay with the way Donald Trump behaves or some of his beliefs? Are they just totally out now?
Well, everybody's welcome, right? What's a party but a coalition of people who come together around a set of ideas? And I agree with you, Gail, because political scientists will say about every 40 years you see these big political shifts in party ID and partisanship. We believe we've been in that for a few cycles now, and you haven't seen it since the 1980s, and now you're seeing it again. And what does it look like? The party has changed. The party is more ethnic, working class, middle class, and you're seeing many more college-educated, master's degree, advanced educated, suburban communities are moving to the left. And Republicans have added that into the dynamic, into the calculation. It is a different party. Does it mean it's not welcome? No. But that's the frustration you saw in 2020. You certainly saw it in 2016. Establishment Republicans wringing their hands. This is not a party we recognize. Well, welcome to the new Republican Party.
Yeah, I asked that question because I hear so many times from Republicans who say, look, I don't like some of the things he does. I don't like the way he behaves, but I feel like I have to go along to get along, even while some of them say I have to hold my nose and hide my ears.
Gail, you remind me of one voter I heard in Bucks County in Bristol, Puerto Rican family, second, third generation business community, represents the business interest. And we talked about some of those disparaging comments that happened at the MSG rally and said, is that going to hurt the Puerto Rican community? Is that going to make a difference? And they said, you know, there's going to be some bluster around this, but at the end of the day, it's about our community, our family, our faith, and our pocketbook. And we believe Trump's going to be better on the economy and help us get where we're trying to go, because all these families have a dream that they feel has been stagnant post-COVID, and they want a dramatic shift, and that's kind of where they're falling. That is where they fall today.
Leslie, there's a lot of talk about how Latino voters are going to have to be studied a little more. What would you say simply Republicans did right, Democrats maybe did wrong this cycle, especially with the fact that it looks like former President Trump won Latino men overall?
One Latino man won some of these counties in South Texas that haven't been won by a Republican in 100 years.
More than 100 years, since the 1890s.
Exactly. Well, yes. And he's been building on that. This wasn't a one-term shift. This is something, looking at the data, Ed, we saw that Democrat Latinos, particularly men, about 30% of them were very frustrated with the direction of the Democratic Party. They felt under current President Biden that the party was weak. They didn't like that it wasn't focused on the economy. They felt that it's lost its way.
Warning.
That the party lost way. It's the old Republican line, I didn't leave the Democratic Party, the party left me. You had Elon Musk talking about that too, and I think a lot of people felt they didn't recognize the Democratic Party anymore. And these jobs, working class themes that Trump talked about, they lean into that and tested that messaging, and it really resonated with a big part of America.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you so much. I want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host, Tony Dokoupil. He's also at Trump headquarters there in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hi, good evening again, Nora. As we wait, former and it seems at this hour of the night, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump, we're on Trump World Celebrity Watch here within the ballroom. We've got the My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell, in the building. Tucker Carlson, former Fox News host, is seen walking through the crowd. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Marco Rubio. And as I begin to think about the journey traveled just tonight from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center, you begin to think about the journey traveled in the 721 days that Donald Trump has been on this re-election journey. The day he announced his run for the White House for this unprecedented third consecutive time, the story in his hometown newspaper, the New York Post, was buried on page 26. Florida man announces unlikely bid for the White House. At that moment in time, Donald Trump was isolated in Mar-a-Lago. He was twice impeached, voted out of the White House, abandoned by many of his allies. Well, what a difference the following nearly 2 years makes. Those 4 indictments, the felony conviction in one case, that really energized his base. I've seen a lot of hats here that say I'm voting for the felon. I've seen a lot of shirts here that have the mugshot on the front. They became symbols of a certain kind of resistance for the Trump voter. And now tonight, that hometown newspaper, the New York Post, Don Deal, D-O-N-D-E-A-L. Donald Trump defies the odds again. That is the story of this campaign for the people in the room here as they await Donald Trump's remarks. And if I had to guess, based on what he said election night 2016 and then in 2020, well, 2 points. He seems to be waiting to come out around 2:30, which is the time frame in which he came out the last 2 cycles. He's a superstitious fellow. The words Grand Rapids, Michigan, were the final one spoken rally stop-wise the last 3 campaigns. There might be something to that. Additionally, you feel like there's going to be another magnanimous moment. We're not going to have a 2020 moment. There's not going to be talk of landslides and dominant victories. There's going to be. It feels like we might have a moment where we begin to stop being partisans and take an initial tentative step back to being Americans, as we are here in the wee hours of the day after Election Day, Nora.
Tony Dokoupil, thank you. And I know you're going to have reporting bright and early with Gail King on CBS Mornings. Thank you so much for being there. And Cecilia Vega, I know you wanted to add something about the question about the Latino vote, because Trump is building a new coalition, and part of that does include Latinos.
It very much does. And I wanted to address what Leslie Sanchez said, that when she says people are going to be very excited about that. And I think there are a lot of people in this country who are very excited right now, many of them in that room. I also think a lot of people are very scared tonight. When you look at the proposals that Donald Trump has laid out for a second term when it comes to just immigration alone, I'll do this really quickly as we watch to see what he takes the stage. A travel ban 2.0. He wants to end birthright citizenship for babies born to the United States to undocumented parents. He wants to use the Alien and Enemies Act of 1978 to dismantle, to deport gang leaders. That is a law that has not been used since World War II to intern Japanese Americans in this country. And we talked about his mass deportation plan. What we didn't talk about is that Tom Homan told me that that would essentially involve deporting entire families together, including children who were born in this country. So there are a lot of people who are scared right now.
And now Donald Trump, along with his wife.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This is to make America great again. Oh, And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. and his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
felonies for the conspiracy alleged to overturn the 2020 election results. He has said publicly that he would fire the special counsel in that case, Jack Smith, within seconds after taking an oath of office in January. So to put it mildly, that case is in a pretty fragile state. There's no trial or high-profile hearing between now and January 20th in that case. Trump is also among the January 6th defendant overall population. There are 1,500 people charged with the riot at the U.S. Capitol with an effort to overturn the 2020 election. And Donald Trump has never answered either of these two questions point blank. Would he pardon all 1,500 plus of those defendants? He has promised pardons, but never said if it's for everybody or just for some. Nor has he said if he would have his Justice Department shut down these prosecutions. There are still hundreds of these defendants who've yet to have a plea agreement hearing or yet to go to trial. There are new arrests that have occurred in just the past few days. There were people in court on Tuesday. There are more scheduled for court today in connection with January 6th. The prospect of those defendants going to trial may have just diminished through the course of the past 24 hours. What's more, the outlook for those who've been in prison, and 600 plus have served some time or are serving time right now, may have changed over the course of this evening.
All right. Scott McFarland, thank you. Want to go quickly to Major Garrett at the data desk for those remaining battleground states and an update. Major?
Yes, let's talk about Wisconsin, Nora. So, Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. We have leaned Trump. Others have called this, why haven't we? Well, there is a segment of vote that is still outstanding. We expect it to be reported within the next 10 to 15 minutes that will give us what we believe at the data desk will be absolute clarity. But I can tell you this. Here's the model right now. Donald Trump's range in Wisconsin, Kamala Harris's range in Wisconsin. That does not look promising, for her, to put it mildly. To make it even more clear visually, 71% of the outstanding vote. We project she will get 54% of it. We are just waiting for that last bank of voters to be absolutely perfectly sure about Wisconsin before we give that to Trump at the data desk. But I just want to have the audience take a look at Wisconsin as compared to 2020. Look at the map. This is 2024. When I press this button, 2020 president, you are not going to see a huge coloration difference except the shading. Watch the shading. Red areas get a little redder. Blue areas get slightly less blue. What does that mean? That means the intensity of the Trump vote became more apparent, and Harris underperformed as compared to Joe Biden. Again, here's 2024. Here's where we are early this morning. Here's where we were 4 years ago. And that is very evident in places like Milwaukee. You can see that the vice president trailing Joe Biden in Milwaukee, a hugely important part of any Democratic victory in Wisconsin. Running behind in Dane County, that's Madison. Every county around Dane also trailing. And since we're talking about a remade Republican Party, let's go to Fond du Lac. Why do I have Fond du Lac up there? Ripon, Wisconsin is there, the modern home of the Republican Party. And Donald Trump overperforming what he did in 2020. So if it's a remade Republican Party and the Republican Party at least traces some of its roots to Ripon, Wisconsin, well, even in that county, Trump is doing better this time around than he did 4 years ago.
Major Garrett, thank you for that. And as we see, it has been a successful night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party, winning decisively in a number of these battleground states and the Senate, right, Ed?
Yes. The Republicans leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada's Senate races. The Nevada one especially notable because taking on the incumbent Democrat Jackie Rosen. In recent days was not expected to do that, but not heard anything from any Democrat working on the Harris campaign or at the White House or anywhere else disputing what we're seeing tonight. Nobody has stopped this momentum that is clearly going. There's no question that this is happening. Democrats up and down the ballot understand that what is unfolding is legit. We have not heard from the Harris campaign whether she has made any call to the former president, the president-elect, presumed possibly soon, whether she plans to. We should also note there is nothing on the public schedule at the White House tomorrow for the president, but a national security briefing in the afternoon that now could include all sorts of urgent matters from around the world as allies check in tomorrow. But again, no one in the Democratic Party disputing what's going on tonight.
And it is 3 a.m. in the East, and a very big night for Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Just to recap, it looks like he is headed towards re-election. The former president just spoke to reporters in Florida, declaring victory. His vice president calling it the greatest comeback in history. And in the race to 270 electoral votes and the race to the White House, Donald Trump has received 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 216. You can see those white states. CBS News has not yet projected. Some of the states we are still awaiting final results from are Wisconsin. CBS News rates that battleground as lean Republican. Michigan, Arizona, Nevada are all toss-ups. And CBS News at this hour projects Kamala Harris will win the state of Minnesota, home to her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. CBS News also projects that Harris wins New Jersey. Several states voted on reproductive rights this election. Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan has an update on where we stand on those on the ballot in 10 states, right?
That's right, Nora. And we led the evening off talking about what a big bet this was for Democrats who believed this would also help drive up more voters to the polls than they would if it hadn't been there, perhaps underlining some concern about enthusiasm for who is at the top of the ticket. Well, at this point, when we're looking at the straight up referendums, we're seeing in a number of these states, in Florida, a very high benchmark for passage. It failed there, the effort to expand and enshrine in the Constitution protection for access to abortion. So that means the current law stands. It will be restricted after 6 weeks, after 15 weeks if you were raped. You saw some other measures there. In Colorado, not surprising, it did pass. In New York State, there was a broad referendum on a number of issues, including putting in the Constitution the right to an abortion. That did pass. We have seen some lean yeses in the state of Missouri. That is significant because it is a significant policy change from what the existing law is there. Abortion is currently illegal in the state of Missouri. No exceptions for rape and incest. So this is a significant change. You see there, yes vote, nearly 52%. It will enshrine reproductive rights in the Constitution, and the General Assembly will then be able to regulate abortion after viability. Viability, of course, was the line that Roe versus Wade became defined by. We also seen in Arizona likely to pass, likely yes there in the state of Arizona. Not a huge change in terms of policy. Abortion has been legal and protected. But remember, we spent so much time talking about what happened in that state when there was a snapback to a Civil War era law. That has not been the law of the state for some time since then. But now we will see that it'll be in the Constitution, the right to abortion and limit a state's ability to interfere. They had a pretty high benchmark, 52%, but you can see there nearly 63% of the vote.
So just to explain that if there were a national abortion ban passed at 15 weeks, what would that mean then in Arizona if they enshrined it to 24 weeks or viability?
The federal law would supersede the state. You could presume. However, the Republican ticket, the two candidates haven't been very clear on the campaign trail about what they actually want to do with this. J.D. Vance, before he was the vice presidential candidate, had said he would like to see a national federal minimum standard. 15 weeks was what Senator Lindsey Graham had put forward. Critics of that would have said that that was too restrictive. Their argument was it's actually permissive because it would protect access up to 15 weeks. The average abortion is performed in that window of time.
But recently, Donald Trump has just said, well, it's okay, just let the states figure it out.
Exactly, except for today, because he went into the ballot box and he cast a vote in Florida that said no to the ballot initiative, which means he voted for something that restricts abortion access after 6 weeks of time. Now, when he was asked by reporters, when he went to do that, and they asked him to explain the vote, he said, stop asking me about that, which has basically been the approach for the past few weeks. Stop asking me about that, because there was concern that it could hurt Republicans. But for Democrats, they had really hoped it would help them. And we just didn't see that in the way perhaps that the vice president calculated. She put that right front and center in this campaign, talking about it so much. And now you could, I'm sure, John, you could argue it another way, which is when you look at some of the exit polls, Harris voters did say that was at times their second most important issue, the first being the state of democracy.
Right, but it didn't drive their vote.
It didn't.
I mean, it didn't, I'm still struck by her underperformance with women relative to events that you'd think under the traditional way of thinking about politics would help increase her vote with women, and given what Donald Trump has said and the way he has behaved. It's one of the stories. It's one of the stories of the evening.
Yeah, I'm also curious, Ed, about Arizona. Why is the Senate candidate in Arizona doing so well? And she is
Ruben
not?
Gallego started his campaign by reminding voters in Arizona he's a Marine veteran.
Because he was running against Kari Lake.
And but first he was running against Kyrsten Sinema, and he was able to demonstrate pretty quickly as he launched his campaign that Sinema had no hope of running. So then Kari Lake jumped in, big election denier, someone who had tried unsuccessfully to align herself with Trump. He kind of held distance because in the end was not a big fan. And Gallego is going to be a really good lesson to his party about how it is you can run a race in a battleground state, how you run a race that wins Latino male support.
Yeah.
A lot of what he was doing in the last few weeks, the Harris campaign bandwagoned onto. And when they were trying to tell them, you should have been doing this from the beginning. Rodeos, soccer matches.
And, we should check in now with Chris Van Cleve because he is in Phoenix, Arizona with an update. Good evening, Chris.
Well, Nora, if I can build on something Margaret was saying, we were talking to the David Schweikert campaign. He is a conservative Republican. He is pro-life and was just hammered on the abortion issue for weeks on end in attack ads. I asked them about this issue. Were they worried about losing pro-choice Republicans? And his team said no. They felt like having abortion on the ballot allowed pro-choice Republicans to vote their conscience and then vote their party. And that may be playing out here as we get more of the votes. Now, so many people vote by mail in Arizona that while we will get the total number of people who voted at the polls today in Maricopa County, for example, we understand it's about 250,000. There are hundreds of thousands of uncounted mail-in ballots, many of which were dropped off today at the polls. That's going to take several days to go through the signature verification process, to check the ballots. It also taking a little bit longer than it has in years past because in most counties it's a 2-page ballot, not a 1-page ballot. So you multiply that times hundreds of thousands of ballots, it slows the process down a little bit. So any of these races that are particularly close here could take days, if not 10 to 13 days even, to know who won, to have all of those votes counted.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you. Let's check in with correspondent Lilia Luciano. She is in Las Vegas, Nevada. Good evening, Lilia.
Good evening, Nora. Here in Nevada, what just ended was a big celebration. We are at a viewing party for the Republican Party, for the Trump campaign. I've been hearing from voters for many days now that the issues that really affect them are all economic related. Although there is a ballot question on the ballot here that so far has more than 60% of the vote to enshrine the right to abortion. I've heard from women on both sides who are voting on those issues. One tonight told me that it's the conservative values, although she is a Latina, she is a woman, that is the conservative values of the Republican Party of former President Trump, what drove her to the polls.
do is just watch them until we get there. The worst thing you can do is nothing.
But nothing is exactly what's happening in some cases. Shows several disparities among those suffering cardiac arrest in public. Researchers found people in low-income and predominantly black neighborhoods were less likely to receive CPR from a stranger than those who live in predominantly white neighborhoods with higher income. And women are less likely to receive CPR than men.
And I think there's many reasons, cultural reasons, societal reasons. So, people may be afraid or embarrassed to expose a woman's anatomy or to expose her breast.
Aubie Nemeth is a nurse anesthetist and teaches CPR in Cleveland, Ohio. Aubie says she stresses the importance of awareness in her classes, which includes educating people about the myths when it comes to giving aid to women in cardiac arrest.
Time a little bit faster there.
Aubie says she tries to make the training as realistic as possible, which includes using mannequins with female anatomy. She says it helps students be better prepared to jump into action.
Don't hesitate. Act fast. If a female is down and she's not responsive, you're going to attempt to save her life and give her chest compressions.
As for George, he's now good friends with the woman who helped to save his life and is thankful for every day.
There are some people in this world that truly care about the well-being of others, and she's definitely one of those people.
Coming up, a legacy in lights.
You show anybody in the world a photo of the Las Vegas Strip, they know exactly what they're looking at.
We'll take you to the museum that's home to dozens of neon signs synonymous with Sin City.
But first, app angst.
He has autism, it's hard for him to recognize consequences for his actions.
One mom's message to you after her 7-year-old son went on a spending spree.